Farming Life in Another World. Volume 4. By Kinesuk Neft. Translated by SHM Trans. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 151. Tunnel Measures. Once the centipede turned completely into fertilizer, I asked Rasuti on what happened. When Rasuti arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, she was greeted by the Titans. That's the opposite of what we've experienced earlier. They then guide her to the inner part of the dungeon, the place where Makura is. It seems like Makura was doing some repair work at the collapsed part of the dungeon. She's doing that while I'm enjoying the hot spring. I'm slightly ashamed. As soon as Rasuti and Makura met up, an incident occurred. It seems like small centipedes crawl out of the collapsed part of the dungeon. Though they said that they are small centipedes, from what I heard, they are at least 2 meters. Rasuti and Makura repelled those small centipedes. They are doing that while the spiderlings that accompanied Rasuti are evacuating the Titans. However, centipedes also show up to the place where they evacuated. They were driven to this large space and were forced to defend here. If Rasuti was alone, she could have ended it with spitting fire, but it was not possible because the Titans are here. After some time, the big centipede also comes out, which totally disables her to deal with the small centipedes. After hearing more details, it seems like they were battling for 2 whole days without eating or drinking. I praised Rasuti for a job well done. Next, I talked to the Titans who Rasuti was protecting. Though some were injured, it is fortunate that no one died. They've given us quite thankful words. Are centipedes common here? We occasionally encounter smaller ones. The smaller ones they're talking about are not those 2-meter type, but a normal 30-centimeter centipede. I think that's still big though. They're 2-meter types at the Earth Rat Tunnel. Ancestor-san follows up. However, when we went down, Hakurin and Rasuti immediately spewed flame, so we only see their burnt corpses. I see. It seems like they didn't like being spewed off by flame, so they attacked the Titans as revenge. So this happens by chance only. But to think that there's a hecaton with that size. Hecaton, the name of the centipede. To be more specific, it's called poison rock hecaton. They are venomous. I never thought about that. Will they be okay? Poison seems not to work on dragons, as expected of dragons. Regardless of everything, we have to completely block that hole. Otherwise, the Titans can't live in peace. I tried injecting them the idea to migrate, but it seems like they can only live here. That's true. They can't immediately leave here. In order to block the hole, we move to the actual collapse site. Because of the centipedes, the poison rock hecaton, coming in and out of it, the hole got bigger. It's larger than before. Lou mutters so. It seems to be twice as bigger as before. The best course of action might be destroying this to make it completely collapse, but the circumference of the hole is already being reinforced by Makura's web. It might be bad to destroy it here, so let's go inside and destroy it there. But before everything else, I asked Hakurin and Rasuti to go in and spew flame first. I don't want to see any of those centipedes. It might cause oxygen shortage, so let's wait a little before going in. After 30 minutes, Hakurin came back. I'm late. There are guests at the moment. It seems like there were additional centipedes coming from the east side of the tunnel. However, they are not considered as an opponents since they can be taken care of by spewing flame. As expected of dragons, we were guided by Hakurin and Rasuti inside the tunnel. There was nothing on the west side, but there was a large amount of ash on the east side. There are no carbonized things, all of them are ash. It's because we seriously want them out. Hakurin showed a good smile. Did you spew flame on the west side too? I did. Rasuti unsatisfactorily raises her hand. You want to burn them too? Ma, as long as there's nothing disturbing us, it's good. I want to destroy this now, but if we destroy this tunnel near the entrance, will the dungeon above be affected? Before we move, Ancestor-san used some magic. It seems like a magic against air poison. Is it a magic that tackles oxygen deficiency? You mean oxygen deficiency is the same as air poison? I acknowledge your goodwill. Thank you very much. Let's go to the west first. I feel like we have walked around 1 kilometer. All of us are walking slowly. Though Rasuti is unsatisfied, we found ashes of 2-meter type centipedes, so what she did is not useless. I praise her whenever we see an ash and she looks happy. Kuro and Yuki scouts in advance, but they can't seem to find anything to report. Of course, I praise them too. This might be a good place. With Ancestor-san's instruction, the tunnel was torn down. Using magic. I wasn't able to use the aft. As for the falling dust clouds, Ancestor-san used some magic so the dust cloud avoids me. Ooh, amazing. By the way, everyone else also used the same magic. This might be an elementary level magic. I wish I can use it too. As the work on the west ends, we head east. When we arrived at the place where we entered this tunnel, I thought that it might be a good idea to divide our group into two, but I reconsidered it immediately. We don't know what's here, all of us must act together. After walking about 1 kilometer, it is time to use magic again, but it did not collapse that well. Lu, the one who casted magic, looks annoyed. She casted magic again and not it completely collapse. It is not safely sealed. Is it really safe like this? Monsters that can dig holes like earth rats can easily get rid of it. It would be nice if we can set up something like a warning. I tried using the aft, but nothing happened. Since it has come to this, I have to rely on Ancestor-san again. I have a way to deal with that, but unfortunately, I'm not a resident of this dungeon. Then it's hopeless. Do something that will make me do it. What can I do for Ancestor-san? How about I carve you a statue of God of Creation-sama? That is indeed something that will make me move. However, slapping my face with God of Creation-sama's statue is something painful even for me. And it might also be lacking. As Ancestor-san says, it is inappropriate to use the statue of God of Creation-sama like that. I feel bad about trying to bribe a serious believer like Ancestor-san by carving the statue of God of Creation-sama. At that time, I thought of the best thing to do. All right, how about I add something? Placing a statue of God of Creation-sama somewhere is lacking, so I'm going to build a shrine for it too. Ew. I have been indebted to Ancestor-san in various things. This is a great idea. Shrine making in winter, leave teleportation magic to me. Of course. Though he did various things for me. Thinking about it, he's Lou and Flora's grandfather, so it is normal for him to treat me kindly. Ancestor-san's countermeasure is simple. It is leaving a guard in this place. When Ancestor-san chant and cast a spell near the entrance of the tunnel, 10 stone pillars rose from the ground. He casted another spell. The stone pillars crumble and figures remain. Winged devils? They are gargoyles. They are indeed stone statues, but if an intruder comes in, it will play as both guards and alarm. A good match against the earth rats. Even if they lose, they can at least earn time. I see, this is good. The others seem to find it admirable too. Is this the first time you've seen one? Were you able to memorize it, Rasudi? I'm not sure since he created 10 simultaneously. I have to check the procedure later. There are 27 steps, am I right? Lu-san, can you do that too? Impossible. I mean, they are the same guardians that protect Ancestor-sama's bedroom. They might even be able to buy time even against dragons. It looks like Makura, Kuro, and Yuki are also discussing something about the gargoyles. I'll have to make a luxurious shrine. We went out of the tunnel and returned to the dungeon. I told the titans that the tunnel is now blocked and there are gargoyles guarding the bottom of the hole. The operating condition of the gargoyles is an invasion of something at the tunnel other than if it is coming from the hole in this dungeon. In short, it is all right for the titans to enter the hole, but please don't go in as much as possible. If possible, I even want to put a lid on it. Presently, there's only Makura's web. After I'm done talking with them, we return to the village using teleportation magic. I really want to return immediately since I have been out for a while. I hope the banquet is lively. The banquet is waiting for us. I'm thankful and I'm sorry. At the same time as I apologize, the banquet began. Chapter 152. Chillax. It is now winter. The village has a relaxing atmosphere. For that reason, it feels like everyone only wants to stay in their bed, but that will only increase the indoor activity. If the weather is great, everyone should go out as much as possible. They did, but the only thing they did is checking the food in the warehouse. Because of that, I decided to build a hut similar to a greenhouse using the thermal insulation stone we got when we were investigating the hot spring. It was occupied by the spiderlings. We were able to utilize the thermal insulation stone, so I don't mind that they did that. Let's make a kotatsu this time. A kotatsu using thermal insulation stone. It is warm and also safe because there's no brazier. I feel like Kuro and Yuki have used it longer than me. You can only see their heads, so I guess they feel cold too. There are pups who are waiting in line for some reason, but Kuro and Yuki don't look like they have a plan to leave. Don't look at me with a sad face. This is troubling since we don't have enough thermal insulation stone to make a lot of kotatsu, and even if we have enough, we don't have enough space to accommodate them all. My apologies to the two of you. I have everyone take their turns. My shrine building for the God of Creation's statue has not started yet. Ancestor-san seems to have some business somewhere. Ma, a great personage like him, surely is busy, so it can't be helped. Village chief, are you going to make mochi again? One of the Oni maids asked me. She's already holding a bag of glutinous rice. Ah, I'm planning on making them. It's still too early. Do you want to make them already? Yes. When the Oni maid gladly responded, I suddenly heard some rustling sounds from somewhere and saw the high elves, dwarves, and lizardmen began preparing something at the back. It looks like mochi was well received last year since everything is being prepared including sugar, soy sauce, soybean flour, and they are already boiling red beans. Is this the power of mochi? The best mochi pounders are here too, the Minotaur expatriates. They are so good at pounding that I can only cry in comparison. Make sure that you only bite small or else it will clog your throat when you swallow it. Okay. Hakurin and Ursa are getting along well. When Ursa arrived at the village, I plan on preparing a room for her in the Oni maid's place in my mansion. However, Hakurin requested Ursa's room to be prepared next to her room. They are doing a lot of things together recently. That's great. Hakurin has been taking care of Ursa, so she's also doing various housework. Though her skill in housework is nil, it's not a bad thing. Do your best. Winter, it is the most relaxing season in the village for Frau and the civil servant girls. They're only idling around, and no one's complaining. It's because they worked hard during the autumn harvest. They recorded the harvest volume, created a consumption plan, and implemented it too. Consumption planning includes sales, processing, and gifts. They thought of what to do and how to do it, and carry it out too. They planned Donovan's alcohol production, Senna's processed goods, and even had a fight with Michael-san regarding sales. Thank you very much for your hard work. You are permitted to slack off. Ma, I trust that they'll be tired of idling around and do something soon. Ice cream, warm room, great. Orange, delicious. 2, 3, 4. Reduce the capital by half and we won't face a financial crisis. My life, continuous suffering. It's your turn. Bath, trouble. Trouble in changing clothes, I'll sleep. I wonder if they can bring us our food here. Please stop idling around and start moving. Rasudi is not here, she was called by Doors. It seems like Dorame came here to inform Rasudi and Hakurin that they are being called by Doors. By the way, Hakurin refused because she's taking care of Ursa. I was worried at first, but it seems like it is all right for her not to go. If it is really important, Ataudo won't be the messenger. Then who'll come if it is important? Father will directly come, and he'll say it himself. I see. Bulga and Stefano accompanied Rasudi. It is similar to spending winter at your parents' house. The parents' house in question is Door's Nest. I have them bring a lot of souvenirs. Members of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King army, Bezel and Glatz, came over. After talking a bit with Frau, Bezel chillax alone too. He must have been busy working at the Demon King's kingdom too. He has a just-freed face. Glatz went to Renana with his honest feeling. He's not being a bother, so I guess there's no problem. Should I count him as a new resident? Nah, I'll have to watch things first without being impatient. After eating mochi, I moved to the workshop. I carved woods to make tablewares. I have to make some for the children born this year. I also have to make some for the growing Alfred and Tysel, and for Ursa too. I'll make some for visitors' use too. I got absorbed in the design. I'm not that skillful, but with the help of the aft, I can obtain my desired result. I am really thankful to have it. Let's rebuild the shrine under the big tree before making a shrine for Ancestor-san. The wood from the trees of the Forest of Death is really durable. It doesn't have any damage at all. On the contrary, it gives off this harmonious feeling. I shouldn't rebuild it at all, also. Since the God of Creation's status is shining, it's kind of dazzling at night, so I guess I should install something like a curtain. By the way, how long has it been since it started shining? I am thankful, but the god of farming is not shining, so it stands out. In any case, when the statue of the god of farming starts shining too, no, the brightness will double. That reminds me, I'm thinking of changing the god of farming's statue from wood to iron. A simple one is okay as long as it looks like the god of farming. For now, let's make a door. Since it's a shrine's door, it should be a double door. It should be similar to those in Buddhist temples, so it won't be so difficult. Complete. Let's take it to the shrine and install it. No problem encountered. However, I'm a little concerned that this door only has one function. To say it clearly, it's a simple door. I removed it and took it back to the workshop. This door should be decorated. Let's decorate it similar to those in the Buddhist temples. But iron is priceless. Though it is not useless to use it on the door, I don't want to waste anything. In that case, should I just carve it? What will be the design? I thought of Kuro, Zabuton, Dragon, and Ancestor San. The big tree. I draw the big tree at the center of the door, which will be divided to the left and right door. Not bad. Not it has come to this. What about the other side? It will be the side everyone will see after opening the door. Let's make it flowery. The god of creation and god of farming, what flowers will match them? When in doubt, entrust it to the aft. As for the flower, cherry blossom. Isn't that too hard? However, it's not a bad idea. The door is now complete. Let's take this to the shrine again and install it. Try opening and closing it. There is no problem. I clean around the shrine, it's beautiful. I am thankful for the Oni maids who have been cleaning everything and pray at the shrine again. It might not be bad to have a feast in front of the statue once it becomes warm. A cherry blossom viewing feast. It is like the Japanese feast in front of God. Maybe it is better to consult Ancestor San before organizing that said feast. Verage sheep. Ursa came to me. What's wrong? Hakuren Zangui, hup me. Ha, it's because you went outside while wearing light clothes. Go back in before you catch a cold. Okay. Ursa asked me to carry her, so I did. She's quite heavy. Hakuren brought a blanket. The three of us wrapped ourselves in that blanket and returned to the mansion. Chapter 153. Race. Yoshi, let's go. We all go to the south side of the village. It's not like we're going to leave the village. Our purpose is going to the racetrack at the immediate south of the field. I specifically made this so that horses and centaurs can run with all their might, but the Kuros are the ones mainly utilizing it. The mountain elves enhance the course by adding some things, remodeling and installing obstacles. The difficulty of completing the course has improved a lot, but the Kuros are pleased with it. And now, presently, this has become a race course where the Beast Boys and the pups play outside this winter. The basic course of the racetrack is an orthodox shaped track with 2 straight parallel sides and 2 circular sides. The length is... The straight part is about 800 meters, but I don't know the length of the circular part. Should I calculate the circumference? I tried running in it, and I felt like it was about 3,000 meters long. Probably because of the uphill and downhill part, which is a result of the mountain elves' intense modification. It is probably around 2,400 meters. The starting position is like a normal starting position. The obstacles changes depending on what kind of race will occur. Of course, that includes the number of laps and where the goal is. It is probably the result of the trial and error race of the Beast Boys. Anyway, they are still growing, so I should bear that in mind. Speaking of growth, the wine slime is also riding a Kuro. There's a weight difference, but a contestant suddenly speed up at the last moment just before reaching the goal. This shocked all the spectators. I wonder if the contestant is saving that to the last moment. In any case, it seems like it has given the Beast Boys a great impact. They have begun talking about various strategies. You were the second until the last corner. Do something like that at the last straight part of the course. You were first until the last moment. Anyway, don't give the others an opportunity next time. Go forward and destroy them all. Some people are suggesting various ideas. The number of participants increased. It seems like the pups are alright being ridden even if the rider is a minotaur. Though I'm not sure if that is a good idea to race like that. As of now, other than the Beast Boys and the Wine Slime, the High Elves, Oni Maids, and Hatchlings are participating. Participating is free. However, there are 2 conditions applied. Any female who wants to join must wear trousers and the Kuros must not be overworked. As of now, no problem has occurred. If we think of a problem, that would be the spectators. Because of that, the elves build a high auditorium that can overlook the whole course. A measure against the winter weather, thermal insulation stone were installed in various places. I had to go back to the hot spring again to mine some with Hakurin. They also made a kitchen there, but they only cook a simple soup. It's to warm up the spectators. Ma, it's not like there are a lot of spectators every day. There are a lot of people today because we decided to conduct an official race. The course was decided and secured, and there are referees in various parts of the track. Only the racers are not decided yet, because there is no racer registration. Anyone who wants to join the race only needs to announce it. Looking at everyone's face, I don't think we are lacking in participants. There will be no betting in the race, but the champion will be given with a prize. Not everyone can participate, so the prize won't be a reward medal. It will be my handmade cake instead. I tried asking everyone if the prize is enough, and everyone unanimously agreed. It seems like dessert is priceless. First race, an exhibition race. This course is about 2,000 meters long, including corner. Furthermore, Glueworld and 4 other centaurs came running here after hearing about the race. There is also the beast girl who's taking care of the horse. I wonder why it is obedient on anyone other than me. By the way, I named that horse. I don't horse race, but I know the name of a super famous horse. However, it seems like that horse didn't like it. It follows the beast girl when she calls it Belford, but it didn't even turn its head when I'm the one calling it. The race began. By the way, we were troubled if the proper racing distance at first. The horse is superior in terms of speed, but the centaurs are dominant in terms of stamina. The distance should be enough to give everyone a chance and not just give someone a landslide victory. As a result of various adjustments, it was decided that the best racing distance is 2,000 meters. The goal is in front of the auditorium. After a great cheer, the competition leads down to a race between Glueworld and the horse. Glueworld won. She continues her winning run. She's really physically fit. The horse is being comforted by the beast girl riding it. Looking at its ears and tail's movement, it's considerably angry. Better like next time. The second race. An exhibition race too. It is a race of minotaurs pulling heavy load. The distance is 400 meters. It is a straight course, but there is an uphill and downhill part. This is not an individual race, but a team race. There are 4 individuals per team, and there are 6 teams participating. Glatz and Renana are members of the same team. Good luck to you. The heavy load they need to pull are woods on a sled. We weighted them all carefully to make sure that they weigh equally, but since there might still be some difference, we decided to have them draw lots to decide who will pull who. The race started. Seeing 3-meter figures working together to pull a sled is something new. It was quite exciting. Regrettably, Glatt's team is only second place. They look happy, so there's no problem. The third race, a race of the Kuros. No one's riding them. Participants flooded in, so they need to be sorted out. I sorted out anyone who will race with someone later. In addition, I put an age limit for the participants. Only those who were born few years ago can participate. Somehow, I managed to decrease their number to 20. However, discontent rose, so I decided to add a new race. Anyway, we started the third race. The distance is 1 lap, around 3,000 meters. I thought that they will have the same speed and go in a group, but they unexpectedly scatter. There are 2 that compete win. There are 4 at the end. I wonder what happened. There was someone in the middle who went all out at the last straight part of the course. It's a come-from-behind win. It greeted Masayuki. Is it his pup or grandpup? I'm not even sure which partner of his that pup came from. Putting that aside, because it is impossible to distinguish it when it's around others, I will put a cloth around its neck. Ooh, looks great. The others are looking with envy. The fourth race, it is the inserted race of the pups. There is no age restriction here. Number of participants, 22. The distance of the course is the same as the third race. Because they watched what happened to the previous race, the scattering did not happen. It seems like they were able to plan on what should they do. When they turn around the last corner and step into the last straight part, they finally scatter. A beautiful, breathtaking race unfolds, and the winner stands proud before me. I wrap around a cloth on its neck while praising it. The third and fourth race are like reflection points. If I don't put a cloth on the Kuros, I won't recognize who it is. the fifth race. A 200-meter race of the harpies, they must not fly. It was a noisy race. It can't be helped since they are not good at running. The sixth race. Track length 2,400 meters. Participants are the Beast Boys, Wine Slime, Hatchlings, High Elves, Mountain Elves, and Oni Maids riding a Kuro. This is today's favorite race. The crowd favorite is the Wine Slime because of weight difference. Next are the Beast Boys. On the other hand, nobody's expecting the Oni Maids to win. Don't worry about what others think, just do your best. And there's also a surprise intruding rider. With arms crossed, riding above a Kuro, it's none other than Ursa. She's wearing trousers and looks fully motivated. Hakurin is just behind her. There are a lot of participants, but they gave way to her. However, if she falls from that, I'll have her wear a helmet packed with grass. It will be bad if she accidentally falls of the wolf. The race begins. A hatchling suddenly burst out, and he managed to get ahead of everyone. However, the racers at the back are calm and don't seem to be disturbed at all. As for Ursa, she's in the last group, but she can keep up with them. In the middle of the course, the leading hatchling was pursued by an Oni maid. The others are catching up too. However, the Oni maid was not able to catch up, and the hatchling continues to go ahead. Will he be able to continue his pace until the end of the race? The final corner. The group raised their speed in an instant and tried to take the lead, but no one was able to catch up. The leading hatchling gradually slowed down. I wonder if this is part of his plan. He's probably thinking of putting it all at the last minute. It seems like the hatchling is already convinced in his victory. Sweet. However, someone noticed his plan. It's the Oni maid that chased it a while ago. While the Oni maid chases him again, the three Beast Boys seem to get accustomed and catching up too. And surprisingly, Ursa is there too. Is that the result of her natural talent or of her instinct? The Oni maid is doing what she can, but she could only run after them. Ursa and the Beast Boys are catching up. They are catching up to the leading one little by little. Is the hatchling's strategy a failure? I wonder. The goal is within sight. The Beast Boys and Ursa charge like lightning. The hatchling was flustered and charges too, just before the goal. The hatchling, the three Beast Boys, and Ursa formed a straight line. The hatchling slowed down. One of the Beast Boys slowed down more. Goal, an exciting game, and cruel too, since there can only be winners and losers. A Beast Boy won. Ursa is third. I want to give desserts to all participants, but since they are winning prize, I restrained myself. But I will praise you all for trying hard. Ma, even without my praise, the spectators are already praising them enough. I give them something at least. I shouldn't give them dessert, so I guess I'll just cook them something. The race continues, but it is a peaceful day. Chapter 154. Road to the Shrine. Ancestor-san came over. Or should I say, came back? He seems to be busy with work in various ways. I thought that he's free since it's winter, but it seems like religious works are busier during this season. Though Ancestor-san wants to start immediately, I persuaded him to delay it and have him rest for 2 days since he's too tired. I had him take a bath, eat some food, and take some rest. We're going to heavily rely on his teleportation magic, so he really needs it. As for those who will come with me, because we're going to build a shrine, they are mainly high elves and others like those who will act as guards and cook food. 10 high elves, 5 lizard men, 5 mountain elves, 2 Oni maids, 50 Kuros. We're going to return back to the village at night via Ancestor-san's magic, so we don't have much baggage. We arrived on the site. There are still signs of the previous hot spring investigation group here. After walking for a bit, there is the 4-meter in diameter hole. At the bottom of that hole is a big black rock, which has been carved into the image of the god of creation. Let's make a base first. In accordance to the proposal of the High Elves, we recycled the previous hot spring investigation campsite into our construction site base. We made tables and chairs for eating and put a rainproof cloth as roof. The kitchen remained as it is, but we modified it a little. Next is building a material warehouse beside the hole. A rainproof cloth is set up there too as a roof. While we are doing that, the Kuros divide themselves into several groups to check the surroundings. Even though it is winter, there are still demon beasts and monsters. Bleeding of the demon beasts are also performed in the site. Wait, won't the shrine be polluted if too much blood is shed in this place? We must do what we have to do, so it can't be helped. It is also precious food. Let's just make sure to wash our hands before building the shrine. Because the trees around were burnt, we have to procure timber at a slight walking distance. This is a job for the aft. As for the building stones, the place is underground, so let's get those there. Ancestor-san dives into the hole to check if the place is safe. I think that place is safe, but who knows if there is a monster or a demon beast who dives in there to hibernate. It took him time to return, but it seems like there were no monsters nor demon beasts. The tentative plan is to decorate the place where the statue is, but do you have any plan on the place above? Place above, the hole high. I intended it to be blocked, but the question is, how will we block it? This hole is not a natural hole, but a hole dug up by the earth rats. It is large, the diameter is about 4 meters. As for the depth, it is really deep. I don't really know how deep it is, but it's around 200 meters. The earth rat tunnel is even under a dungeon, so I guess that is a normal depth. It might even be considered as shallow. There is a screw-like groove in the hole, so it can be deduced that the earth rats did not dig straight upward. Digging straight upward, anyone will fall. They are surprisingly intelligent. Is this what they call wild wisdom? No, they are being manipulated. However, this hole, why was it dug? I assume that it is related to the big black rock. They discover the rock after digging sideways. Afterwards, they dug right above the rock until they reached the ground. Ancestor-san, isn't there another black rock like the one at the bottom of this hole? Yeah. Is there a hole above it too? It seems like there is. Yuha. No matter how much I think, I can't think of a reason. Okay, so what should we do with this hole? Should we fill it? But how will we fill it? This is important, but not as important as carving the second black rock into a statue of the god of creation for Ancestor-san. Filling the hole is postponed. In order to prevent anything from falling, let's make a lid-like cover made of wood to cover it. Shabby, and it feels harmful than safer. Should I just fence this place rather than covering it with a lid? Let's think about it later. The main work is below, at the place where the statue of the god of creation is. I thought of carrying timber below by using rope made from Zabuton's thread, but it's too short. Should I believe in the strength of the timber and drop them? Yeah. No, I shouldn't. At the bottom of this hole is the statue of the god of creation. I must not do that. Should I ask Ancestor-san to bring them down? It will be more troublesome if we do that. What should we do? I guess it's the time for the aft to shine. I'll dig another hole away from the first hole. If the earth rat can do it, I can do it too. I'll dig a spiral hole around the earth rat's hole. Before digging, I asked to be casted with anti-air poison magic since I'm worried about oxygen deficiency. The place where the god of creation's statue is all right because there are wind spirits there. I dig without reservation. Dig, water came out, I'll drown. I'm not joking, I never thought that water would come out. Wait. The statue of the god of creation is deeper. There might be something there that prevents water from springing out. I don't know what it is, but I'm incompetent compared to earth rats. No, the earth rats were being manipulated. The one manipulating them is the Ghost King. How did the Ghost King do it? Though Ursa doesn't look like it, she's scary. Right. How did she do it? I'll consult everyone about anti-groundwater measures. We just need to use magic. Magic is too almighty. Couldn't we bring the timbers down using magic? They can control the falling speed so it will be all right. I see. I continue digging a hole. It is necessary, I'm not being stubborn. The soil I dig out is being carried by the clay dolls made by Ancestor-san. After a few days, I finally reach the place where the statue of the god of creation is. The high elves and mountain elves already surveyed the place and are carrying a large amount of timber. The clay doll and I decided not to mind them and high-fived in order to celebrate our arrival. The place where the statue of the god of creation is lightened up with the help of magic. The hole above is too narrow and too high to light up this place. In other words, that hole is not for lighting purpose. I really want to know what the hole is for. Is the hole needed for something magical? It is a necessary condition to keep wind spirits here. It is probably for the simple reason of checking the state of the soil. They were being manipulated. They were instructed to dig upward, so they dig upward. Conclusion, no one knows. Right, let's leave it like that. Let's not think about it anymore. We begin building the shrine. In my opinion, we should build a shrine in this place, but it was dismissed by Ancestor San and the High Elves. The best thing to do with this place is to make it the shrine itself. Where's the timber you brought down? Aren't those mainly for scaffoldings and walls? What are they measuring? Ah, they are calculating the place where light can be put on. Got it. What they are trying to say it. This is the time for aft. The High Elves and the Mountain Elves tell me the place where the lights and some ritual condiments will be placed. I process the timbers to accommodate it. As for the design, they left it to me, so I tried making them into Western style. I did not process the entire surface. While watching me, the others prepared the scaffolding, so everything will proceed smoothly afterwards. I'm using the aft, so I'm not getting tired. But we still need some break, and we held our break above. The lizard men made a fence around the hole. Thank you, I play with the pups. Ha ha ha, wait. HNNN, that's a deer-like demon beast. That horn. No way. Panic caribou, its taste was refreshed in my memory. Wow, it. I killed it. When I took it back to the village, I was treated like a brave. We had a banquet. That's how delicious it is. Ursa, the beastkin gulf, and Guts family who tasted it for the first time were impressed. Ancestor San and Beazle seem to have already tasted it. They are pretending to be calm, but they even went to the kitchen to get another serving. The shrine building is doing okay. Chapter 155. Shrine and Ghost Night. A wide place with the white statue of the god of creation at the center. Glowing stones are arranged at the side of the statue to illuminate it. All those glowing stones are carved into flame-like shape, so they appear like white flames. I never thought that a light stone can be carved. Amazing. The Mountain Elves and Ancestor San are really surprised. Light stone, it is exactly what it is called. It is continuously glowing, so it is used as light. It is used as light, but even a small pebble is expensive, so it is not something that watchmen can carry around. Only rich households use it to light their homes, and Ancestor San carried them here from somewhere. There are even dozens of them at the size of a small child. A small stone is already expensive, and he brought those here to decorate the God of Creation statue. I better not ask how much they cost. In any case, they were set up to the places where the Mountain Elves calculated to as light source. How unrefined. They are just a bunch of stones that glow. I've devoted myself to decorate this place, and I can't stand to see something boorish. Therefore, I carved those stones. In the form of flames. Goody, I praised my nice design. Even though I carved one, the amount of light it gives off didn't change. After that, I carved everything else. Now, those give off a more appropriate atmosphere. I designed the patterns on the wall. I thought of carving something like a landscape, but it won't be appropriate for this place. And I can't carve something asymmetrical too. However, carving a regular pattern in this entire place is kind of hard. With my crystal clear intention, I feel that my hands started moving skillfully. In my head, I thought of a beautiful, warm design. I think I succeeded. I hope Ancestor San won't complain. I pray that he won't. Is it done? I asked a high elf. It is. There is now a doorway that connects to the spiral, screw hole I dug. The wall of this place is also carved with my design. The floor too. In front of the God of Creation statue, there is something like an altar that Ancestor San instructed to build. It can be said that this place is generally complete. The underground work is complete. Yes, our work here is indeed done. Next is the above ground. The problem is the hole directly above the God of Creation statue. If it rains, the statue of the God of Creation will surely be stained. We are now discussing on how to close the hole. There is also a talk about building a shrine on the ground as well. It will also be a wooden shrine, so it's okay. We get some more high elves from the village and build it at once. We'll use it to control the hole right above the statue of the God of Creation and the hole that I dug. I followed the instruction of the high elves and worked hard in logging and processing wood. The wooden shrine on the ground was completed. It looks like a wooden house. This house is basically composed of two main areas. The area in front is the living area. There are tables and chairs, and it gives off the feeling of a place where one can rest. The area at the back leads to the hole I dug and the hole directly above the God of Creation statue. A fence was set up around the hole in order to prevent someone from falling. It would be dangerous if one would fall in it. There is also an open and close mechanism on the roof. Because of that, the center beam of the house needs to be removed, and so it needs to be reinforced in some places. It was the mountain elves' idea. It can be closed when it is rainy and can be opened when the weather is nice. Do you plan on having someone stay for that? Right on this place, I mean though we built this place. Won't this be crushed by monsters and demon beasts? That problem was solved by Ancestor-san with the help of a magic talisman. Magic is convenient. Won't it be better if you put gargoyles here? You put 10 of them in the tunnel. I thought you'd put some of them here too. Though I love and respect the god of creation, a statue is a statue. On the other hand, the Titans' lives will be endangered if something happened on the tunnel. I see. By the way, the Earth Warriors that helped me while I'm digging the hole leading underground are now guarding the god of creation's statue underground. I really must thank you. I appreciate it. You have been taking care of me, so it's nothing. Ancestor-san thanked me happily. That alone is enough. Now, should we go home? HNN, why are you holding my shoulder? Isn't there one more place? Right, anyway, let's all return to the village first. Am I forgetting something? Let's have a roll call. No problem. We went to the place where the second black rock lies. There is also a hole above it, so we can access it from the ground. Ancestor-san knows the place, so there won't be a problem. Ancestor-san and I will be the first one to survey the place. The second black rock is also in the Forest of Death. The location is far east. Rhapsody didn't burn the place down, so it took us some time to find it. We finally found the hole. It is similar to the hole from the previous shrine. So, does that mean that there is a black rock directly under this hole too? HNN, I somewhat feel something's not right. I took the aft out. Ancestor-san is also obviously cautious. I look for something that could be thrown in but can't find one. I wish I had a pebble with me. Ancestor-san seems to be thinking the same thing. He created an Earth Warrior. And when the Earth Warrior approached the hole, it was eaten. In an instant, and the one who jumped from the hole is none other than a centipede. Those bugs crept out of the hole one after another. Retreat. I hugged Ancestor-san, and we escaped via teleportation magic. Floating. The place we teleported to has nothing to step on. We're above. Ancestor-san is floating in the air like it was nothing. As for me, I'm hugging Ancestor-san's waist. One of the centipedes stretched out its head and found us. It jumps at us while showing its intimidating fangs. Ha, that's useless. Ancestor-san teleported again, and we returned to the village. I'm relieved seeing this familiar scenery. Sweat is dripping from my wet hands. Though I already encountered them in the Titan's dungeon, there is something strange about those centipedes. The forest will be more dangerous with them around. What should I do? While I was thinking, Ancestor-san moved. He called Hakurin. We moved again to the sky above the hole. She then spews fire on the hole. Dragons are amazing. For some reason, I'm accompanying Ancestor-san again while hugging his waist. Ancestor-san can exterminate the centipedes by himself. However, it is troublesome to deal with them one by one, so we withdrew earlier. I am currently plowing the burnt area of the forest, which was a result of Hakurin's breath. I also put my palms together to pay respect to those monsters and demon beasts who were caught by the fire. Ancestor-san, on the other hand, went inside the hole. Hakurin is staying with me as my guard. Ursa is also with her. Wherever Hakurin goes, Ursa goes too. Everyone's very much used to it. However, wouldn't it be better to have her stay at home at times like this? Also, Hakurin. You shouldn't spoil her too much. Vurage sheep, things there. HNN, I looked at the direction where Ursa pointed at, it's just the forest. 8. I don't see anything, but it seems like Hakurin saw something. That is something we can't talk with. Hakurin stands in front of Ursa to cover her. Though it is already late, I finally saw what she's pointing at. A human equipped with sword and armor. However, I can tell from the vibe it gives off that it isn't human. Is it something that escaped Hakurin's fire? It is called a ghost knight. Ancestor-san taught me what it is called later. After reaching the ground, it lost its way and was wandering around. I was really angry before, so I didn't put much attention to the surrounding. I thought that it would be pointless to look for it, but who would have thought that it will return to this place? We are currently deciphering the gesture of the ghost knight. Hakurin and Ursa grew tired, so they are now playing around instead. This ghost knight didn't show a glint of hostility. It seems like it lost its link from its previous master and is now free. Looking at it, it didn't become a madman who kills everyone that it encounters. I tried telling it to not walk around with a sword like that, but I noticed that it doesn't have a sheath. Because of that, I made a sheath from a nearby tree and give it to try to talk to it. It wants me to become its master. I'm delighted to hear that, but isn't it better if the master will be either of you? Isn't Ursa? It is impossible for the present her to become the Ghost Knight's master. In addition, you are the village chief. Ancestor San finally joins us again. Anything living inside the hole no longer exists. It is now safe and secure. That's great, so what's the matter with that? I introduced the Ghost Knight to him, and it bowed politely. Since it was from this place, it is probably a subordinate of the Ghost King. Might be. Then, what are you going to do with it? What am I going to do? Take it back to the village? Impossible. What to do? What should I do? What should it do? Can't think of anything. I can't deceive myself. I have to think more about my image and the circumstances. It is impossible for it to enter the circle of the living. Everyone will be disturbed. Though it is a ghost, it is still a knight. Why don't you just give it a mission? Ooh, a great idea. Now, can I really give it a mission even though I'm not its master? Let's not worry about small details. You will be. I thought for a moment. The Ghost Knight became the guardian of the hot spring. At first, I thought of having it guard the shrine, but it will surely be affected by the magic talisman, so I dismissed that idea. With that, the hot spring came into my mind. The facility there is still safe because we went there several times while building the shrine. The Ghost Knight seems to be full of motivation. Let me ask you something. Will you be all right alone? Hearing my question, it strongly pushed its arm out. Really? Then, please be. Let's bring something that will help the Ghost Knight in our next visit. Since the reason we left is to check it out, shouldn't we go back to that hole? I said that to Ancestor San, Hakurin, and Ursa. I am on the men's bath, but I heard a reply, a bit more from the women's bath. I know that you want to bath here because it is cold, but we can't just enter that bath without anything in our hands. Did you bring something from the village? You should have told me sooner. It is now too late to check the hole. Chapter 156. The second hole. After enjoying the hot spring, we went to the place with the big black rock. It is miserably burnt by Hakurin, so it is easy to find. Ancestor San entered the hole first, though I think it's already safe. Ancestor San came out at full speed, and there are black hands following him. The real identity of those hands is a group of 30-centimeter bugs. Hakurin burned them. He looked at the hole again carefully. That was surprising. Ancestor San calmed his mind. Even though he'll be all right, it's still surprising if a large amount of bugs suddenly attacks you. He went inside the hole again, but this time, all of us are with him. I had him cast anti-air poisoning magic on Ursa too. I'm with Ancestor San. Hakurin is going down the hole while hugging Ursa. It seems like Hakurin's flame is extremely hot. This place feels like it's burning. The bottom is pure white because of ash, and there's a large quantity of it. Just to be sure, spew fire to the sides of this place. Following Ancestor San's instruction, Hakurin spews flame. To the east, to the west, HNN. Something's wrong. Where is it? There's nothing here. Don't tell me we spent this day just to go to an empty place. Hakurin spews flame again. The big black rock that we're looking for was buried in ash. Ancestor San manipulated the ash and sent them to the east side of the tunnel, closing it. I thought that it is pointless, but ash is quite hard if it is compressed. I'm thinking about what will happen to it if it comes in contact with water, but let's try it later. Let's focus on this big black rock. Yup, it is really black, pure black. This place is being illuminated by Ancestor San's magic, but I feel like the light can't reach this rock. I took out the aft in its hoe form. Then, after all, it gives me this unpleasant atmosphere. A black haze comes out underneath the rock. It's disgusting, so I plowed it too. Now that the black haze is gone, it is time to carve the rock. I did not carve it into the figure of the god of creation, but with the figure of the god of light. It is the result of my discussion with Ancestor San. He's fine with me carving it to another god of creation's statue, but there are already several places with his statue. Then, in deciding which image of God I would carve, we used dice. I wanted to carve the statue of the god of farming, but the black haze made me uneasy. The god of farming can't do anything on something like that. I should carve someone that can take care of the black haze. With that, I carved the god of light, which is also one of the gods that are worshipped by Korean religion. Ancestor-san provided me some materials, so I know how to carve the gods of their religion. I managed to complete it after half a day. After completing it, the black god of light statue gradually turns white. It was the same as what happened to the god of creation's statue. Good with this, the problem with the black haze was definitely solved. Looking closely, there are several black threads of haze that stretched out from underneath the god of light statue towards the hole. I used the aft to cut them all. Is the god of creation's statue all right? I better check it out before returning to the village. I have to make sure that there will be no problem. I would like to build a temple here as well. However, it's winter. It is really, really cold. I feel like it will already start to snow. I can only cut some trees and place them around the hole. It will suffice this time. I had Ancestor-san carry me to the sky. The god of creation's statue, where is it? To be accurate, it is in that direction. Ancestor-san, who's holding me, shifts my body a bit and points his finger in a certain direction. Is there a problem? Maybe, but there is a chance that it is only my imagination. There are times that things like that must not be neglected. Really? Yes. Why don't you try telling me? The place where the statue of the god of creation is there, but there is also a tunnel with a dead end. And that's it, but what if it is not a dead end but instead digging its way somewhere? And what if the big black rock has more meaning than what it looks like? And if we continue to dig that dead-end tunnel, will we find another one? That, it is hard to check it, since it will take time to dig. I had Ancestor-san put me on the ground while we're talking. I draw something on the ground using the aft. Given the distance between the god of creation's statue and the god of light's statue, it should be like this. The angle of the dead end of the tunnel looks like this. If we use the same distance between the statues and the same angle from the 3 points, a regular heptagon. Could there be 5 more of them? Looking at the image I drew and hearing what I said, Ancestor-san looks troubled. Or maybe it's really my imagination. However, if what you drew is correct, Fumu. After thinking for a while, Ancestor-san smiles and tells me, "Shall we return to the village?" Let's do so. Ursa is already bored and is troubling Hakuren. I was able to sleep well that day. Though we experienced some surprises, it is something refreshing to experience from time to time. The next morning, Ancestor-san smiles and says, "I found the 3rd one." What you drew is correct. It is really there. After hearing my theory, Ancestor-san seemed to measure it alone. It seems like he knows the distance and the angle because of the gargoyles. It was hard to dig 200 meters underground, but he somehow managed to find it. Beside Ancestor-san are Lu, Flora, Tyr, and Gran Maria's group. It seems like they were somewhat involved. So that's why I was able to sleep well last night. Rasudi is not here and Hakuren is with Ursa. Anne is taking care of Alfred and Tysel. I see. Monsters also gather on that place the same time we discover it. That day, I, together with Ancestor-san and Hakuren, started on carving the black rock. Ursa is house-sitting. Hakuren complained about that decision of mine, but what we're doing is dangerous. We left her to Anne. Though my day is busy, I was able to sleep well at night for a while. Fallen god, I was a god. However, after being defeated by the other annoying gods, I was robbed of my name and position. My body is sealed in the depths of the earth and is rotting as it is. Unacceptable. I can't permit this. Even if it takes me 1,000 of years or even 10,000 years, I will destroy the gods. I will never forget this grudge. I will continue to curse the world until I destroy all those deceitful gods. You shouldn't be relieved just because you sealed me. I am not stupid. I'm already doing something to resurrect. And when I'm resurrected, it will be your end. Now, why was I feeling like this? Let me say it now, I am a god. Though I'm a god, I can still feel pain. Imagine how I feel. I currently feel like being rammed down by a bunch of stakes. I'm in agony, super agony. It is because of the seal. I was sleeping in preparation for my resurrection, but something happened. Panic, super panic. What? Something's wrong and it caused me to panic. I was shocked when I found out the situation. The rock of sealing turned into the statue of my hated god of creation, and the seal becomes stronger. I feel like I'm already halfway out of my cage, then was found out and locked in the cage again. And this cage is more secure than the previous one. This is surely the work of those gods, but I can't do anything because I'm sealed. It is impossible for me to move, but I can feel the pain. The curse that I put out for a long time was cut off, and I can only gather bugs. My power has also declined. However, only one place has been strengthened. I can still endure the pain. And before I knew it, the second one is being attacked too. Was I exposed? In addition, it's a dragon. They are ferocious fellows who love to fight even against each other. I can forgive this dragon, but I can't forgive the gods. Mama. The two exposed places were ruined. The mechanism of my resurrection is going smooth, but the gods probably noticed it. It is regrettable, but that's not all I have. My resurrection will only be delayed for about 100 years. When I thought of that, something happened to the third one. Looking at it, it's not those hateful gods but a human. Yeah, his group is definitely aiming for the buried points. I'm already at the limit of my pain tolerance, so I cut off a part of me. I lost a lot of power, but my divinity still remains, and since I am clever, I can predict the future. The fourth place was found as expected. Help me, gods. I apologize for what I have done. Chapter 157. Horse. My name is, no. I'm a common horse born in a common ranch. I'm not boasting, but when I was born, I was a horse showered with great expectations. I worked hard to meet that expectation. My daily life is mainly eating, exercising, and sleeping. As my physique grows, I'm confident that I can carry any kind of luggage. A certain day became the turning point of my life. My usual dominant rancher bowed his head to a merchant. That merchant bought me. He looks like a powerful merchant that has a lot of money. I steeled myself to whatever bad place I'll be brought to. A mare was also bought together with me. They know about my gender, then bought a mare after me. Could they be thinking of buying it as my breeding partner? Seriously, I've liked the mare they bought for me for a long time. No, I must not panic. The other party might not necessarily be my breeding partner. That's right, but I never expect what happened next. I was bound to a dragon and flew in the sky. So this is it. I'm fated to be a dragon's food. I'm a takeout purchase. Hahaha. It was a short horse life. But before I noticed it, I was released in a ranch-like place in a certain village. The ground is moderately soft. Looking at the surrounding fence, this place is neither narrow nor wide. The grass growing there is also delicious. The stable is newly built. The goats are placed in the same place as I, but because of my difference in physique, they don't approach me. In other words, this is not a bad place. No, this place is good. A really good place. Now, as for the mare near me. Probably my breeding partner. I did it. Oops, I shouldn't be so obvious. Cool. Yeah, I have to stay cool. The first contact is important. If I fail, the future will be difficult. Because of that, I brainstorm. Finally, I call her out. How many offsprings do you want? I jumped ahead too much. No, that's not wait. She stayed away from me starting that day. Ugh. The Lord came here, so I thought of being intimate with him. He is a human. You want a ride on me? Foo-foo. This will be good. I'll satisfy you. I feel uncomfortable. He obviously never ridden a horse before. The way he gives instruction is also bad. Perhaps his muscles are bad too. Conclusion, the Lord is not qualified to ride a horse. In addition, I'm afraid of the wolves her brought. Don't threaten me. Sometimes people other than the Lord came to ride on me. There is this long-eared girl. Her ears look like a beast ear. The way she rides and commands a horse is way better than the Lord. I can run comfortably. By the way, I just want to say I don't have any grudge with the Lord. One day, a slime came to ride me. Oi, do you think I'll let a slime to ride me? No, it's not like I hate you. All right. I let him ride me and run. Oh, it's pretty good, but I feel like there's nothing on my back. The slime fell. Sorry, I'll run slowly next time. You want to try it again? I don't mind, but the slime ride on me and I continue to run. The slime is a man of effort. I don't know if it is a male or a female, though. The slime rides a wolf. Shock. Yeah, a wolf is way better than me. I should just stay in bed, or lie down and eat grass. Nothing motivates me anymore. The slime came to ride on me again. Hess, don't you prefer riding a wolf than me? Oh, okay, if you say that much then I guess it can't be helped. Wait a moment. Foo-foo. I know that I'm more elegant and more comfortable to ride on compared to a wolf. A rival appeared. It is a centaur. Ka. The Lord is riding on her. That Lord is my Lord. Lord, Lord, shouldn't you ride on me? I don't mind no matter how unskilled you are. I will endure. That will compensate for the lack of riders. Well, your level of unskillfulness is beyond the compensation of the lack of riders. Even so, I won't lose to that centaur. I will not yield to that one. Wait. Wife of mine, I'm not looking at her like that. She's still a child, so you can relax. In addition to being young, she's a centaur. When did she become my wife? Oi oi, honey, what's happening? I remember doing it in spring, it was mating season. Your stomach is already big and you're about to give birth. The population of the village has increased, but the girl with beast ear takes care of us. I'll look for her. The birth of my son. Ooh, what do I feel? I only want it to be healthy. Hang in there, my wife. My name is Belford. The Lord named me after a famous horse, but I don't really like it. Maybe because when he named me, I was worried about my distance with my wife. When the girl with beast ear calls me Belford, it sounds nice. Maybe because I was getting along with my wife when she called me that. In any case, I'll keep trying to be the fastest horse in this village. My son, watch my brave figure. Today is the day of the race against the centaurs. I practiced for this day. I never really cared about the result of the race. Yeah, they just got lucky. I'm also not really concerned about winning or losing. Today, this father will sleep. Chapter 158. Creation Myth. The God of creation had to have a great will in order to create the world. First, he created the God of time. The result was really good, and she became his wife. The God of creation and his wife then gave birth to the sun god, moon god, and earth god. The moon gods are a twin, therefore there are 2 moons in the night sky. The God of creation then cooperated with his wife, the God of time, and their 4 children to create the world. That's how the world begins. That ends Ancestor San's endless talk on the stage. Perhaps, even though it's an awful story, I should be thankful for it. It seems like most people don't know about it. I'm absorbed in eating and drinking. Because of that, I'm only listening with one of my ears, but I can at least tell the important things. The sun god created the light god and the fire god. The moon gods created the darkness god and the water god. The earth god tried to make various things, but all ended in failure. However, because those he created were already attached to him, he decided to keep them and not throw them away. And those who were created by him are living in this world. Then, does that mean that we are failed products? Or perhaps because we were not able to attain godhood, the earth god taught us things in order of us to take care of ourselves and grow. Let's listen seriously next time. Anyway, there are alcohol and food before me. The reason why this banquet has started is simple. Dissatisfaction. It begins with Ancestor San's discovery of the other big black rocks and me carving them. Our pace was finding and carving 1 per day, and it lasted for 5 days. The heptagon arrangement assumption is correct. Isn't Ancestor San's measurement technique praiseworthy? Anyway, the first victims, Lu, Flora, Tyr, and Gran Maria were mobilized by Ancestor San. They drill the hard soil to a depth of 200 meters. Of course, they are not using their hands but magic. However, it still induced fatigue. They have done that 5 days in a row. I remember what happened during the last day. It looks like Lu is already thinking of how to kill Ancestor San. Flora is smiling evilly while holding a certain vial. Tyr's eyes look like an endless abyss, and Gran Maria is silently sharpening her lance. The 4 of them attacked at the same time, but it seems like they failed. I myself want to join their cause, but every time I saw a big black rock, I can't help but feel uneasy, so I silently do my part. Once I carve it into a statue of God, the black rock turns to white, and the evil feeling it gives off is also bleached out. Then, when I finally carved the 5th one, the 7th one if we count the God of Creation's statue, it now gives off a refreshing aura. Truly refreshing. I even cried out when I finished it, and the 4 fell from exhaustion. Ancestor San works as hard as them, but he looks okay. When you traveled with Hakurin before, what made you that exhausted? Is there a specific time when he gets tired? To pacify the 4, we had a banquet. The venue is in the hall of my mansion. Of course, the other villagers are invited too. Otherwise, it will be a banquet for cursing Ancestor San. Dragons are cheats created by the god of creation that can go against gods. Therefore, even if they fight against gods, they can hold their grounds. Hehe. Ancestor-san answered the question about the myth. The one who asked was a beast girl. No one from the Howling Village can teach about that subject. Gulf mutters so as he watches on the side. You don't have something like a church. I told you before that the Howling Village is like a nomad village. We had a church before. Then, what do you do if there's a need for a wedding ceremony? They just need to ask permission from the village. I see. The Demon King's kingdom and the church are not hostile, but their power there is not strong. Their teachings don't extend that much there. Beazle joins in. Can it still be considered as not hostile if their relationship stayed like that for so long? Well, the Demon King is not angry at them, so I guess it's really okay. At the corner of the hall, Glatz and Renana are flirting. Their relationship has improved a lot. There are 2 members of the 4 Heavenly Kings here. Is that all right? It's all right. We finished a big job before coming here. Big job? Yeah. The Demon King's kingdom is not monolithic, but is composed of various factions. We just reformed one of those factions. If one feels like their possession and influence are falling, they will do something out of the box. That faction did not pay much attention, but when it was discovered, there was an uproar. Assassination of the Demon King, replacement of the 4 Heavenly Kings, capturing the princess, and full Heart Kingdom's invasion. Their plan is magnificent, but they are still on their preparation stage. Upon discovery, we caught every person involved in those plans, and as a reward, I'm on vacation this whole winter season. Hattie. It looks like it happened when I was outside with the Hot Spring Investigation Group. If something like that happened, there might be another incident happening in another place. How about Glatz? They were able to extend their influence in the army. To punish my incompetence, I plan to retire. However, they don't want me to retire, so I'm currently here as a sort of house arrest. Seriously. It's because there will be no big battle during winter. So that's how it is. Beazle, Glatz, and I had a toast and drank some alcohol. The hall suddenly becomes noisy. It seems like Rhapsody has returned. My welcome party or not. Long time no see. How have you been? Behind Rhapsody are Bulga and Stefano. How was your return trip? I ask the 3 of them, but their expressions are all bad. When I listened to what happened, it was terrible. Seems like it, according to Rhapsody. Doors is the head of the dragon race, but there are dragons who don't follow his command. And the leader of the dragons who oppose him is the dark dragon Jurar. He suddenly lowered his head to him, so Doors was troubled on how to respond. I apologize to everything I have done till now. Let's get along from now on. Yes, of course. It would be great if they really reconciled like that, but when one becomes an adult, you need to consider your face before doing that. Doors immediately called Raymarin thinking that Jurar came to invade. After that, there were various discussions with Jurar, and about the reconciliation, a hostage dragon will be sent to Doors. It would have been good if their discussion ended after that, but for some reason, I became the topic. It seems like your proud daughter married a human. What kind of person is he? Is he amazing? Though he already reconciled with Jurar, he's still wary of him, so he cannot take him to the village yet. Therefore, in order to hear more about me, Hakurin and Rhapsody were called. In the worst-case scenario, they will be war potential. The dark dragon Jurar can be said to be the eternal rival of my grandfather. When I met him, he looks like your everyday drunkard old man. It seems like she was made to talk endlessly. By the way, it was said that they were drinking alcohol from Big Tree Village when they were talking, and he wishes to trade with us if possible. It looks like he loves our alcohol more than anything. Is the dark dragon Jurar the dragon who appeared on the myth? A while ago, Lusan's grandfather Chan said that he bit the god of creation's foot. The name Jurar is a well-known name, but he's not the person of the myth. He is the 7th generation. Rhapsody replied to the beast girl who inquired about it after hearing Jurar's name. Does that mean that they are descendants of the characters in the myth? In any case, Rhapsody joined the banquet like that. Bulga and Stefano were as tired as Rhapsody. When we returned to our hometown, there was a huge riot. It seems like every influential person in that place suddenly ran in rage. They helped with the suppression of the enraged as soon as they got there. As for the reason, I heard that they seem to have heard God's voice. but they are the only ones who heard it, so it is unknown if it is true. It seems like they were not able to rest a bit and continuously clean up when they were at home. Really troublesome. In addition, the souvenirs they brought back caused troubles. It seems like it became too popular that it induced trouble. I'm glad that they are popular, but I don't want any trouble. Should I send some later? I don't mind, but who'll bring it there? Let's think about it later. Bulga and Stefano can take it easy in this banquet. I feel like there's something wrong, but I don't want it to show on my face. Kirbit, I wish she should have stayed a little longer. As soon as the hot spring investigation group was dissolved, Kirbit returned to the kingdom of Garrett. My apologies for asking Ancestor-san to immediately send you away. I appreciate your help. Ancestor-san came to me. I'm really sorry this time. No, I also feel how bad it is. I think that it is great that we managed to do something about it quickly. That is my honest feeling. Is that so? By the way, I've been interested since a while ago, but what is that on your knees? A cat. I know that it is a cat, but I never thought you have one. I really don't have one. I only met this cat a few minutes ago. Just before the banquet started. I was surprised that there was a black cat in front of the shrine under the big tree. It also has this face as if asking, "Why am I here?" However, upon seeing my face, its expression changed as if it finally understands everything and started to appeal to me. Do what you want. It started to rub its body to me to appeal. After that, I invited it to the village. A cat is a farmer's ally. It is an animal that takes care of rats. Ma, I don't think that this cat can get rid of an earth rat though. Ha ha ha, I feel like I like it a little now. I guess this is what you call sympathy. Let's get along. When I'm thinking about that, the cat stood up from my knee and slipped under the table. A place where a car would normally go to. Ancestor-san also left. Ha ha ha. Now, there are 4 individuals near me. Lou, Flora, Tyr, and Gran Maria, and there's more. Behind them are Frau, Anne, and Ria. Hakurin and Rasudi too. Amazing, I'm like the master. The cat showed its face under the table. A face that shows it realize something. Maybe I'm making the same face too. Chapter 159. Winter work. It will be spring soon. I feel like it's coming, but it's still cold. The cat is sleeping in a kotatsu. At first, it was hesitant on everything, but now, it even plays with the kuros and warms itself in a kotatsu. Its favorite thing to do is walking on the spider walk in my mansion. It's scrambling with the spiderlings that did not hibernate this winter. No, it feels more like a mutual concession rather than scrambling. I was worried at first if they would fight, but it seems like there's no problem. Both sides are smart. I already know that the spiderlings are smart, but it seems like the cat is quite smart too. It remembers where the toilet is and it knows how to wait for food. If you want to know its faults, well, it fell and almost drowned in a barrel once. After saving it, it was still tottering. By the way, it fell into an alcohol barrel when the wine slime is tasting it. It seems like the cat saw the wine slime doing something on the barrel, but it managed to evade the cat. I guess that's nothing to be surprised of. By the way, the cat is a tom. Should I get a molly for it? As for today's work, there is a big carriage in the workshop of my mansion. Carriage. It is something that has a wheel and is pulled by a horse. A covered wagon is something that helps this era develop, and in front of me is a box-type carriage. It is the one the nobles ride. It is decorated luxuriously in various places. Inside, it is a set of sofa where 2 individuals can sit, and there is also one in front. They are set up to comfortably face each other. On the outside, the coachman's side can accommodate 2 people, so this can accommodate 6 people in total. Frau said that can be considered as a pretty good carriage. As for why is it in my workshop? This mechanism, where are you going to place it? The mountain elves saw the suspension that I made. When I explained them what it is for, they robbed Michael-san of a carriage cough. I mean borrow it. I made a suspension because somehow, a spring was made. I have been requesting the Howling Village to make some for me for some time, and they just sent us a message via the small wyvern that they were able to make them. At first, I was planning on using them to either bed or sofa, but the ones they sent were big and hard springs. It seems like there is a limit to what an iron bar can bend into, so the result is these springs. I guess that's the limit of the present technology. They have made this with much effort, so it is my responsibility to find a use to it. I came up with suspension. It is because the size of the spring is similar to a car's suspension. I tried recalling the car model. Shock absorber, the piston in which the spring is put in, is made of wood. I'm worried about the strength, but this is only a prototype. I put oil on the piston. The oil is a village's product. It is really valuable, but I have no choice but to use it. It was a little troublesome to prevent oil from leaking. I managed to do so somehow. And it's now complete. After I'm done making one, the mountain elves who saw me making it tried to make one too. There is a number of springs that the Howling Village sent, so we can make a number of them. But who would have thought that they will act this fast? The mountain elves involved Rhapsody and Frau. The two have won a carriage from Michael-san after a few days. Let's just think that this will be something that I'll use if Ancestor-san is unavailable. The springs are made up of iron, so it is quite heavy, and we can't use a lot of them. We removed the carriage body from the axle and put 8 suspensions on it, 4 on the front and 4 on the back. We thoroughly remodeled what can be remodeled. We reduce the weight of the carriage's body. We expand the storage. We reinforce the wheels and axles. We are like remodeling a toy. I never expect that I'll do something like this to a horse-drawn carriage. I and the mountain elves thoroughly played with it. The result? My butt doesn't hurt. I want one at home as well. This can be sold. Let's mass produce it. Frau, Beazle, and the civil servant girls give out their review. Compared to the usual carriage, this shakes smoothly and doesn't vibrate hard. I also tried riding it. You call this a good ride. This shakes a lot. Does it mean that it was better than before? Well, the main body was directly installed on the axle. Looking at everyone's expression, it looks like there is a considerable improvement. By the way, the ones pulling the carriage are the centaur expatriates. One of them volunteered to pull it before we can call the horse. She and 2 others did it. Presently, Ursa and other children are enjoying the carriage ride. Is that the normal speed of a horse-drawn carriage? To my question, some villagers, who are waiting for their turn to ride the carriage, looked puzzled. It seems like there are a few of them who already have ridden a horse-drawn carriage. Let's leave the carriage to the others. I work on something else. First one is building blocks for the children who were born this year. It should be easy to hold but big enough to make sure they won't swallow it. I file the corners to make sure that they are not sharp so no one will be hurt. Circles, triangles, squares, and other basic shapes. Let's make something slender and something curved too complete. I made them carefully, so I only made 4 sets and it's night already. If not for the aft, it would take more time. As for the carriage, the centaur substitutes came since they ran till late. I wonder if they are doing a durability test too. The dwarves are doing a drinking challenge while riding the carriage. It's probably okay. I don't think they'll dirty the carriage's interior. The next day, today's job is a chair. Though I said it's a chair, it is not an ordinary chair. It is a chair with sled legs so it will swing. I don't know its official name, so I called it a grandfather's chair. I tried making it. Isn't that a rocking chair? So that's its official name. For the time being, let's have a durability check. I sat on it and it seems okay. It can't be called a durability test if I don't use it for a long time. I placed a square cushion on the chair, put the wine slime on it, and rock it. It seems like it is pleased. Good. It got bored after 5 minutes and left. Really? Currently, the cat is sitting on the chair but it's not rocking it. I would love it if you rock it. Whatever, for now, there seems to be no problem. It seems like it likes it. It likes the rocking chair test. Now let's make the one I'm looking forward to make, a cradle. I have thought of making one several times already, but I never really made one. I'm scared that the baby won't like it, but it will probably be okay. I'm sure they want to sleep on a rocking cradle made by their father. I have learned a lot of things in order to make one. Now, let's make the first one. In order to make sure that they won't fall, the inclination should not exceed 45 degrees. As soon as its inclination reaches 60 degrees, it must return to the initial position of 90 degrees. What is that cylinder? The mountain elves' pure eyes are painful. Though I struggled, I managed to make one somehow. I made an ordinary rocking cradle. Good. Thinking too much is not good. Normal is the best. Let's improve it after asking others. I went to Anne's place at once. I saw the brave figure of my son standing. A child really grows fast. Ria's place is also the same. It seems like the cradle is unnecessary. I'll have my next child use it. By the way, up to now, they have been using a cradle that is hanged from the ceiling. Pointless effort of a father. The cat sitting on the rocking chair meow as if comforting me. Thank you. Chapter 160. Jeery winter. Is it already spring? Or is it still winter? This is my recurring problem. Should I start farming thinking that it's already spring? This is troublesome. However, if I plant too early, the weather might worsen and it will ruin all that I've planted, which is unacceptable. There are various ways to consider before declaring that it's spring already. However, since I have the new Daphnes, I'll leave it to them. Not yet, wait a little more. Spring is so far. The mountain elves are remodeling the chair that I made. Not the rocking chair, but the one with shoulder massaging function. I tried making it since I'm still waiting for spring, but upon testing, it lacks power. Probably because the spring is too hard, but it's not like I can make something that can use hydraulic power. The mountain elves started to frenzy when I threw it out of my workshop. They are currently trying to increase the power by using gears. That's all right, but who will use the chair with shoulder massaging function? The villagers that need it doesn't exist. I don't think Ancestor-san, Doors, or the Demon King will use it. In short, we are only improving it for the sake of technological advancement. Yeah. By the way, mountain elves, are you not listening to my explanation? I didn't make that as a torture equipment. The shoulder massage doesn't need to be strong enough to break a pumpkin. Since Ancestor-san is out for work, we can't rely on his teleportation magic. I feel helpless not being able to freely go to the hot spring. I should reflect on relying on him too much. I went to the hot spring with Hakurin. Recently, Hakurin is spiritless. It is because of Ursa. Recently, Ursa has begun to gradually leave Hakurin. The cause of this is the Beast Boys. To put it in simple words, Ursa beat them up and made them her underlings. In addition, Nut, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Gut, was involved too. After that, the lizard men's hatchlings. Is this the young villager's social position? In short, Ursa is not the leader of the village's children. Is her motherly or sisterly instinct awakening? Or is this her natural ability as a leader? Though the Beast Boys are older than her, she is able to take care of all of them. The result, her time with Hakurin diminished. Although Hakurin is pleased with Ursa's growth, she's hit by loneliness. Will Lou and Tyr be like her? Or since they are different individuals, they'll react differently? I cannot stand seeing the lonely Hakurin any longer, so I invited her to the hot spring. I also want to know how the ghost knight is doing. There are only the two of us, so I intended to return immediately. Or so I thought, but we were found out by Ursa, the Beast Boys, Nut, and the hatchlings, and they decided to come with us. When I was thinking on how to handle this, Hakurin took over and gladly let them come as if they haven't met each other after a really long time. Hakurin, you and Ursa are sleeping on the same bed, right? This girl. Because it is impossible for Hakurin and I to watch over the children with just the two of us. I asked the Oni maid Remurias and the Beastkin Senna to help us with that, while the lizardman Daga and the Beastkin Gulf will act as our guards. Thinking of war potential, Hakurin is already more than enough, so it is really safe. By the way, Beazle and Frau requested to come with us too. It seems like he wants to try the hot spring. Since Beazle will come, can you use magic to teleport us all? Unfortunately, I don't know the destination. Beazle's teleportation magic is useless unless he knows where the destination is. Does that mean that you walked when you first came to the village? It seems like he teleported to the village by using visible range destination. I see. Hakurin lifted the logistic board and flew. She's fast, but because that place is far, it took a while. Even before reaching the hot spring, Hakurin's spirit rose, so the purpose of this trip is already achieved. In any case, let's go to the hot spring. The facilities remain safe. I can't see the ghost knight, but it is probably somewhere. When I thought of that, the ghost knight bowed and let us enter. I know that you're doing your best as the guardian. Looking at the piled-up monster corpses at a corner of the hot spring, it is obvious. Now, let's explain how the hot spring works to our newbies. Male bath and female bath are separated. The men's bath will be taken care of by Daga and Gulf. I'll leave the female bath to Ramurias and Senna. Everyone started bathing. I'm also, but before that, there is something I must do. To the companion who I didn't expect. Cat, it was carried by the children. It's not like I'm mad at you, but what are you going to do in this hot spring? I thought of making some toys for cats, but it seems like it is interested in the hot spring. However, the bath is too deep for the cat. After thinking a little, I made a small and shallow bath for cat nearby. How is it? 1 foot. After testing the water using one of its feet, it carefully entered the bath. It sat down at first, and when it looks like it's satisfied with the water, it soaked itself until only its head is not in the water. It's good that it likes it. Next, the corpses of the monsters and demon beasts that the ghost knight exterminated. There are freshly killed, and there are old ones. I thought that everything will be all right since it's only a hot spring and it is winter, but it seems like I underestimated monster activity. The rotting smell is awful. I'll take care of this. I plow them using the aft to turn them into fertilizer. There's a panic caribou in the mountain of corpses. Its horn is all right. Let's praise the ghost knight later. Okay, this is a hot spring, and there is an unusual out-of-place rusty armor here. It is a full body armor called full plate mail. It is the ghost knight's armor. It is plain looking the last time I saw it, but now it is rusty. I wonder why. Is it because of the hot spring? Its sword is not rusty though. It looks the same as before. Is it a magic sword? I go to the nearby forest and get some woods. I'll try making a wooden armor, similar to the one in front of me. After a while, my shoulder was tapped. It is Ramuria's. It looks like it is time to go, but the armor is not yet complete. I'm a little disappointed. Also, I haven't entered the hot spring yet. Moo. Ma, maybe I should come again next time. The children still want to play on the hot spring, but they were already driven away by Ramurias and Senna. Daga and Gulf seem to be satisfied with warming their body. Is that alcohol on your hand? I also intended to drink with Hakurin when we got home since she's the means of transport. She also patiently guard everyone. Oops, I almost forgot the cat. I wake up the cat who's thoroughly sleeping in the hot spring and wipe its body. Is your fur glossier? I don't remember putting anything on it when we got here. Is it the hot spring's effect on animals? Well, it doesn't matter since it got better. I picked up the wooden armor I'm making and rode Hakurin. I'll return with the finished product. We left for the village while being sent off by the ghost knight. It was like an excursion. Let's come again some other time. When we arrived at the village, I realized something. Wouldn't it be better if we have gone back to the village with the help of Beezel's magic? I thought that it will be insensitive of me. We went there with the help of Hakurin-san, so we thought that we should return with her help as well. Beezel and Frau said those. Whatever. We had fun, so it's okay. By the way, a little more time and it will be spring. I finished the wood armor and brought it back. The mountain elves delightfully volunteered to help me and put some unnecessary gimmicks. I don't want them to make a strange equipment, a knife that pops out from the back of the hand. At the tip of the foot too, there's something stored there. Put more there and it will turn into a shield. This is a man's romance. I hope that the ghost knight will like it. Chapter 161. Spring of the 10th year. Spring has come. Like usual, I greeted Zabuton. Zabuton also meets the cat for the first time, and there's no problem. Ma, the cat instantly made a surrender pose, and it seems like Zabuton accepted it. That reminds me, the same thing happened when the cat first met Kuro. Do animals have their own hierarchical relationship and won't calm down until it is settled? Anyway, it's spring. Since it's spring, Beezel and Glatz reluctantly returned home. Gulf was sent home by Beezel with his teleportation magic. It somewhat becomes lonesome. After renewing my spirit, it is farming time again. But before that, a meeting first. Please take care of me this year as well. The representative of each race is already in the conference room of the mansion, hence, the meeting starts. The Big Tree Village's representative, me. The Inferno Wolves representative, Kuro. The Demon Spiders representative, Zabuton. The Vampires representative, Lu. The Angels representative, Tyr. The High Elves representative, Rhea. The Oni's representative, Anne. The Lizard Men's representative, Daga. The Dragon's representative, Rasudi. The Beastkins representative, Senna. The Dwarves representative, Donovan. The Demon and Civil Servant Girls representative, Frau. The Mountain Elves representative, Ya. The Minotaur and Village 2's representative, Gordon. The Centaur and Village 3's representative, Glueworld. The Nuniu Daphne and Village 1's representative, Eeg. The Harpies representative, Mock. Mock is one of the Harpies' expert. Though she greeted me when he came to the village, her presence is weak. Harpies move in a group, so it seems to be difficult for them to develop individuality. In fact, they have no individual name. Though they could live like that, I managed to give her somehow. Though I somehow managed to convince her, her presence remains the same. I don't really mind, but it will be troublesome since she's the representative, so I introduced her to the others. As for her name, I consulted the angels. Aside from them, the devils Bulga and Stefano declined to have a representative for their race. They are working as Rasudi's exclusive maids, so they said that it will be difficult for them to talk about the administration of the village. As for the slimes, communication failure. The bees were informed via the spiderlings, but they declined too. By the way, the caretakers of 4 races are also here. The Beastkins caretaker, the Oni maid Ramurias, the Minotaur's caretaker, the Lizardman Nuff, the Centaur's caretaker, the civil servant girl Rashashi, the Nuniu Daphne's caretaker, the Beastkin Mamu. They don't have the right to talk here, but they are allowed to listen. In any case, this is a large group. Fortunately, the conference room in my mansion can accommodate everyone. Zabutin is participating in the meeting from the outside because she's too big to enter the door. The meeting agenda is the following. Problem encountered during winter. This year's task. Reward medal. Agenda 1, let's hear the problem encountered this winter. The Big Tree Village has no problem. No, there is, but it is not something that can be shared in this meeting. For example, the cat's bed and the area occupied by the kotatsu of the Kuros. The air draft caused by not closing the door properly, and the problem of privacy in my room. These are considered as in-house problems. I'm sure the other villagers have their own problems like that. There's no problem with both food and fuel during winter, and it can be said that there's an abundance of them. Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 are the same. There's no big problem. The only notable one is the consultation of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 about the Kuros. It seems like the pups assigned on those villages never had a break. In Big Tree Village, the wolves are properly taking a break in turn. However, the pups on Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 are constantly working. After hearing that, I suggested having them come to Big Tree from time to have a vacation and to play around. Kuro wagged his tail. As for the spiderlings, it seems like there's no problem with them since they are taking their turns moderately. The spiderlings are also somewhat territorial, so there's no substituting them. There are also some of them who evolved to Makura's size. If they need to be named, I'll have the respective villages cooperate. There are also 2 children born in the Minotaur's village during the winter. Let's go there to celebrate it with them sometime. This year's task. Village 2 and Village 3 will farm as usual. This is the top priority. As for the reason, if we rely too much on the aft and when a time comes where I can't use it, it will be the downfall of the village. I want to avoid that at all cost. In Big Tree Village, I will continue to farm using my aft and let the trees bear fruits like last year. As for the trees in Village 2 and Village Tree, they're almost wiped out. Though it will be tough, it will still yield a little. Hang in there. Next, industrial-related things. An order came as soon as we returned the suspension-installed carriage to Michael-san. Though we already thought of mass production, we only have materials to make 5 more. It is insufficient because Beazle and the civil servant girls want to have one too. The civil servant girls want to send them to their parents' house as a present. Let's order more springs from the Howling Village. As for business-related things, it will be the sales of the processed goods made during winter. They are mainly alcohol, oil, salt, sugar, pickles, jam, juice, etc. These are already been sold, so only the sales amount will be reported. At the end of winter, we sold them Michael-san, Beazle, the Howling Village, Dorame, Doors, and Ancestor-san. We also made cheese and butter, but they were not sold because they are consumed by the village. Mayonnaise is a good product, but I don't know its expiration date, so we did not sell it. It will be troublesome if someone's stomach will be ruined because of it. Because of that, we only make an amount enough for the village's consumption. Also, even if Beazle, Dorame, and Ancestor-san want them, I only give them some and never sell it to them. Anyway, as for the business-related things, we're still waiting for Michael-san's report. We'll decide how much to produce winter this year upon seeing it. Now, how much of which should I plant on the field? It will be almost the same as last year. The only difference is a little more of the seasoning because of the Oni maid's request and additional type of medicinal herb at Lu's request. Now, the reward medal related things. I distributed reward medals like what I did last year. 3 per person for the Big Tree Village's residents. 10 for each race's representatives. 30 each of the whole race of Inferno wolves and spiders. Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3's share will be different this year. Last year, I gave 30 for each village and did not give any to the residents. This year, I gave 30 for each village and 1 for each resident. I would like to give them more, but I was refrained because the 3 villages' contributions are still lacking. It is the result of several meetings before this meeting. There are also special rewards, 2 for the bees, 2 for the wine slime. The ghost knight will be given 2 since it is doing a good job as the guardian of the hot spring. We always obtain delicious honey from the bees. As for the wine slime, recently, it has been hanging around a lot with my children. As for the ghost knight, it is defending the place alone. Next time I go there, I'll ask it for its desire. By the way, thinking of giving the children reward medals. The Beast Boys received 3 each. The reward medal will only be given to those who worked for the village. Given that reason, there is no way I can give some to Ursa or Nut, who did not contribute that much. On the contrary, the hatchlings are working properly, so they deserve to be given some as well. This is something that every race representative has agreed to. Should I give Ancestor-san at least 5 pieces? Let's think about it later. As expected, I can't give one to the cat. Originally, the meeting was supposed to end there, but a message has come during the meeting. It is from Ancestor-san. I wonder what it is about. Lu received it and read it to us. It is about the thank you reward for making the medicine requested by Fushu. When I was thinking of what kind of reward it was, I found out that it is people. 10 pairs of newly wedded couples that don't have children, yet so 20 in total. They are mainly humans, but there is a demi-human too. I'll have them become the residents of Village 1. They are something I certainly want. However, Lu, this isn't a joke, right? I'm thankful for the reward, but it is not. Ancestor Sama said that you will really be pleased with them. I can only thank him. By the way, because of the unexpected newcomers, the meeting continued. It is mainly with the Village 1's representative, the Nunyu Daphne Eeg, and the caretaker Mamu. Preparation for accepting them, preparation for daily necessities, what will they do from now on, and the village's defense. We immediately became busy. The dishes of today's after-meeting banquet is something I have been looking forward to. I've prepared various things for those bamboo shoot dishes. Why does this meeting have to be prolonged? I hope that we won't run out of food. I can hear lively voices from the hall of my mansion. No, this must be a product of my imagination. I heard someone saying kanpai for the spring, but who is leading it? That reminds me, the meeting was extended, but who the heck said that they can already begin? By the way, has anyone here eaten already? Of course not. The meeting is ongoing. How about letting someone serve alcohol here? We shouldn't. The topic of this meeting will shift into alcohol. Then, how about ending this meeting today and just continue tomorrow? What do you think? Then let's continue tomorrow. Does everyone agree? Everyone replied. Everyone's consciousness is already behind the conference room's door. It is spring. It can't be helped. Let's just say that today's task is complete. Chapter 162. Spring Works, Ranch Expansion. And others. Ursa is riding a pup. Behind her are the Beast Boys who are also riding Kuro's pups, and they seem to be running away. What are they doing? Far behind Ursa's group, I saw a figure of an Oni maid. She's running after them, elegantly even though she's wearing a skirt. Ursa's group probably do some mischief and are currently escaping. I'm surprised at the leg strength of the Oni maid who's running after them who are riding Kuros, and she's actually gaining distance. Could it be that the pups are slowing down? It is probably because of the Oni maid shouting various dishes while running after them. To think that will work. You can no longer run. The speed of the pups fell. The ones who are riding them, Ursa's group, panicked, but it is already too late. They were caught. Yeah, if you do something that will get you yelled at, you'll definitely get yelled at. Even the caretaker of the Beastkins, Remurias, came. The Beast Boys completely surrender. As for Ursa, is she still planning on running away? What the? She was stopped by the wine slime. Running away failed. The wine slime has a close relationship with the Oni maids. Ursa and the Beast Boys were apprehended. I wonder what they did. Did they eat something? Or did they do something with the laundry? I hope I won't get involved. Presently, I'm concentrating on my job. I plow the field using the aft. Compared to the past, I plow at a pretty fast pace. Last year, in addition to Big Tree Village, I also plowed Village 2 and Village 3. With my current pace, my job will be finished sooner than planned. Then, what should I do next? Should I expand the Big Tree Village's field a little? No, but what if I expand the ranch? The number of cows and goats has increased. Though they are still young, I should expand it before it became too populated. After I finished my field work, I extended the ranch to the east by 400 meters. Expanding something is hard work. Animals, be careful in your new place. I also planted carrots on the enhanced part. The horse came. Good intuition. It's good that you know what it is. I'll widen it a little more. However, no matter how much you like it, do eat it until it is ready. Since the horse came, the goats and the cows also came. The goat is less clever than the horse. No, it is clever, but it is honest to its desire. The horse can't defend the carrot. It is outnumbered by a lot. I have no other choice. Let's make the carrot field outside the ranch. Now, even if it caught the goat's interest, they won't be able to do anything. Though they are clever, they are not clever enough. They should give up. By the way, since I made the ranch wider, I made 2 more drinking place. I dig a hole the same way I dug the previous well, like a tunnel, but I made it large enough for them to be able to U-turn inside. The goats and cows were clogged up in the tunnel. If it was discovered later, it would have been fatal. After that, the hole became a forbidden area. Though it took time and effort, I made something that they can drink at. I cut a log vertically and scoop its inside. However, if it is too far from the water source, putting water on them is troublesome. Should I make a bamboo waterway here too? No, we can just install a pump here, but how will the cows and sheep use it? Let's consult the mountain elves later. For the time being, let's make a simple bamboo waterway. Next, preparing a lump of rock salt. Salinity is necessary to animals. We must leave something they can lick at any time they want. It is convenient that there's a rock salt layer if I dig the ground. Remembering my early days, I feel like my hardship for salt is only a lie. To think that I didn't notice it. I have never seen a rock salt before, and I don't think that I'll lick a rock to know how it will taste. Therefore, I can't be blamed even if I didn't notice it. I dig up a hole and break the rock salt layer to an appropriate size, then carry it. This is something that needs hard work and can even make someone scream, but with the use of aft, it is like a walk in the park. I'm really thankful for it. With this, the ranch work is complete. By the way, while I was working, the goats were charging at me from time to time. Because of that, the Kuros surrounded the goats. Don't stress them too much. I gently ask the Kuros to let them leave. Normal farming is going well in Village 2 and Village 3. It seems like planting seeds and raising seedlings are successful. Given the present condition, I ordered the mountain elves to assist with the maintenance of the water wheels since they were the ones who built them in the first place. Reliable. Every one of them is so reliable that I feel a little lonely. No, I should be glad that each village is doing its best. I demanded the representatives of each village to create a work log. Using that, if there will ever be a problem, we can easily find the root of it. For now, it is only a record, but I believe that it will be something big in the future. I checked the bees at the fruit area. A queen was born this year and the number of hives has increased. Good news. For the sake of the bees, I increased the number of flowers that the bees want near the fruit area. HNN, a soldier bee that is protecting a hive is flying in a strange way. Is something wrong? Before I noticed it, several bees from each hive, a total of 100 soldier bees, gathered together. They formed a formation and headed north. After that, one of the spiderlings runs after them. I follow them too. The soldier bee's target is a place a little away from the village. It was even further than the Kuros' defensive line. When I arrived at that place, it was already over. Aside from the soldier bees who came from the fruit area, there is also one flying queen bee. On the ground, there lies a weasel. I feel that there's something strange about it. It's long and the legs are too short. Is it normal for its torso to be this long? Whatever. The soldier bees don't seem to be injured. Looking at the weasel, it seems like it was done in by the spiderling. The soldier bees escorted the queen bee to the fruit area. Isn't it a bee that came from outside? They are territorial. Is it all right to bring it to their territory? Won't there be a fight? While I was thinking so, the spiderling who took the weasel came to me. They will not fight against each other if they have plenty of foods. I feel like that's what it wants to say. I see. Perhaps it's right. I returned to the fruit area and made a place for the new queen bee to build a hive at. Let's think about the fruit area's expansion next time. What do you call this? Is it kickboard? I tried making a skateboard with handle and it became popular with the children. Making it is not difficult. No special power required. It is an all-wood prototype. I only adjusted the length of the handle and it is now complete. One should ride it with one foot while his other foot will kick the ground. Riding comfort is bad. I guess it is a bad idea to make the tire wooden too. I remodeled it by putting rubber tires. Good, it became easier to ride at because of the rubber's elasticity. The problem is the ground. The village's soil will harden again eventually after being plowed once. There are a few places where the kickboard can be used. Should they be used indoor? It might cause an accident if a carpet gets caught in its wheels. Let's put the kickboard on the shelf. I made a trolley similar to those used in restaurants to carry food. I don't know what it is called. Thinking of what I learned from the kickboard, I made the wheel bigger so that the carpet won't get caught. As for the part you can put the luggage at, there are only the top and the bottom. It looks like a big Japanese letter with 4 wheels. I think this is complete. I passed it to the Oni maids. A wagon. The name of the trolley is Wagon. I had the Oni maids use it, and if there's no problem, I'll decorate it at a later date. The wagon-ish interesting. Ursa, that's not something to ride at. Also, why are you holding the kickboard? I should have kept it in the workshop. Ursa skillfully used the wagon and the kickboard to run away. I think not giving her dessert after dinner is a good punishment. Chapter 163. A happy event in Fushu's reward. The old Lu spent her day on her junior high school form and night on her adult form. However, ever since she gave birth, she's always on her adult form now. When I asked her why, she said so that our son can easily remember how she looks like. That makes sense. If she's constantly changing every time he met her, our son will be confused. Lu really cares about our son. She was uneasy in a lot of things ever since she got pregnant. She even admitted herself that she wouldn't have done it all without the Oni maid's help. I'm also thankful of them. I'm also not sure if I'm doing enough as a father. I can still remember the time when she got pregnant with my first child. Leave it to your wife. Ask your wife what she wants. Don't go against your wife. Those are Dorame, Beazle, and Gulf's advice. They are not helpful. Then I remember the couple who recently settled her in the village. I spoke with the beastkin gut. It seems like they were separated for a long time, and he only recently saw his daughter. It seems like he's struggling as a father like me. Let's drink and talk with each other later. No, I'm not being troubled with our relationship. No, I'm only thinking about Alfred's education. Yes, I'll leave it to you. In front of her child, a woman is a mother. I will not give up, I am a father. I spoke with Tyr for a moment. No, I'm only concerned about Taisel. I think the advice of the other guys earlier are correct. I'm starting to worry as a father because of Ursa's recent actions. When Alfred and Taisel grow up, will they act violently too? I'm uneasy. When the Beast Boys first came to this village, they were quite mature. However, they are recently getting scolded together with Ursa. I didn't expect that they'll start to neglect their duties. However, they are smiling better now compared to before. Currently, Ursa is riding Zabuton. Gut's daughter, Nut, is also with her. It seems like they want her to obey them like the Kuros. But Zabuton is smart, so there's no way that she'll act violently. Zabuton used her legs to put Ursa and Nut, who are riding her, in front of me. Is she thinking that I'm angry in them? Suddenly, Zabuton moved 4 of her forelegs at a great speed. Ursa and Nut's clothes disappeared simultaneously. I thought that I'll see them in their underwear, but they are currently wearing a beautiful dress. It is a beautiful dress full of frills and ribbons. The 2 of them were surprised. Zabuton nodded as she finished making those dresses. She raised her leg and left. Ursa and Nut stayed where they are. The Oni maid who is looking for the 2 of them approached us, but the 2 are quiet. I see. They are girls. When they are wearing beautiful clothes, they will act accordingly. Zabuton is really reliable. While I was thinking of that, the Oni maid made a dull scream. When I tried to look at her, I saw her lying on the ground. What happened? I ran to her. Both Ursa and Nut are flustered. The Oni maid is lying on the ground face down. She doesn't seem to be unconscious. It seems like she's enduring pain. Is she all right? I'm all right, but I need Florisama's healing magic Desu. While I was thinking about what happened, I suddenly noticed it. Nut is walking normally. Ursa is walking slowly like an adult. It seems like the Oni maid tried to carry Ursa. Ursa is so heavy that even the Oni maid was not able to carry her. No, Ursa is not heavy, but the clothes she's wearing. I see. So that is the reason why Ursa seems to be obedient. That's right. Ursa did not become quiet because she's wearing beautiful clothes. There are two surprising points. The first one is the fluffy-looking but heavy dress. And the calm Ursa wearing that dress. It is not impossible for her to run. In my head, a certain training scene from a certain manga comes out. If she lives while wearing this dress, won't she be amazing once she took it off? By the way, when Ancestor-san introduced Ursa to me, he told me that she has various skills. Let's not think about it. Nut's clothes seem to be normal. Good, you too looks good in those beautiful clothes. I know that words that are forbidden to tell these children. I carried the Oni maid and headed to Flora's place. At a later date, I shuddered at Ursa, who's wearing that heavy clothes while running normally. Aito, don't ride the Kuros while wearing that dress. The horse too. I asked Zabuton to reduce the weight of that dress to normal. Or else it will greatly damage the surroundings. A happy event. We found out that Hakurin is pregnant. We've been doing it so it is only natural. Let's celebrate. I want to celebrate, but I have one question. How does a dragon give birth? Speaking of dragons, I can only imagine egg. I asked Dorame before. He told me that if one got pregnant in her dragon form, she'll lay an egg. If a dragon got pregnant in her human form, she'll give birth like a normal human. I see. However, if a dragon got pregnant, she must assume her form until her childbirth. It is something important and must be kept in mind. In short, Hakurin must not transform into a dragon now, right? I tried consulting Rhapsody. Rhapsody also doesn't know much about a dragon's pregnancy, so she called Dorame. Anu, congratulations. Thank you. You know what to do. I'll contact father at once. If you do that, he'll probably stay here and celebrate until I give birth. That's possible. Contact mother first. After that, contact father after a few days. Be sure to not notify others. Understood. How about to my wife? I don't mind, just don't let it spread. Yes, shall I send someone to guard you? I will not leave this village, so you don't have to. Rhapsody is also here. Understood. Let me know if you need anything else. Yes, I'll rely on you. After that, we were visited by dragons for the next few days. Raymarin, Demame, Kwon, Silgern, Maxbergak, Herzenark, Sekirn, and Quarren. Where's Doors? Mother strictly ordered father to not come here. Sekirn told me so. I see. Did he run wild before? It seems like he did when Rhapsody and Hells were born, so that's how it is. Thank you, Raymarin. However, they are worried that we will be attacked if they did not send guards. It seems like even the party who served a dragon can be attacked by the pregnant dragon, since a pregnant dragon is ill-tempered. It is necessary to protect everyone. Wait a minute, can you show me that guard list? I need to be prepared in case of an emergency. Hora, it seems like Rhapsody agrees with me. There are two names on the guard list. Raymarin and Grafaloon, Dor's wife and Dorame's wife. It looks like only a dragon can hold down a dragon. I see. Hakurin declines, but once I verify the sign, I'll immediately call for one. While we are feeling festive, Fushu's reward has arrived. 10 pairs of male and female couples, a total of 20 people. Village one's migrants. With Fushu on the lead, they are being accompanied by 11 other guards. I want everyone to meet them. The ones who will migrate are ordinary people, so don't think it is good for the Kuros and the spiders to meet them now. I think that I should not hide anyone, but it is saddening for them to be feared. Raymarin's group are with Hakurin. Hakurin, you don't have to force yourself to greet them. What's this? Half of the guards already fainted before we greet them. Were they exhausted? They were also surprised when they saw the high elf Rhea and the lizardman Daga. One of them also fainted because the cat and Ursa suddenly appeared. Bring them to the inn and let them sleep. Fushu bowed on behalf of the group. For accepting their migration, Thank you very much. She said that though they are her reward for us making medicine for her, it seems like there are various troublesome circumstances. The representative of the migrants moved beside Fushu and lowered his head. PL, please take care of us from now on. A very normal man. The woman who seems to be his wife looks very normal too. Why did they decide to migrate here? I want to know. Likewise, nice to meet you too. I'll have them rest in the inn first before guiding them to Village 1. The guards look really tired. Yeah, they've been busy for sure. Chapter 164. Fushu's Reward Preparation. My name is Fushu. I am a high priestess of the Koran religion. With the blessing given by God, I was able to use healing magic. I was not able to cure my son's illness though. However, there was a miracle. I was able to meet the world-renowned Lulashi-sama. She's a vampire that is known to be one of the world's best pharmacists. In addition, the materials needed to create my son's medicine is also available. How fortunate of us. This must be due to the God of Creation's guidance. Thank you very much. If they'll be able to make the medicine, my son's illness will surely be cured. Today, I'm preparing to give my thanks for the miracle. Thank you, God of Creation. Lulashi-sama and Flora-sama actually made the medicine. Furthermore, I have to reward the people of the village who cooperated with us. If I'm allowed, I'm even willing to abandon my position and migrate to the village with my family and do our best for the village. Unfortunately, I can't do that. I am too indebted to the Koran religion. I haven't paid it back yet. However, I surely can one day. Cough. Returning to the topic, my thanks will be meaningless if it won't please the other party. I have to give something suitable. However, I don't know what will make Lulashi-sama, Flora-sama, and the villagers happy. Because of that, I should ask them in a straightforward manner. I really want to give something back, so say anything you want. Fortunately, my house is wealthy. I will do my best even if it is something unreasonable. No matter what they want, even a title. No, I should not. I'm sure they'll only get annoyed with something like a title. I already failed just by thinking ahead. After asking them, Lulashi-sama and the villagers said that they want people. For a moment, I thought that they'll be sacrificed, but when they told me the details, they said that they want new inhabitants, in short, migrants. The migrants will be given a house to live in and field to plow, and they'll also be looked after until they get the gist of the life here. Furthermore, if they don't want to farm, they won't mind you doing another job. I see. Those conditions are favorable. I must not the mistake of them finding new residents from getting laborers. No, I mean, of course, they are expected to work as well. However, since it is about a new generation of villagers, I must do my best to bring people who won't embarrass me. In other words, we won't send slaves. We won't. I rejected my subordinate's proposal. Even if the person doesn't want to be a slave, there is a reason for him being a slave. Most common reasons are crimes and debts. Can I let those kind of people migrate to the village? That will be considered as harassment. They'll only bring trouble to that gentle village. That is unacceptable. The ideal thing to do is to have a family living in a village migrate there. However, that is quite difficult. If they are already living normally in a certain place, why would they need to migrate? I already tried to talk to people, but all of them refused. I even explained them politely, so why? That's something expected. How about hiding the migrants the destination? Migrating them to the Forest of Death is the same as sentencing them to death. The Forest of Death, it is a synonym for a horrible place. However, when I went there, I didn't think that it was a bad place. It is because Fushu-sama is strong to Suyo. If it was us, we're probably dead at the first hour. I don't think that anyone will believe that there is really a village in the middle of that forest. Are you sure it is not somewhere else? Searching for migrants is difficult. I can't do it by myself. I ask the help of my capable subordinates, but it is still not going anywhere. But I will not give up. Compared to the trouble of finding my son's medicine, this is simple. I will find excellent migrants. Humans, if one keeps being refused, his heart will crumble. A considerable feeling of despair. I'm already thinking of sending another kind of reward. Moo, I can't withhold my reward for too long. I spoke with religion leader Sama, and next spring is the limit. It is autumn now. What should I do? When I was suffering thinking of what to do, one of my subordinates suggested something to me. If you're thinking about migrants, how about the young boys in the back street? Backstreet boys? There is an easier-to-understand term to call them orphans. Though Korean religion has a lot of orphanages that are accepting orphans, there are still too many of them. Therefore, Korean religion created an organization for those children who were not able to enter the orphanage. They are living there. That said, the Backstreet Boys are gentle. You will be given a house and a field. Would you like to migrate? Perhaps they might. Though I'm not looking down on the Backstreet Boys, their common sense and farming experience is doubtful. Won't that be a problem as migrants? Regarding that concern, it might be a good idea to educate them now. Yes, right now. It will be possible to educate them in this short period before the spring if we do it with everything we have. Indeed, I gather them all. There is a condition that they must be a couple and they are going steady. 10 pairs of male and female couples, the 20 of them are in front of me. Most of them are on their mid-teens. Every one of them looks shabby and look frightened. Why are they frightened? A, are you Fushu, the one who is asking for a young child's liver to cure her son? The boy, who seems to be the leader, comes out in front, as if to protect the others. I don't care whatever happens to me, but let the others go. I heard that bad rumors about me have spread, but... Insolent, I won't ask for your liver. Didn't someone talk to you about migration? I gave a strict order to my subordinates to explain properly. Did they not do it? Didn't you come here after hearing about it? The one that says that if we try to escape, you will massacre everyone living in the city. That we must not go against the manhunt of Fushu. Everyone behind the leader started crying. Find out the person who spread that rumor and bring him to me. After ordering that to my subordinates, I smiled to the youths before me. We are talking about normal migration. Then, why? Why did you gather the same number of male and females? Isn't it to use the newly born baby as material? For God's sake, the one in front of you is a high priestess of the Korean religion. It took me 5 days to convince them that the migration talk is true. I regretted to have the migration destination a secret. I did it because of my subordinate's suggestion, but it's really not such a bad place. Anyway, their education is starting. We taught them how to read and write, general knowledge, and vocational training. While they are doing that, we provide them with food, clothing, and shelter. I also took part with their problem consultation. It seems like while doing that, they opened up their hearts to me. At least they don't look at me with frightened eyes anymore. If you work hard enough, you will become excellent migrant when the spring comes. A problem was discovered. Is that true? Yes, there is no mistake. The proof is on his right arm. It seems like one of the 20 is an illegitimate child of a noble. If you keep silent, no, it is not good to have a seed of trouble among the migrants that I will pass as a reward. I must understand the situation first before taking action. First of all, the person in question, that child, call him to meet me. It turns out that you are a kin of a noble. What will you do? Do you want my support to return to your noble house? I know that I'm a son of a noble. My mother told me that before she died, however, I'm not interested. Also, if I'll ever return to that noble house, I want to be with her. Indeed. It is impossible for him to take her to the noble's house. Then, about your noble blood. I'm not interested. Please migrate me like planned. Understood. From now on, you are an ordinary commoner. Are you okay with it? Yes, I have always been a commoner. Good. With this, the problem was solved. I ordered my men, destroy that noble house. Fortunately, the reputation of that noble is the worst. Right. He is a backstreet boy because he is an orphan and no one reach out to him. I only need to cut down the root. With this, he will be a commoner in both name and reality. Don't forget to take care of the reemployment of the decent individuals who served that noble's house. There are 2 others who were son and daughter of nobles. There's evidence too. Understood, let me talk to them. Several problem nobles were destroyed, but that's nothing since they are only low nobles. Another problem was discovered. In addition, it is on a whole new level compared to being an illegitimate child of a noble. One of the girls is a blood relative of the king of a neighboring country. How did that happen? It seems like her family escaped at the time of the succession war more than 10 years ago. There is surely a record about her. A record about her hair color, eye color. Where does she have moles? Especially the crest of the royal family on her buttocks. I'm sure that nobles know rumors regarding her. Perfect. Perfect dessous. Moo. Why do I have all these problems? Moreover, that girl is the most excellent among them. Neighboring country, can I crush it? Of course not, I can't do it before the spring. Then, how about totally swapping the royal family's bloodline? That won't take much time. I have to stage a coup d'etat and remove the present royal bloodline. Should I really do that? It will be a problem if it was pinpointed that she's the younger sister of the king. Whatever. Yeah. It is fortunate that the king of the neighboring country is an annoying tyrant. Okay, let's do it. If the royal bloodline change, another child will be involved. Not another, but multiple. That neighboring country, is it a country that throws child like it was nothing? It should be cut down to its root. It will be for the good of everyone. Let's do it. If we can crush them before spring, all is fine. Another country was involved, so it became troublesome, but I managed to do something somehow. Currently, 2 neighboring countries have been reborn as a new kingdom. That's a trivial matter. Koran religion has the support of the people. Spring has come. I also officially married the 20 men and women in front of me. It is their reward for trying hard until today. They are thanking me while shedding tears. I'm crying too. It was really hard. While solving the issue about the royal family bloodline, a thief group that is searching for the descendant of a legendary thief appeared. They thought that the descendant must have information about the location of the treasure of the legendary thief. I crushed the thief group and found the treasure. Of course, it was donated to Koran religion. After that is over, a dubious religious group attacked. This time, it is because of a certain holy sword lying dormant on someone's body. Though it was just a small group of weak people, they were still able to invade the headquarters of the Koran religion. I acknowledge your courage. However, that's all there is. We captured all of their members and have them convert. Wait, there's more. A bonbon noble appeared and said that he fell in love at first sight because of how beautiful she is. Bonbon means a green young man from a well-to-do family in Kansai dialect. Of course, I thought that bonbon noble the harshness of the world. If you have been good, I'm sure you can manage even if you are now penniless. Again, I looked at the 10 pairs of men and women. Relative of nobles 3. Relative of royal family 6. Relative of legendary thief 1. With holy sword in his body 1. Relative of an underground boss 1. Half fairy half human 1. Half beastkin half human 2. Ran away from a good house 2. With dragon scales on his back 1. With suspicious pattern on his chest 1. Nothing unusual 1. The last one is the most doubtful, but we can't find anything no matter how much we investigate. He is your usual normal person. He is their leader. Anyway, every one of them is an ordinary person from now on. I can proudly say that. There are no more problems, so shall we go to the place where you'll live? Where is it, Ado? I don't want to spoil the fun. It is all right to sue. It has a fence that makes it unaffected by any influence. Please do your best there. Chapter 165. O'Brien. My name is O'Brien. I'll be a 30-year-old Austin this year. I came from a poor family. Therefore, I sometimes pass through the dark side of the dark alley, but I have never done something serious that can be considered as a criminal offense. I guess my parents are good at teaching. I thought that they were annoying when I was young, but now I can only express my gratitude. I work as a warrior priest. Hearing warrior priest, normal people will think that it is a warrior that can use healing magic. Unfortunately, I can't use healing magic. I'm a Koran religion believer, though. To put it simply, I am a warrior affiliated with Koran religion. As for my skill, I am not the best, but I'm proud to say that I'm an elite. Though I said that, it's not like I overcome every crisis I encountered with power alone. Depending on the circumstances, I also use wisdom. I run away if there is an enemy that I can't defeat. Fortunately, I have this one weapon. It is not the fine, long sword on my waist. It is my eyes. I have special eyes called Eyes of the Weak. My eyes can see the power level of an opponent. Even though I said that I can see, I can only sense it. It would be great if I can see color or numerical value, but the world is never a convenient place. Even so, thanks to these eyes, I still have my life. That's why I put a great deal of trust in my eyes. I properly wash it in the morning and in the evening in order for it to stay healthy. Nevertheless, now, I feel like I can no longer trust my eyes. The story begins 3 days ago. I was able to complete a big job, so I was scheduled for a long vacation. However, I know that if I only lay on my bed on my entire vacation, it will only be a waste of time. It is normal to train diligently or take a private job on times like that. Fortunately or not, I was asked personally by a higher-up to take a job that day. I am a warrior priest of the Koran religion. That higher-up is obviously a Koran religion official. Since the payment is not bad, I obediently went to ask details. I regretted it on that very day. The employer is one of the Koran religion priest. That's good. As for the content of the request, it is to help Fushu, a high priestess of the Koran religion. The job detail is to escort a certain group to somewhere. That's also good. The problem is the secret request of the client. I am requested to monitor Fushu's action. Fushu, that evil Fushu. She's a super important person, and it is no exaggeration if I say that everyone knows her. Moreover, evil Fushu is the head of Koran religion's largest military force. She's someone I know I can't win against even without using my eyes of the week. Monitor her. Is this some kind of punishment game? Why did you even choose me for this job? Brian-kun, it is because of your eyes. I froze upon hearing my client's words. I didn't tell anyone about my eyes. What? It is not like you're going to do anything bad. You'll only help High Priestess Fushu. This will also be considered as a test to your ability at the same time. The so-called request is not something I can decline. I undertook the request while enduring to sigh. Fushu's job is simple. We will escort 20 people to a certain location. She will have someone use teleportation magic, and everyone will be blindfolded in order to cut off information leak. Even if I have my eyes, there's nothing I can do if I can't see anything. I obediently wear it. However, teleportation magic? Those who can use teleportation magic are extremely rare. We might have been blindfolded in order to reduce the danger of the caster to be targeted. Are the people we guarding so important that the use of teleportation magic is necessary? Why do they look like they came from a normal family, though? There are 10 more guards other than me. In addition, Fushu will also be coming with us. Where are we going? When were we told that we can take off our blindfold? I noticed that we're already at a forest. There is also a field and a village. HNN, there is a strangely big mansion. I can even see it even though I'm here. Is it a noble's villa or something? I check the surroundings. The 20 people we are escorting are commoners. It looks like there's someone who can fight too, but even if they all ganged up, they can't be considered as my opponent. As for the other guards, there are 10 of them, but I don't want to fight against any of them. Everyone is as strong as me. No, they are stronger than me, but there's someone who stands out. Fushu. Even if the 10 other guards and me ganged up on her, we will not win. The same judgment before our departure. My eyes are working normally. I thought that there will be an aftereffect of being blindfolded. It doesn't look like there is. In other words, my eyes screaming at the forest upon laying on it is a correct judgment. I'm sorry for doubting you. I will fully trust you. However, it seems like an ordinary forest. What is the problem with it? Fushu begins walking towards the village while I'm trying to put up the pieces of the puzzle. A villager greeted us. It's an angel. That's unusual. Moreover, just looking at her equipment, she's a fighter. She greets Fushu while smiling. Fushu is great. That person is many times stronger than her. I did not think that there was someone that exceeded Fushu's strength that much. Ma, should it be expected from an angel? This is a village of monsters. High elf, elder dwarf, oni, lizardman, harpy, minotaur, and even centaur. And what are those elves with a different color? Dangerous, 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 dangerous. They are at the same level as that angel earlier. Fushu looks like an ordinary person in comparison. This is seriously dangerous. Since there are high elves here, is this the infamous forest of death? The human untrodden ground? Why did we come to this place? We went here escorting those people. Are they sacrifice or something? Why did I become a part of this? Did my client want me to uncover this? More dangerous individuals came. Much more stronger than the angel we first saw. The woman standing on the side is the same. Ah, a vampire. I have seen her when I was still a child. Lulushi. Is this her residence? So the vampire's base is in the forest of death. My eyes suddenly refuse to look. Are, this reaction, I can't look at her even if I force myself. She's not an ordinary woman, that horn and tail a dragon. It seems like my eyes managed to look at her because I forced myself to do so. Next to that dragon lady is a much more stronger woman. How is that possible? Is she a dragon too? That woman. My eyes told me to not approach that woman. Nevertheless, there is a man besides that woman. Who is he? Village chief, the owner of that big mansion? Then Lulushi is. No, the dragon is stronger than Lulushi. I'm already panicking. What is this? What is happening? I can't see the village chief's power. A normal man? No, wait, I feel a god. Where is it coming from? Is it from the village chief? Have my eyes gone wrong? Or I can't measure his power? Probably no. It seems like my eyes are completely broken. The god I sensed is just a clever cat. In order not to lose my mind, I'll obediently follow orders. When I came back, I sent a letter saying that my work was over. When I was asked by my client, I just answered that it will be better not to get involved. I'm sure he will not believe it even if I say it. Reward? I don't need it. I am a good-for-nothing. Though I was asked to escort 20 people away, it is not a bad deed. I still have my conscience. Anyway, there was something I saw that made me faint. A girl appeared while riding a jet black wolf. It is the Golden Brave. The Great Brave. If she is there, there is no way that that place is an evil place. I never thought that I would see the legendary Great Brave Urbraza. I started training with my sword. Though I might not be able to use what I forge myself to until I die. If she leads an army, I will make sure I'm part of it. Chapter 166. Migrants and Doors. 20 newly arrived men and women. Since they are already each other's partner, they will not be involved in any love affair. I am thankful on that aspect. Anyway, let's have them rest at the inn first. They look tired. A lot of them even fainted. Though it looks like they fainted because of fear. I admit that they will probably find it hard to adjust. However, since they migrated, they must get used to it. We had a welcome banquet with the hall in the first floor of the inn as the venue. Fushu's group were also invited, but it seems like they need to return home immediately. Being a church higher up surely is hard work. Is the person with them who fainted all right? Ancestor-san was the one who sent them back. The guards were blindfolded. They are low-ranking, so they probably don't have the right to meet Ancestor-san. I didn't only give Fushu souvenirs, but the guards too. I want them to enjoy something on their own. It seems like Ancestor-san also has to go back with them. Something might have happened. I also give Ancestor-san souvenirs. You want more alcohol? Here you go. The welcome banquet? It all started with calming down the migrants who were shaking while lining up for the food. They thought that this is their last supper, because the dishes look too good. Look, the others are eating them too. No, there's no such ingredients added in any of those. The kuros are not scary. You can even try patting their head, and if you want, their stomach too. How about trying to pet the spiders too? You can't. Don't just give up. You're scared of the high elves. What's scary about them? Man-eater, what is that? Don't worry, it's only a misunderstanding. Ria persuades them on my behalf. It seems like rumors like that spread because of some high elves doing. We certainly won't victimize weak guys. That last statement is unnecessary. The migrants which have already calmed down got frightened again. This is tiring. Once they started eating, they felt better since they are all delicious. They have good manners and seem to be good people too. To think that they are all acting like a scaredy cat until a while ago. Ado, Lou, what are you doing? Lou is trying to take one of the migrants away. Treatment? Is she sick? The husband is concerned. Her sickness is not life-threatening, but the sooner it is treated, the better. What kind of disease does she has? Ado, that's hard to say. Is that so? In other words, something that is hard to tell to a man. The treatment will end immediately. Lou said so as she took her to another room. Why is Ursa with them? The treatment ended quickly. It was really quick. After going into the room, it didn't even take 1 minute. Did she cast treatment magic? The girl who she said that is sick certainly looks better than before. Her husband is also pleased, no, really happy. By the way, what is that expensive-looking sword that Ursa is holding? If you're going to give her a toy, at least give her something for girls. A doll, perhaps. When I think of that, the clay doll suddenly pops up on my mind. She has that. That clay doll also acts as a gatekeeper in Ursa's room. Gatekeeper? Or roomkeeper? It is working hard even though it is small. That's good, but I want Ursa to learn how to put her room in order herself. I don't want it to do everything, I want Ursa to do it. But I guess it's all right. It will follow her until death. Probably. Ah, is the alcohol already taking effect? I neglected the migrants and ended up thinking about the clay doll. Looking at the migrants, they seem all right. There are half beastkins, half humans in the migrants, and they are talking with Mr. and Mrs. Gut. Frau and the civil servant girls are speaking with those who have noble auras. Some are talking with the dwarves about alcohol, and some are talking with the Oni maids about cooking. There is this one migrant girl who seems to can't fit anywhere. Is she concerned about what she'll do from now on? Ah, something happened over there. At the direction of my residence. No, I think it's on the ranch. This dragon is worried about her daughter. It was Doors who answered my question. Doors, eh? Is it strange for me to celebrate my daughter's pregnancy? No, I thought that Raymarin forbids you to come here. That's why I won't let them see me. I'll just watch her from afar. Let's continue this talk later. That girl is a Dragon Shrine Maiden. Dragon Shrine Maiden. To put it simply, she's a descendant of a family who drank dragon blood. Their role is to mediate for us. Mediate. But you can be talked to even without them, right? I'm currently doing that. Don't mind the details, but there was someone with that role in the past. I thought that they were already extinct, but it seems like I'm wrong. I see. By the way, if you are worried about Hakuren, shouldn't you be at my mansion? Hakuren did not participate in the welcome banquet and is presently at the mansion. It is because I would like her to celebrate her pregnancy calmly with Raymarin. To be honest, if Hakuren participates in the banquet, the other dragons will participate too, so the migrants will surely be not in the mood for celebration. If you are really worried about Hakuren, why are you here with me? Shouldn't you be closer? I'm using you as a blocker, look. At the same time Doors has finished speaking, the daughter he's so concerned about at the mansion suddenly looked at our direction. Wah. I see. I finally understood my role as a blocker. Though the daughter he's so concerned about is at the mansion, someone else is also with her. By the way, why is it that the Shrine Maiden of Dragon has the role of a mediator? Ah, if I'm not mistaken, their singing voice has a calming effect on Dragon's anger. You're not sure? She's the second person I met. The first one is, about 100 years ago. Will it be dangerous for her? I'm not sure. Is there anything you are sure about the Shrine Maiden? I don't. Well, the girl should have dragon scales on her body. It should be small-size scales. Won't that be a hindrance for the girl? It increases her defensive power. I see, increasing the defensive capability of a normal person. However, descendant of those who drank blood. Ah, don't mind that. It is only a legend. They did not really drink blood. Eh? If eating us up can power someone up, we will be eat. Indeed. If you can power up just by eating, there will probably someone who will do anything to eat it. Especially given the strength of the dragons. I can already imagine the flock of humans. You should leave that girl alone. I feel like if you tell her how she means to dragons, she'll only get confused. Let her get used to things first. I should take my time before explaining her about Dragon Shrine Maidens. Enough with the Dragon Shrine Maiden. Doors clears his throat and looks at me again. Making Hakuren pregnant, you did well. I'm somewhat embarrassed. However, does that mean that? Doors will be my father-in-law. Hereafter, I entrust you my daughter. Seeing Doors' father-like smile, I smile back. Leave her to me. Ha ha ha, well if possible I also want to ask. Doors' face suddenly cramped. Behind him, Raymarin in her human form is standing. Perhaps we were already noticed when he used me as a blocker earlier. Father-in-law is important, but mother-in-law is important as well. I can only wave while looking at the smiling Raymarin drag Doors. Because of that, I head towards the mansion. I guess there is nothing he won't do to see Hakuren. It seems like he rampages later because of happiness. The welcome banquet is also a chance to know each other, especially for this group of migrants who are still unsure about their future. They eat a lot but drink a little. Though there is also someone who is unable to refrain from drinking. They are trying to gain information by talking about various things with everyone. The main content is human relations. Who is the top? Who shouldn't be offended? Who should they rely on? The people being asked are not only giving them information, but are also trying to draw personal information from the migrants. Whether it is working well or not, I think this is a successful welcome banquet. The girl who is anxious about dragons was not able to concentrate on the banquet, so she drinks alcohol. She's a happy drunk. Did she use alcohol to escape? As Doors said so, she'll eventually get used to it. I hope she'll do her best to get used to it. Well, by the way though, what? Then, who are the people we can count on? Lusan, Tirsan, Florisan, Frausan should be them. The easiest to speak with is Frausan. I see. My name did not come up to the list of people who can be relied on. Why? No, it's not like I don't want them to say my name, but I'm the village chief. Do they think that I can't be relied on? It's not like I'm waiting to be praised, but shouldn't they praise me for being reliable even a little? After listening to them for a while, my alcohol consumption increased. The clay doll is trying to comfort me. Thank you. Chapter 167. Verification and Migration. I'll have the migrants migrate to Village 1. But there are problems. Who will be their caretaker, and how should I treat the new Daphnes who had been managing Village 1 up to now? Because of that, we are discussing things first before finally letting them migrate. There are 4 people, including me, who are participating in this discussion. The new Daphne's representative, Eeg, is also there. She's in her tree stump form. The new Daphne's caretaker, the beastkin Mamu, is here too. And for some reason, the wine slime is sitting in one of the chairs of the conference room. I was troubled at first if I should count it in or not, but I thought that I should count it in because it would look like I discriminated against it if I only said 3. I'm saying that we are discussing things, but this is basically us listening to Eeg's demand. I also want to do it this way. I would like to hear her side and how she feels about it. By the way, the wine slime got tired halfway and fell asleep. And now we went to where the migrants are. I want them to know what will happen from now on. This will be the time where they can ask all their question. We are currently on the first floor of the inn, at the hall where we conducted a welcome banquet. The participants are me, Eeg, Mamu, and the 20 migrants. I hope that all of them will participate and not just their leader. Perhaps thinking about their future will encourage them to talk. We're not going to hide anything, so any question is permitted. We started by introducing ourselves to each other again. I think that you are already informed by some people at the welcome banquet yesterday. You will all live in Village 1, which is located west of this village. The main speaker is Mamu. I intended to be the one, but I was told to back down with a smile. There are a lot of vacant houses in Village 1, and we can give each family a house of their own. Hearing Mamu, the migrants gave out voices of admirations. The new Daphnes are already living in Village 1, and in fact, they are the ones who are managing the village. Although their role was supposed to end after migrants arrived, the 20 of you are too few, so it was decided that the new Daphnes will continue to live there like before. Ato, does that mean that they will be living together with us? One of the migrants raises his hand and asks that question. The new Daphne is a race very different from humans, so it can't be considered that you'll be living together with them. To put it simply, they prefer living outdoor rather than living in a house. My apologies, but I don't get it. The person who asked the question answered bashfully. Though they have surely met demi-humans, the new Daphne is a rare race. I'm sorry. Then, do you know what is a chicken? Yeah. How about a cow? Of course. Then, in a ranch, where do they pasture the chickens and where do they pasture the cows? Will this kind of explanation be easier to understand? At the same place. The cow will do its business and the chicken will do its. Oh, it seems like he understood. Great. Right, but the cow stays as a cow and a chicken is still a chicken. They are of a different species, so their lifestyles are different. Please become good neighbors. Hearing Mamu, some migrants replied as if they understood her while some stayed lost. I will be your caretaker. To put it simply, if you have any request or dissatisfaction, you can tell them to me. I will take care of it. My best regards. When Mamu bows, the migrants bow too. When I was still thinking about who should be their caretaker, Mamu volunteered. They'll be living in the same village, so she would like to take charge of this group of migrants. The new Daphne Eeg supported her, so I approved. For the time being, we will supply you food, but can you cook? Hearing Mamu's question, the migrants were confused. When asked why, they said that they can cook, but they don't understand why there are a lot of ingredients. In short, they don't know how to cook. I understand, we'll have someone to teach you, village chief. It has become a discussion of how many Oni maid or high elf we can lend them. Though the new Daphnes eat cooked foods, they don't cook. Then, please live together with them. So, who is going to be your representative? Mamu keeps advancing one issue at a time. It took us some time. Now, that will be all. Any questions? Why yes. The leader raises his hand. We now have a general understanding about the life in the village. However, what kind of work should we do? Although we want you to farm, I don't think that all of you has aptitude to farming. We haven't heard from Fushu if the people she brought are farmers. It will be up to you to decide what you want to do. You have until next spring to do that, I think. Depending on what we'll decide to do, are we going to be driven out of the village? We won't do such a thing, won't we? Mamu looked at me. I did not reply. However, being a NEET is a problem. He who does not work does not eat. Don't think about it too much. Prioritize getting used to life here this year. After being asked by some more questions, the meeting has ended. However, we did not disperse. They still need to migrate to Village 1. Migrating to Village 1. There is quite a distance between there and here. It takes time to go on foot. In addition, the migrants have luggage. I told Fushu that furnitures, tablewares, cooking utensils, etc. will be prepared here, but they still have to bring change of clothes. It seems like they feel intimidated with me walking with them. The problem now is transportation. I was thinking of requesting Rasudi to carry them, but it was rejected by Mamu. They need to sense the distance between Village 1 and Big Tree Village. There appeared a horse-drawn carriage. Though the carriage with suspension was returned to Michael-san last winter, there are 3 new carriages brought into the village. They are already modified, and suspension is already installed. They should have been sent back to Michael-san, but Hakuren's pregnancy was discovered, so we were not able to. Are we going to use those carriages? No, we shouldn't use things that are about to be delivered selfishly. Looking at the carriage we will use, it is the original work of the mountain elves. It might not look like it, but it has been remodeled a lot, like increasing its sturdiness and making it lighter. However, the suspension that was used was not the one that Michael-san requested. It is using leaf spring. Leaf spring is a board made of elastic wood. That thing technically exists, but they didn't use that in Michael-san's carriage. They use magic. Will that make technology difficult to spread? Does patent exist here? I do not remember hearing about it from Frau and Michael-san. In any case, there is now a carriage installed with leaf spring. Coach box included, it can accommodate up to 8 people. Because of that, we attached a rear car behind the carriage. It is important to consider the amount of luggage in logistics. Unfortunately, there is neither suspension nor leaf spring installed on it. However, 10 people can ride it. This will be pulled by 4 centaurs. As for the excess, they'll have to ride centaurs and horse. In other words, out of the 20 migrants, 8 of them will ride the carriage. 10 will be in the rear car. 2 will ride centaurs. I let them decide who will ride what. An intense Janken competition was held. Those who will ride the centaurs are remorseful. You can see tears at the corner of their eyes. They don't have to be that scared. I got on the centaur Glueworld. Mamu and the tree stump Eeg will be riding the horse together. When we were about to leave, the Kuros surrounded us as guards. Because the carriage and rear car are heavy, we advanced at a slow speed. If we connect each village with carriage, will it be easier to travel around? Like a regular coach. However, the Minotaurs can't ride it, and the Centaurs will be faster if they run on their own. This plan is only feasible for Village 1 and Big Tree Village. And who will ride it? The migrants will not move so frequently. It will be easier if I lend them a horse. I'll postpone this regular coach plan for now. While I'm thinking that, we arrived at Village 1. Each house in the village is big enough for a family of 4. I feel the tension of the migrants goes up. They also look down and are obviously startled. It is because next to the Nuniudaphnes of Village 1, the Kuros and Spiderlings are lining up. They probably realized their number when they saw them line up. Introduction, please. Mamu smiled and began introducing both groups to each other. You can choose the house you want to live in, but you don't have to fight against each other for it. If you like the same house, decide by discussing it first. The migrants were taught of the locations of the plaza, well, meeting place, and toilet. Though I think that they already know it, they were still taught on how to use the well and toilet. Always take a dump in the toilet. After that, don't forget to wash your hands. This is really important. Thinking about hygiene is normal. I don't want to hear the villagers collapse due to illness. The big tree in the center of the village is the symbol of this village. Do no wrong, remember that and teach it to your future children. What's over there? A shrine. A place for praying. God of creation, and the other one is God of farming. After Mamu finishes the explanations, the migrants started moving to choose their house in pair. There are pairs that are quick to decide and pairs that choose carefully. If they don't choose quickly, good houses will be taken. It probably reflects their character. Also, it might be a good idea to offer prayer later. Village Chief, how did I do? You did well. I'll ask you to continue doing it. Why, yes, I will do my best. Also, Eeg, you have been managing the village, and I ask you to continue to do so. Leave it to me. She's reliable even if she looks like a tree stump. The centaurs who carried us and didn't pull the carriage, like Glue World, returned to the village while pulling the rear car. They returned to take food for the migrants and to bring those who will teach them how to cook. A number of slimes are included too. The Nuniodaphnes don't take a dump, so there's almost no slime in Village 1. It might be strange since they eat, but thinking that they are tree stump people, it might not be strange at all. I accepted it like that. That house is the Nuniodaphnes. There is one big house here, and it seems like the house of the Nuniodaphnes. Yes, the Nuniodaphnes are outdoor people, but they need a house to keep their things. They keep items there for safekeeping. I'm a little doubtful, but I noticed that the items here are items that are gained by trading reward metal. Yes, they can't store them without a house. And clothes too. Indeed. The Nuniodaphnes are naked when they transformed into humans. It is troublesome for others living in the village, so I asked them to wear clothes when they are in their human forms. Though they followed that custom, most of them find it troublesome, so they are moving around in their tree stump form. It's a shame because all of them are beautiful in their human form. Glueworld's group returned after an hour. That was fast, is it, because they did not need to hold down their speed. The slimes look fine, but the two high elves who will be the cooking teacher look exhausted. It is probably already time to choose what kind of suspension, spiral spring or leaf spring, to install on the rear car. After unloading, it seems like most migrants have decided on which house to live in. I can see them smiling. I want them to maintain that smile. Like Mamu said, take your time to get used to life here. Today's schedule, a welcome night banquet at Village 1. Unlike yesterday's welcome banquet, they are no longer guests now. I call each pair and hand them a house's nameplate. I already heard their name yesterday, so I've already prepared them. Upon receiving it, they are officially residents of this village. You will face a lot of hardship, but I want you to persevere. Chapter 168. Tried various things. Village 1's migrants originally lived in a city. However, because they don't have steady jobs, they don't know what they can do and can't do. Because of that, I asked them to try various things. First, hunting. Even if they are all fully armed, they could not beat even a single-fanged rabbit. I was really surprised, but it seems like the Kuros guarding the village were more surprised. No, it can be said that I was shocked. I can't believe how they lived so far to be that weak. No, I might be similar to them. After that, the number of Kuros guarding Village 1 doubled. If not, there is a possibility of the whole village being annihilated by one-fanged rabbit. The Kuros are sweet, but this is a serious matter. I apologize for burdening you more. The number of spiderlings increased too. There were even 4 of them here that are as big as Makura. They made their web houses on all 4 sides of the village to protect it. Thank you very much. I also sent 2 lizardmen who will be stationed here temporarily as commanders to strengthen its defense. Please do your best to keep the migrants safe. Next, construction. They have never tried it before, so they are a complete amateur. Moreover, they are not strong, so they are having a really hard time. Though the high elves who came here to teach them how to cook are teaching them carefully, their improvement is negligible. I'm the one who's processing the construction materials, but it takes them too much time just to assemble them. By the way, their first work collapsed after a day, alcohol making. Every one of them gave up because of the dwarves' ardent guidance. Like their image, the dwarves are stubborn and scary. It seems like if you don't steel up your heart, they won't let you do it since they are scared to waste even a drop of alcohol. Sugarcane extraction, oil extraction, insufficient power. To think that even the Beast Boys are stronger than them. I even improved the extractor. Okay, don't be disheartened making accessories. Some of them showed talent. They are still rough, but they can be trained. Making fermented food. It seems like all of them can do it. It seems like they can withstand the smell. I'll have them taste the finished product to appreciate it more. Blacksmithing. It is necessary to melt iron for forging. But we don't have enough forges. The high elves and the beastkin gut are the ones who use them. Let's let the migrants try it too. Blacksmithing. The migrants all fell early while the high elves and beastkin gut are working. So is there a problem with the forge of Big Tree Village? How about making them work 24/7 in shifts? No, I shouldn't do that. There will surely be noise problems. Then, should I stop them from working at night from now on? It is better to work at night because you can clearly see the temperature of the fire. Is that so? Moo. So that's the reason why the big forge was made away from the village. Presently, the village one's migrants are holding a bowl with their hands. Since we are near the kiln, I'll have them try pottery. Pottery. Similar to what happened in accessory making, some showed talent. The migrants have no power, but they are dexterous. Farming. Every one of them is an amateur. Will their knowledge level grow with the seeds? Let's try plowing a field now and have them take care of it. The field is not so large, so it is not impossible for them to take care of it. I also made a kitchen garden behind each house. I planted the requested crops of each house. They need to feel the fun of bringing the crops up and harvesting them. It will be a problem if they were to learn of it late. I have them try various things. They worked really hard for every task, but they still lack experience. That's right. Even I was not able to do those things at the beginning. On the other hand, they just arrived here and they have already done well. However, my purpose is not for them to do well, but to know what they can do and what they can't do. After trying various things, I hope they can find what they want to do. Let's not think about it. Let's prepare some homemade food today. I had the migrants elect their representative one again. Their leader until now is a man named Jack. He is their leader for some reason, and it seems like he is acknowledged by everyone as their leader. Their life in Village 1 has been fairly stable. They are getting along with the Nunio-Daphnes who are living in the same village. But there is a trouble like trouble. The Nunio-Daphnes are walking around stark naked, and the men who saw them are usually beaten up by their wives. I'll have Mamu deal with it. Recently, the Village 2's Minotaurs and Village 3's Centaurs started to contact them. They were doubtful at the beginning, but it seems like they are actively talking to them now. That's a good thing. I still have work waiting for me. I'm sorry, but Village 1 is only one of my concern. I'll leave things to Mamu and the Nunio-Daphnes and return to Big Tree Village. The dragons who came here to celebrate Hakuren's pregnancy have left. Although Doors wanted to stay, she was dragged by Raymarin. I also have a daughter when Tysel marries. Don't tears fall down. I better not think about it. There is still time before the harvesting period. I will do some small work then. Let's install a leaf spring on the rear car. The mountain elves had already done that. It looks more sophisticated than what I made. I'll make an additional forge that the high elves and gut wanted. There is already a chosen location. It is in the south of the residential area. Let's make a big forge first. This will not be the main forge, but a kiln for making bricks. It will consume a lot of magic to make and bake a large quantity of bricks. In the meantime, let's make them using firewood and charcoal as fuels. I somehow made 3 forges. Unlike the current kiln, they are forged for melting iron, so it is not a kiln but furnace. Why 3? In order to be able to process 3 different materials on 3 different temperatures at the same time. Good, it is necessary. They requested it using reward metal too. Gut is the one who is pleased the most. Gut is the son of the village mayor of Howling Village. Howling Village is not only a mining village, but a blacksmithing village too. Gut will probably the one who will be in charge of blacksmithing here. No, it seems like he already is. Village chief, do you mind making a statue of the fire god? The fire god, it is a simple statue of fire made of metal. According to Howling Village's custom, it seems like it should be the first thing to make in the forge as an offering for the blacksmith's safety. Gut melted a lump of iron purchased from Howling Village and finished it in no time. It looks simple. It looks like a vertically twisted long iron plate. You need to bend a board to its shape a little to make it stand. It looks like modern art. Village chief, the next thing that will be forged is the first product. What will it be? I thought of letting him do what he wants, but Gut's eyes are serious. I always associate smithy with swordsmith. Then, katana, I mean sword. Sword is it? HNN, shouldn't it be? No. I never thought that I'll hear it from the village chief. Affirmative, I'll forge a sword. Sword, it is not a bad blacksmith workshop symbol. Will this be seen as a weapon shop? I personally want a katana rather than a sword, but I don't know much about iron or steel. Let's talk about them about it next time. I entrusted the work to them and left. The smithy before was small, but now that there's a large smithy, it will be easier to make iron products. Repair will be easier too. Iron products are necessary. However, although our iron ore order will increase, our iron product order from Howling Village will decrease. If we can't supplement them with something, Howling Village will be in trouble. For the time being, let's continue ordering springs from the Howling Village. Let's consult Gut later. It is time for the first harvest. This year's harvest is good again. While I'm feeling happy about it, I feel that it has become hot. That means it's almost time for the festival. What kind of festival will we conduct this year? Chapter 169. Jack 1. My name is Jack. I am the leader of the migrants gathered by Fushu. I'm only familiar with some of them, but there are those I know well too. My wife's acquaintances are also there. But that's not the reason I became the leader, it's because of the atmosphere. It happened all too soon, but I don't feel bad. However, I think that there are others who might be better candidates. We've discussed it for some time, but why aren't they stepping forward? Ma, okay, I'll receive the trouble of being the leader. When we arrived at our destination, we were surprised continuously. Though the others were surprised with the never-before-seen demi-humans, I was surprised at the inn we were guided to. It looks like a wooden inn, but the room was luxurious. There are a bed and a curtain too. Moreover, when you seat on the chair, it doesn't rattle. The desk is also flat. There's no bump or whatsoever. Amazing. What's more, isn't this a room for couple? Is it really okay for us to be in a private room? This is something unprecedented. Usually, for a room of this size, 10 people should be here. If this is a cruel place, it won't be a surprise to put the 20 of us here. I tried lying down on the bed, soft. Is it really all right for us to be using such a bed? I look at my wife. It looks like she feels the same. We sat on the floor at the corner of the room until we were called. They said that this is our welcome banquet, but deep in my heart, there's only despair. What are the foods in front of us? Viking style. I can take and eat as much as I like. They said that, but I don't get why. Can it be? No, we are going to get killed. This is our last supper. It doesn't seem to be our last supper. It was delicious. It was delicious enough to move anyone. And it doesn't seem that those are their best dishes. I feel ashamed remembering how fast I ate. Looking back at my eating habit until now, I almost teared up. Night, we sleep in the room. I'm too scared to sleep on the bed, so I sleep on the floor. My wife did the same. We sleep soundly, or so I thought. A little later, I get up and lie down on the bed. It's soft after all. Amazing. Later, my wife also lies down and roll on the bed. She likes it too. She fell asleep immediately. Hey, you're drooling. I was beaten up. Breakfast and lunch were also delicious. I never thought we will be given with those kinds of foods again, but now I'm looking forward to our next meal. However, it is never a good thing to eat food for free. I know that we are given food because we are expected to be citizens of the new village. I know that is the case. The first thing should be getting familiar with us. The people here are strange, but they are not bad people. Fushu also said that. We have to live our new life here. We received explanation. We also heard about each couple having a new house. There are also various things explained. That is something we wanted to confirm, but we didn't hear the essential things. Thinking about it, I unintentionally raised a question. We now have a general understanding about the life in the village. However, what kind of work should we do? Yeah, it's about work. What should we do? Please say it, but I didn't expect the answer. Get used to life here for now. Get used. Getting used to life is something that will only take 3 days. It seems like we're going to be transferred to the place where we live. Horse-drawn carriage? That looks like something only nobles use. Oi oi, what's that strange thing attached behind it? Well, I don't want to walk. 2 of us need to ride centaurs. I have the leader's privilege. I'll ride the carriage. No, there's something strange behind it. It became a Janken tournament. I think this is the most serious Janken I've done in my whole life. Nevertheless, I'm riding a centaur. It's because my wife lost. There's no choice but have her husband substitute her. And nice meeting you. I bowed politely to the centaur, who carefully picked me up. It is an etiquette I learned from Fushu. The centaur was not scary. She walks slowly and talks a lot with me. I might have been in a better situation rather than in the carriage that has something behind it. We arrived. It is a beautiful village. I'm surprised. The wolves and spiders like the ones we met at the inn of the village are lining up. Amazing. Did they teach them that to surprise us? No way. We were told that we could freely decide which house we want to live in. I consulted my wife about which house should we choose. The truth is, there is already a house that I've been looking at for a while. It seems like my wife is also looking at a house for a while. We pointed our fingers at the same time. How nice would it be if we both pointed at the same house? Unfortunately, that's not the case. We compared the two houses and decided on one. It's a secret which finger we followed. The house is fully furnished. There are chairs, tables, shelves. They are excellent furniture. There was a bed in the bedroom. I expected it to be soft, but it's only a frame. I think they are already thoughtful enough. But when Mamu, tour beastkin caretaker, saw my disappointment, she gave me the soft part. Moreover, in only a few minutes. See, can we really sleep on it? Great, it's like a dream. Now that we decided where we will live in from now on, there was another welcome banquet that evening. Dishes that are different from yesterday are lined up. They'll surely be delicious again. By chance, have we gone to a very rich village? If so, I want to stay here. No, I want to live here. I'll do my best. I displayed the nameplate I received from the village chief with my wife at the front door of our house. Chapter 170. Jack 2. Is it our time to fight? We were given with armors. I tried putting on the armor, but I wasn't able to move satisfactorily, so they told me to wear leather armor instead. I'm sure that this leather armor is excellent. I feel like this is not inferior to any armors that the adventurers in the city are wearing. I'm not sure, but that's what I think. They gave us various weapons too. I choose sword. The others choose it too. However, we noticed it just by waving it a little. We noticed that we don't have what it takes to wield a sword. Because of that, the lizardman who's handling the weapons gave us another one. He passed us spears. He advised us to concentrate on thrusting instead of slashing. I'm old enough to do what I want, but I accepted the spear and his advice. I tried thrusting it 2 to 3 times. Good, not bad. Though this might look simple, I feel like I'm several times stronger. I wonder if the hooligans in the city feel the same way when they have weapons on their hands. However, we are different from those guys. We will protect this village using these weapons. We will fight against a rabbit with fangs. That's right, a fanged rabbit. Killer rabbit. The rabbit of death. Just by hearing its name, even a famous adventurer with long and good experience record will shudder. I look at the faces of my companions. They look pale, but I think we'll be fine. We did not win, but I think we did great, because we are all still alive. Every one of us is delighted seeing everyone survived. I feel like our bonds deepened, and we learned the strength of the wolves. One of them killed that rabbit in one blow. Let's do whatever it takes to not go against them. After that, they let us do various works. It is to check our aptitudes. Trying a lot of things is better than doing something you can't. I did everything with the best of my effort, and all of my energy. I really did my best. This is the first time I've tried this hard on things. But the result is not good. The house we built quickly collapsed. We have gotten drunk and got scolded by the dwarves while making alcohol. When we tried to extract sugar and oil, we don't have enough power to do so. Disheartening. What's more that while we're doing those, the village chief immediately completed a bath and a warehouse. Mortifying. I did my best in making accessory. I was praised. I'm delighted a little. Making fermented food. It has a foul smell, but I can stand it. I can only continuously do my best. When I'm losing my focus, I only need to think of the killer rabbit again. Just thinking about the killer rabbit makes the foul smell dissipates. We successfully managed to do it. We were allowed to eat these trial products and they were delicious. Blacksmithing, too hot. And the work needs to be done is too heavy. I pushed myself to my very limit but still fell down. We were scolded when we woke up. They said to not overdo things to the point of fainting. They also said not to get impatient. Are we impatient? We should reflect. What they said is true. The village chief and Mamu-san, our caretaker, said that we should get used to life here first. We have tried a lot of things and days have passed, but I'm not sure if we are used to life here. No, I'm certain that we're not. We eat too much. We eat 3 times a day, which are breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes there are even more depending if there's an event. We no longer fear of being robbed at night, so we can sleep well now. The toilet is clean. There is also a water source nearby. And it's free. I thought that I'll have a better life after learning letters and etiquette from Fushu, but I had better than what I expected. My life is so different from before that I'm confused. We indeed need to get used to life here first. All right, I will get used to this life. Ah, today's dinner is stew? Killer rabbit? It's delicious. I'll work hard even with an empty stomach. By the way, although we are doing a variety of things, there is this one thing that I can't help but remember. Not at this village, but at the village where Fushu has taken us. The night after the welcome banquet, every one of us was called to go to a certain room. Of course, all of us migrants obediently gathered at that place. I was really scared of what was happening back then. After all, there are more individuals there than during the welcome banquet. There were this stupidly big spider and powerful-looking wolf. In addition, the village chief was not there. That made me really uneasy. It seems like instead of the village chief, the one who called us is her wife. She is surprisingly young and beautiful. Her name is Lulushi. I laughed a little thinking that she has the same name as the legendary blood-sucking princess. Is she anxious about something? Ma, the main topic back then is not that. The village chief's wife taught us some precautions with a pretty serious face. It seems like those things are necessary in order to live in the village. There are 3 of them. Don't play on the farm. Wasting crops is blasphemy. Observe cleanliness and use the toilet. Don't forget to wash your hands after using it. Never be hostile against the village chief. Don't mind him if he acted like a baby. Don't mind him if he acted strict. If he bothers you, just overlook it and avoid him. But hostile action against him is unforgivable. She firmly told us those. I really don't understand the contents. It is natural to not play on the farm. A person who wastes food is certainly not a good guy. I also know how to stay clean and how to use the toilet. This is for disease control. To not wash one's hand after using the toilet is like inviting diseases. There's enough water so we definitely can wash. As for the last one, Ma, obeying the ruler is important. It's the same everywhere. There will be no good result for going against the top. Hostile action? There's no reason to do that. I'll be the one who'll cook today's dinner. The village chief drags a wild boar of the size of a small house with its neck. Village chief, this is. Ah, these guys brought me to where it is. It seems like they're feeling lazy, so I'm the one who killed it. The village chief then patted the head of a wolf. In other words, the wolves can't kill the boar and call for him. The village chief removes the blood by cutting its neck and dismantles it in front of us, then cooks it. The food cooked by the village chief is delicious. Hostile action, there's no reason to do that. Chapter 171. New dog. I am an inferno wolf under Kuro-sama's pack. With my level of ability, I was appointed to be the leader of 10. Ma, I'm moderately strong, enough that I can be proud of it. I'm at the upper ranks. My current duty is to lead several of us to explore the forest. Our objective is not hunting but territory management. The place is considerably far from the village. It will take 2 days of run. Since we need to move around the village at that distance, it will take 20 days in total. It is a duty that needs us to leave the village that everyone dislikes. But there are also benefits. We can eat the prey catch during this mission on the spot. Home is far away, so if we don't eat them during the mission, we'll get hungry. And one more thing, I'm looking for a partner. It is very rare to encounter an inferno wolf who does not belong to the village when we leave it. My purpose is to invite someone like that. Of course, she must be free and can join our pack. As for the qualification, I'm looking for someone to become my partner. There is this good she-wolf in the pack that I want to become my partner? No. My apologies. I'll have too many rivals, so it is better for me to forget her. I'll just find someone to become my partner in this mission. 10 days have passed. We continue our mission while mainly eating fanged rabbit. Then I found this unusual creature. A puppy. Puppy. It's not an inferno wolf pup. I know by its smell. What kind of puppy is this? Moreover, it's weary. It's still alive, but it is dying. What should I do? Should I get it with my mouth? Its size is about half of my face. A mouthful, it can be eaten with a bite or two. When one found something unusual, It is said to bring it home or leave a sign, but HNNN. It can't be helped. I'll call my colleague and have him take over as the leader. Taking it home is troublesome. If it dies before we arrive at the village, then that's it. I can also order someone else to bring it home, but it will be unfair for them, since my colleague's situation is similar to mine. They are also looking for partners. It will be hard to order one of them. I'm the one who found it, so it will be my responsibility. After that, I am now taking back the puppy to the village. I took it first with my mouth, but it's too shake there, so I put it on my back. It was hard to keep it from falling. Along the way, I took some breaks and find some food and water. I'm doing great with the puppy. It's still alive. HNN, it is hard to eat. It can't be helped. I'll make it softer for you. We arrived at the village. The puppy managed to survive. I call out Boss. Bark, boss, boss, I found something weird. Boss looked at the puppy and immediately called for someone to heal it. As expected of Boss. You helped the puppy, you did well. Ooh, I was praised. I receive a head pat. Stomach too, interrupting my partner search was worth it. 3 months later. Bark Aniki. There is a puppy beside me. No, with its size, it can't be called a puppy anymore. Or rather, it is already bigger than me. 2 times bigger. It is probably because Boss was the one who took care of it when I brought it in this village. It took a liking to me. Going with the flow, it is obviously looking for me. It has a habit of bumping into me with its body as a greeting which I can't get rid of. I am still more powerful compared to it, but the impact is still painful. Bark, are you going out to hunt? Let me go with you. Though it cannot defeat me yet, it has become considerably strong. As for magic, it is better than me. Bark Aniki, I killed the rabbit. Did it just spew flame? I could also do it if I try, probably not. Yeah, you're not a dog. You already give off a certain atmosphere, and dogs don't grow that big. No, you're not a normal puppy in the first place. If you're not a dog, what are you? Thick silver fur. Looks like a dog on certain angles, but looks like a wolf too. However, I don't know any other wolf other than Inferno Wolf in this area. Though I heard that at the edge of the forest, there is a certain species of wolf, but what is it? Even if you're no longer a puppy, I'll still call you puppy. It seems to have received a name from Boss, but I won't call you that because of envy. It is now mating season. I was not able to find a partner, so this season make me difficult to stay in the village. I'll try to sleep after eating this apple that fell from a tree here in fruit area. Bark Aniki. Puppy arrives. Speaking of which, you have to find a partner too. I'm not complaining, but it is Puppy's fault that I was not able to find a partner. It suddenly barges in when I was having this good atmosphere with a she-wolf. Did it do it intentionally? It meant no harm, I'm not angry. Well, it had protected me from the attacks of brutal she-wolves. Bark apple, an apple fell here. Oh, only one. Did it fell at the same time as the one I ate? Bark Aniki, please. No, you eat it. Bark Aniki. Though the puppy is holding back, I know that it likes them since apples are chewy and delicious. The apples smell. I must not look, I must not. Bark Aniki, are you going to sleep? Yeah, don't disturb me. Bark okay, then I'll sleep next to you. Hey, you're too close. Moo. I'll permit you to act like this only this year. Next year, you will no longer be a puppy, and I'll have a partner by then too. HNN, I guess I'll have to look for someone of the same species as puppy. No, it should look for a partner itself. A partner is not someone to be prepared for you. Barf Aniki, did you say something? No, it's nothing. Mating season, I wish for it to end early. Conversation of a high elf and the village chief about the one the Inferno Wolf brought. It became big. Right, I was worried at first, but it looks like it gets along well with them, especially with that one. Yeah, it looks up to the guy who brought it like a parent. I don't think that it still looks at him like a parent since it is already that big. In addition, look at them. HNN. They are male and female. You mean it is a female? It looks scary, but it's a female. Really, but I have given it a gallant name. Maybe it doesn't mind having a gallant name. Conversation of the true ancestor and the vampire princess. Are. Isn't that a Fenrir? Why is it in the Inferno Wolf pack? What's happening? The vampire's true ancestor is talking a stroll in this village with a cup of tea on his hand. Don't you think that's more unusual? Chapter 172. Gut. My name is Gut. I am the son of the village mayor of the Howling Village and the village chief candidate for the next term. I was. Is it because I was married to a human from a human village? Of course not. Nashi is a human, but she's a wonderful woman. Unfortunately, she caught a mine cough. On the night of the day when it was decided that Nashi has to leave, I was not able to sleep because of crying all night. After that, I tried to visit her many times, but I was not able to see her. I didn't even know that Nashi was pregnant when she left and that she had given birth. It is certainly my child. She has become pretty big. She's already 4 years old. That time, I regretted being the village chief's son and decided to follow Nashi after abandoning that position. I'm glad that she's an obedient child. I must absolutely protect my daughter Nut. Of course, Nashi too. We will always be together from now on. I'm now at the Big Tree Village. The village Howling Village is indebted to. I'm not here as a customer, but as a resident. To be honest, I'm scared. The Forest of Death is a place I was told to never approach ever since I was a child. Even Gulf, the best warrior of Howling Village, says that he will die once he let his guard down. We're in the middle of that forest. In addition, inferno wolves and demon spiders. They are monsters and demon beasts that if you met, you'll surely die, so you must run at the opposite direction from where your village is located in order for it not to be destroyed. This village is full of them. Full to the point I can't count how many of them are here. It's all right. Hang in there. I must hang in there. In contrast to the frightened me, Nashi is positively getting familiar with the other villagers. As for Nut, she's playing with an inferno wolf. Hang in there, me. The world. If you can drink good alcohol and eat good food, all is well. I managed to recover. I can't stay down forever. My little sister Senna is a good example. She's working hard, so I must do the same. First of all, I must remember my and Senna's position ever since I migrated here with my family. I'm above Senna in Howling Village, but not here. My position here is below Senna. I must keep that in mind. She's not my Amato, but my senpai. That should be it. Looking at how Senna and the other beastkins do their job, I can only lower my head. I helped with the work that Senna and the others are doing, and all of them are difficult. Also, Senna is doing well fighting as a woman too. I admire her for her growth after not meeting her for a while, but at the same time saddened by my lack of growth. No, I grow too. I take pride in being either the number 1 or number 2 blacksmith of Howling Village. But will that be useful in Big Tree Village? That's the sound of hitting iron. The High Elves have a forge and they are processing iron. The forge is smaller and looks poor compared to the one in Howling Village. But to me, it looks shining. I lowered my head to the High Elves for them to let me use the forge. It seems like smithing is done by several High Elves as their hobby. I'm technically better than them. Because of that, I'll naturally work as the master blacksmith in Big Tree Village, but working full-time will be difficult. Given this forge, I can only do some small repair works or small iron products like nails. But that's fine, because I can do a job that suits me. Spring has come, and I become familiar enough to the inferno wolves and demon spiders to greet them good morning. Humans will be living in Village 1, a village west of Big Tree Village. They are all migrants. It was said that we should teach them various things, so I decided to teach them blacksmithing. It was said that a craftsman must never let his technique be known to others, but I feel like I owe a lot to this village that even teaching my technique will not be enough. After all, it is nothing more than teaching. Being taught doesn't mean that you can immediately become a blacksmith. It will take at least 5 years to be one. Even if they came to the smithy every day, it will take them at least 20 years to catch up to me. Well, I don't mind teaching, but how can I teach them? It will be difficult for them to learn if they don't have a forge nearby. Does that mean that they need to go to Big Tree Village every time? While I was thinking of that, my high elf blacksmithing workmate muttered, "Why don't we make a forge in Village 1? Nice idea, let's do that. Let's make a splendid forge at Village 1. The construction skills of the high elves are amazing. Originally, it took months to complete a forge, but it was completed in about 10 days. Drying magic is a great help. This is a splendid forge. It is almost similar to the one in Howling Village. Ooh, I got carried away. The purpose of building this is to teach the migrants blacksmithing. I will teach you with all my power. I feel like my enthusiasm is frightening. Probably because even in Howling Village, there are a lot of villagers that want to learn blacksmithing, but the forge is limited. Though I'm really enthusiastic, I know that this is difficult. The workplace is hot regardless of the season. It's heavy labor too. Why am I doing it? It is because of the sense of accomplishment. When you complete something, you'll feel joy and fulfillment. It will be great if they'll experience that too, but it is impossible to have them strike iron suddenly. This is their first tour of the workshop. Let's have them try some work after that. No one was able to do it. The man who worked the hardest fainted because of heat. I should have paid more attention to them. I must reflect. But for now, let's use this forge effectively. It's a new forge. Yeah, this is easier to use than the one in Big Tree Village. However, I would like to have a furnace dedicated for melting iron. No. Let's use this forge to its full potential first. Since I'm here, it means I can use this at night. The work of a blacksmith heavily relies on the temperature of the fire, and the temperature of the fire is judged by its color. Because of that, work is done at night since it is difficult to see the color at daytime. However, there were complaints in Big Tree Village about the noise during the night. It can't be helped since the forge is close to the residential area. However, I'm here so I can surely work at night. No, I must also not bother the residents here. Regrettable. I consulted the village chief about working at night. With the support of the High Elves, it has been decided to make a new workshop outside Big Tree Village. In addition, the High Elves even took out 5 reward medals to ask for the reinforcement of the facility. I'm sorry. I only have 1 left. The rest were already traded for gifts for my wife and my daughter. 3 impressive furnaces. Various ideas floated on my mind. In addition, the workshop is larger. There is also a place where we can display our works. If my blacksmith companions in Howling Village were to see this, I won't be surprised if they want to move here. I am moved. Let's lit the first fire. I made a fire god statue. It will be the guardian of the workshop. I also made one for the village one's forge before. The fire god statue must always be the first product made in a smithy. I asked the village chief on what would he like to be the next product. Then, katana, I mean sword. Sword, that's unexpected. I was expecting a farming tool since it is the village chief. Sword, maybe he knew that I'm good at making one? No, it may be for the migrants in a village one. He wants to give them good weapons. If that is the case, it should be spear. Does he want this to be a symbol? If it's for Big Tree Village, I think a farming tool is a better symbol. Thinking about it, Ursa was playing with a sword. It was a splendid sword. Can I even forge something like that? Fortunately, the village has a mountain of materials. HNN, shouldn't it be? Oh, it seems like I put too much thought about it. I bowed. Understood, I'll forge a sword. The sword I forged is a great sword, at a later date. With the new furnaces, the village chief consulted me on how to deal with Howling Village. He wants to know how to compensate for the decrease in the amount of iron products we purchased from Howling Village. He thinks more about the Howling Village than me. This is embarrassing, but what he said is true. For Howling Village, Big Tree Village is their best customer for iron products. Ever since I became the Big Tree Village's blacksmith, I have become Howling Village's rival. I'll just make sure that the amount of products I made are to the bare minimum. How about doing something for the Howling Village, like buying a steady amount of mined ore? There are apprentices that came over here, 2 of them. What's their gender? A male and a female? They'll get married once they became full-fledged blacksmiths. The village chief called the 2 apprentices. Should I really take in these apprentices? I don't want to give up my position as the blacksmith here to anyone. If we all smith here, the amount of iron products purchased from Howling Village will be reduced. In other words, these 2 are leftovers. So it is like putting us out in business by sending immature and unskilled people. Maybe these 2 are the best apprentice for me. These apprentices are people who know the fun of smithing and will surely protect it as much as possible. The 2 of them will be delighted to see this workshop. I'll show them the sword I forged too. Ma, I'll have to tell them how to get along with the inferno wolves and the demon spiders before anything else. I laughed as I recall how I acted the first time I came here. Chapter 173. Alcohol, Festival Executive Committee, and Kurumi. A certain drinker said, "If you leave sweet things, it will naturally become alcohol." In other words, God wants to drink alcohol. A dwarf said that, "Noisy, let's just drink." Is that dwarf Donovan? No, I'm not being noisy. It is normal to act like this when drinking. Donovan and I have come to the research center in the corner of the residential area. Like what the drinker said, if you leave sweet things, it will naturally turn into alcohol. That drinker is fermenting sugar to turn it into alcohol. Though the theory is correct, we'll have to rely on luck for the fermentation. Majority of the result: rotten. However, they are still data that we can use for the next one, especially when controlling temperature for yeast fermentation. Yeast can be obtained by fermenting grapes, but I can use the aft to clear that hurdle. Thank you, God. At the research center, we are doing various things to make alcohol from the fruits that can be harvested in the village. Me having come to this place means that it is time to decide whether to continue the production of the newly made alcohol or not. However, they are carefully selected by Donovan first. I'm only doing the final confirmation. From the right, pomegranate, tomato, and watermelon. These are all Donovan's recommendations. I tasted them using a small cup. To be honest, I'm not that particular about alcohol. I can say that it is bad or good, but that will only for my taste. As for these, they are all delicious. It tastes like pomegranate. This watermelon is a little. Tomato is good, but it is not suitable for regulars. Since there is no point in saying compliments, I will tell my review honestly. And with regards to production issue, I'll give it an okay. Donovan nods satisfactorily and puts out 3 fingers. Then I ask for a steady supply of these 3 fruits. All right, but pomegranate supply will not increase anytime soon. Tomato and watermelon supply will increase next harvest. Okay. After we've seen the market's reaction, I'm going to decide if we need to increase or decrease the amount of production. The taste is all right, but the problem will be the price. Let's consult Michael-san when he comes. Okay. Anyway, there's one more reason why I requested you to come here. HNN. Donovan presented me a small cup with a full, smiling face. It is smaller than the one I used for the taste test earlier. It looks like you're confident. I took the small cup and put it in my mouth. Great. Right. This is honey wine. Yes, it is made from the village's honey. Michael-san absolutely requested you to stop, didn't he? Honey wine is an alcohol that should not be brewed without permission. It is because our harvested honey is limited. In addition, although it is easy to make, it is quite pricey. Honey is already pricey, and the village's honey is the finest honey in the market, so Michael-san begged us to sell it to him as it is and don't brew it into honey wine. Because of that, the honey wine in the village is usually purchased from Michael-san. Don't you think this will be our best seller? I think rather than selling, you plan on drinking it. We're not brewing it so it can't be helped. Honey is also used for cooking, so it might look like I'm picking a fight with those maid girls. Right, but our honey is certainly insufficient. We can only make a certain amount that might not even be enough to drink for ourselves, so selling to others is impossible. In addition, excluding Michael-san, we are also supplying honey to Beazle, Dorame, Doors, and Ancestor-san. I know. This time, I used the honey I traded for my reward medal. It's a self-funded study, and you let me drink it. In other words, what is your request? I want to brew one for village consumption. One large cask per year. That's a lot. However, the taste is exquisite. It doesn't taste like alcohol at all. Understood. The honey will be prepared, however. This will be strictly confidential. I know. Women's weakness is sweets. The power of sweets rivals the power of alcohol. Therefore, we must do this in absolute secrecy. They will be silenced by the taste. Then I ask Donovan, by the way, do you have more? That alcohol is so good, do you really think I still have some? Surely, you must have prepared a certain amount for me. Well, if that is necessary to persuade the village chief. Actually, there should have been a glass full. And you drink it. Maybe God wanted it. It can't be helped. Donovan and I offer the new 3 different kinds of alcohol to the shrine in Big Tree Village. Donovan apologized to God for using him as a shield. By the way, the alcohol offering to God was drank up by the wine slime. Village chief, the wine slime should receive capital punishment. Mama, it only means that those 3 alcohol are really good. If there is a delicious alcohol before them, the wine slime, like the dwarves, will not be able to endure. However, you must not drink God's offering. I'm not sure if it listened to me. I examined this year's festival. There is one word-written tower. It is a competition of piling up logs in a certain place and compete which one is the highest. It is a festival that originated from a certain village with thriving forestry. It was decided by draw lots again. Not good. I'm unaware since I'm using the aft when logging but cutting trees of the forest of death is ridiculously hard. The high elves only managed to take down one tree with a diameter as big as a human waist after a half day. The civil servant girls were not able to cut a tree at all. It is also fire resistant, so we also can't burn it with fire magic. Isn't this task impossible? It was decided that we should secure logs first. It is important that we have piled up trees in advance. However, now that we've done it, even if we pile the trees up like a mountain, it will only scramble down. Big trees are also hard to carry. Should we ask the minotaurs? We don't know how to properly pile the logs. Won't the high elves be the sure winner? The difference between races has never been this obvious. Ma, just look at the harpies. They will not be able to participate since they don't have hands. What will become of this? After various trial and error and brainstorming, it became a game of balance. It became a team battle. The staff will pile up logs and put a symbol on the top. Each team will draw one tree at a time and will lose if the symbol falls. In other words, when the mountain of logs topples, there is one problem. We'll pile them up every time. That's a big problem, since a mountain of logs will topple. Should we add another type of competition? Let's do that. Discuss it with others. What should we add? Understood. Let's make it an opening performance for Tower. This is a new festival. Please give it a new name. It's mountain toppling, so let's call it like that. Understood. Then next is the dimension of the logs and how should they be assembled. We have to think of it since we'll pile them up high. Of course. The Festival Executive Committee continued to work for the festival. Walnut is a famous hard nut. There is a technique for cracking it. Impossible. How can this walnut be this hard? One of the high elves taught me how to properly hold it and break it in two. I see. You should break it on that place. Like this. Impossible. Thinking about it, I'm probably lacking in gripping strength. But humans are intelligent beings. Walnut cracker. It looks like pliers or vise or an iron ball holder, but you can tell just by looking that it is made to crack walnut. This is the evidence of humanity's battle with walnut. I'm already thinking of making this state-of-the-art industrial object called walnut cracker. I'll ask Gut to make a walnut cracker. After asking him to, he started to hammer. I see, he's right. It is better to use something existing rather than making a new one which is specialized in cracking walnut. The process doesn't matter. What's important is fulfilling the purpose of eating the content of a walnut. Let's not worry about the details. Oh, it seems like pliers will work, so I'll try it later. How about vise? It will be difficult to use this because the jaws are too apart. By the way, excluding me, everyone here is eating walnut by cracking them with their hands. The mountain elves and the dwarves are particularly fast in cracking them. It is a matter of life and death for us if we can't crack them. It complements the taste of alcohol. Looking at them who are breaking walnuts like tofu while I'm struggling, I'm a little sad of my powerlessness. At a later date, Gut's walnut cracker is regularly used in Village 1. Comrade. No village chief that we're not. Am I really alone? Chapter 174. Spirit magic and various things in Village 1. Village 1's leader Jackwife is Mort. She is a little special compared to others, because she can use spirit magic. Normal magic is achieved by using one's own power or the surroundings' power, while spirit magic can only be used though spirit. The explanation is difficult to comprehend, especially to me, who doesn't practice magic. This is the spirit of fire. I saw something like a burning salamander, but I only vaguely saw it since it burnt away. The weakness of this type of magic is it is not effective to a place where there is an absence of that kind of spirit. You mean that if there is a spirit here, you can use that magic infinitely? That's true in theory, but contacting a spirit brings fatigue. That doesn't sound good. Presently, in Village 1, the only strong spirits are Tree Spirit and Water Spirit. I feel like I understand it somehow. What about Earth Spirit? It seems to be very weak around here, however, it feels like it's getting stronger little by little. Earth Spirit getting stronger. Do you mean that an earthquake will likely occur? No, I didn't mean it that way. It feels like they are recovering their power. That's a relief. By the way, I can imagine Fire Spirit and Water Spirit, but what can Tree Spirits do? They usually hide themselves in the forest. Let me try. She's doing the same when summoning that burning salamander earlier. She's concentrating. But nothing happens. Did you fail? This is strange. I can feel tree spirits nearby. When we turn our heads around, a Daphne in her tree stump form is heading towards us slowly. Did you call? That reminds me, the Daphnes are something like a tree spirit. Wait, does that mean that I can use spirit magic unconsciously? By the way, it seems like she can only use spirit magic to the extent of making her life a little easier. It seems like the villagers of Village 1 has gotten used to life there. I agree, their food consumption is now normal. Village 1's food came from here, but we cannot continue with this arrangement forever. After they learn how to cook, we regularly send them food. Because it will be a problem for both sides, we only send them 30 days worth of preserved food. Then, we are sending them food every 10 days. If things go as planned, we'll only do this for a year. But unexpectedly, the food we send them lasts longer than they were supposed to. It is not like they're not eating. Their consumption is extremely low. For example, breakfast, salted soup. No lunch. Dinner, 2 steamed potatoes. I decided to put a supervisor for them for a while. If they don't eat well, it will be troubling. It's not like we're sending them something that they can't eat. When I cooked for them, they ate a lot. They even asked for another serving. I managed to figure out the reason. Presently, they said that they are neither busy nor helpful, so it is shameful for them to consume food. Those who don't work must not eat, but it seems like they don't know the word investment. You having a stable life in this village is enough for me. Is stability the problem? It is true that you're not helpful. I'm not expecting anything from you either. However, I can't tell them that in their face. Then, I guess it can't be helped. I can't let them fall to malnutrition. I can't face Fushu if that happens. I don't want to do this, but this problem has come to this point. If you don't eat it, let it rot. Obviously, the food we distributed them will not last long, and it has been some time already. With that, they decided to find something that they can do individually, and they will now consume the food we sent properly. What a relief. While they are looking for the things they can do, one of them reveals that she's able to use spirit magic. Let's just think that she finally opens her heart a bit. As for the main job of the new villagers of Village 1, they focus on farming, making small accessories, and making papers. They are farming regardless of gender. Though their farming level is only enough for their own kitchen garden, they are working hard and listens to what the Minotaurs taught them. Most of the men are making accessories, small objects. They are making various things, but they are mostly making things made of bamboo, so I leave them be. I'm in the midst of plowing a bamboo grove near Village 1 now. One of them fell into knitting. He even goes to Zabutin's place to have her teach him. He presented me his finished work. It's hot. Why are you giving me a sweater? It will be summer soon. It will be good if you don't give one to your wife, or else she might wear it. She'll surely wear your masterpiece because of love. The women are mainly making papers. Paper making did not start out of nowhere. It went through several stages. Before migrating to Village 1, Fushu taught them how to read and write. I don't want what they learned to go to waste, so I thought of something that they can do. And that is making new books by copying an existing one. When I thought of that, printing press suddenly pops out of my mind. I was caught and questioned by the mountain elves, and they made one by trial and error. Though I said that they made a printing press, it's just a stamp. The idea is simple, but creating it is quite difficult, especially the characters. The print won't look good if the character doesn't have the same font size. Imagine how much work is needed to make them all the same size. I wanted to make the character stamp made of iron because of its durability, but I had it made of bamboo for easy processing. At first, the women were making it, but the men are faster, so it became the men's job. However, they are still unable to produce a sufficient number of them. While waiting for the character stamp, it is the women's time to make paper. Though we still have a moderate amount of paper, it will quickly disappear once printing starts. If we buy them from Michael-san, it will be a considerable amount. In that case, we just need to make our own paper. As for that plant needed for making paper, I can plant them here since Doors gifted me one before. I only know the method of making Japanese paper, but once I provide the technical knowledge, everything will fall into place. Village 1's women started making paper. At first, There are a number of failure because of trial and error, but they eventually managed to make an okay-looking one. They should continue to make more before the printing begins. Other than making paper, they are also experimenting on making an appropriate ink for printing. The day when Village One's work will be printing is coming. However, I also heard that there are people out there who are making a living by copying books. The livelihood of those people will be threatened if we mass-produce books once we started printing. We have not started printing yet, but we already have to think about limiting our printing production. For the time being, our target is to have children of this village have access to printed books. For outsiders, let's limit our services to them on printing flyers than printing books. I heard that most commoners can't read. They should have raised the literacy rate. What are those politicians thinking? Well, it's not like I can do anything about it. The only thing I can do is to give printed books to the orphanage I asked Beazle to build before. It would be great if they'll get the chance of recognizing letters. Since Village 1 is working hard, Big Tree Village must not lose. As of now, we are preparing for the festival. Somehow, the villagers also increased. If I include villagers from Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3, we are about 400. Well, it's not like everyone is participating. Since it will be more crowded, I need the venue needs to be modified and additional toilets should be added. I also increased the place where anyone can eat. It is because the Oni maids are thinking of introducing new works. After modifying the venue, I played with Kuro's pups and Zabuton's spiderlings. It's not like because I only wanted to have fun. They will be the ones who are going to guard each village during the festival. They can't participate in the festival, so this is their compensation. For the pups, we played flying disc, fetch ball, and hunting. During hunting, I only played the role of a supervisor. Each of the pups shows off, so I praise them. Whenever a fanged rabbit rows, it will be instantly killed. As for the huge wild boar, it will take 4 of them to take one down. Honestly, I think they're pretty strong. This has gone on for several days to have every one of them take their turn. A lot of ingredients was secured for the festival. As for the spiderlings, we have also done various things. We did something like a fashion show, and we also hunted. I also sculptured life-size model of the spiderlings. It was impossible to make one for each of them, so they carefully selected their representatives. After that, I carefully reproduced life-size figures of those representatives on their selective pose. I'm going to use them as decorations in my residence. Will these surprise people who don't know of them? By the way, I put a title on my last sculpture, Sergeant Zabuton's Command While Drinking Coffee. Chapter 175. Mountain Toppling Festival, plus A. I heard that when a dragon becomes pregnant, she will be violent, but there was no sign of that happening so far. I feel relaxed. Well, she has been eating and sleeping properly. I remember the first time she came to this village. It was like war back then, but now she's pregnant, she's doing whatever she wants. She wants breakfast in bed, say no more. She wants to take a nap, say no more. She wants to sleep in the evening, say no more. A pregnant woman's job is to sleep, and get up and play at night. Rumble, rumble. Sleep. If Hakurin is up, Ursa will surely not sleep. I want her to live a regular life since she's pregnant. Ah, wait, could it be that dragons are nocturnal? No, not at all. Rhapsody replied, I see. She wakes up at night because she sleeps all day. Then can I obstruct an afternoon nap of a pregnant woman? How can we fix her day-night reversal? I can't think of anything. When I was about to send a message to consult Raymarin, Hakurin grabbed my arm. Hakurin shook her head left and right while having a frustrated expression. I smiled at her. Then, sleep at night got it. It was impossible for her to do that soon, but she managed to do so after 10 days. You are mother and daughter. Why are you scared of Raymarin? The day of the festival has come. The villagers of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 have been coming here little by little since a few days ago in order to prepare for today. We have prepared bed to those who have come early, but the rooms are insufficient, so we need to set up tents for the remaining ones. Even before the festival, the atmosphere here is already lively. But why? The tents are really popular. I understand how they feel, but I hope you won't catch cold. There's no absentee from each village. Parents with a small child are arranged to stay at the inn. There are many guests as usual. First is Michael-san. He's already here the day before along with various commodities. Dorame is also here since he's the one who carried Michael-san. He said that Dors and Raymarin will surely come to see Hakuren. I took a bath and speak with them afterwards. From the Demon King's kingdom, Yuri, Bezel, Glatz, Randon, and another one has come. Nice to meet you. I am Huleg. Please take care of me from now on. Hu is a woman. She has bright red wings on her back, but she's not an angel. I have enjoyed various alcohol from this village. I especially like the one made from sugar cane. It was the best. Ahate. Is that so? That was something hard that I can't even drink straight. After greeting me, Hu went to a stall that is preparing food. Ah, that's not her target. She's looking for alcohol. My apologies. Hu really loves alcohol. Ha ha ha, she'll get along with the dwarves. After Hu, I'm now talking to Bezel. During that time, Glatz talks the Minotaur Renana. Randon bowed to me and also head for a stall. The Demon King wasn't able to make it. He has accumulated work, so he can't attend this time. It's a result of him always playing around. Yuri was the one who answered. She went to the seat reserved for distinguished guests while being accompanied by Bezel. The next who arrived are Ancestor-san and Fushu. Ancestor-san has been coming here all the time, but he hasn't stayed for too long since he's a busy person. I want to throw them all away and settle down here permanently. Hearing Ancestor-san's declaration, Fushu made a troubled expression. I told Fushu where the migrants of Village 1 are and have the civil servant girls guide her to them. It's because the next guest came, Dors and Raymarin. It hasn't been a while since I last saw them. They came here when to celebrate Hakuren's pregnancy after all. After greeting them, I'll take them to where Hakuren is. That's not necessary anymore. Dorame personally came for them. Ma, isn't this guy intimate? As for the others, Gulf from the Howling Village came. He has been here ever since he came with the 2 new apprentices of Gut. Rasudi was the one in charge of transporting those 2, so they surely came here easily. Will Howling Village be okay without their best warrior? Is it really all right for him to come alone here? It is probably okay now since they have become friendlier with the human village. Ma, let's just welcome him since he's here. After that, 4 Lamias from the southern dungeon came, and 2 Titans from northern dungeon as well. The Ghost Knight came from the hot spring. Just the other day, Dorame heard about the hot spring, so Daga and Gulf accompanied him there as guides. They took back the Ghost Knight afterwards. It looks like it is looking forward to it, so I guess it's okay. Before noon, the festival started in full scale. This year's festival is mountain toppling. However, there is an opening performance before that. First question. Jack, who's living in Village 1, has a wife and her name is Mort. If you think the statement is correct, move to the place with written on it. If you think that it is incorrect, move to the place with times written on it. A quiz tournament. Though it is a quiz, it won't pose really hard questions. Even normal villagers who are living normally can answer them. However, they are disadvantageous for the guests. Ma, I think you can answer those quiz questions if you use a little bit of intellect. The questions are prepared in advance and are randomly selected. This will end when there is only 1 participant left. The hostess is one of the civil servant girls. She's using magic in order to have everyone in the venue hear what she's saying. Everyone can join, that's what I wanted to say, but there are pregnant women and small children here, so we have to screen them a little. As for the guests, they can join if they want. Third question. Kuro-san is the first one who lived in Big Tree Village. The answer is times. I'm the first one. I thought no one would answer it wrongly, but the group of migrants unexpectedly answered it wrong. 10th question. The name of the village chief is Hiraku. The answer is, but it's not well known, I'm shocked. Isn't the village chief's name Village Chief? So that's how it is. Maybe I should wear a name tag. Now, the participants have decreased a lot. The remaining ones are few of the Kuros and few of the Spiderlings. And the wine slime too. There's no humanoid. I looked at Lou. I haven't remembered all the migrants' name yet. I looked at Tyr. I never heard that there are now more than 50 dwarves here. Ah yeah, I don't know that too. And the last question. 17th question. Michael-san has come today. Ah, please wave your hand. Thank you very much. He has 2 grandchildren. All of the participants moved too. Michael-san always talks about his 2 grandsons every time he comes to this village. Even the Kuros, the Spiderlings, and the wine slime know about that. Amazing. However, in contrast to everyone's knowledge, the answer is times, so the participants did not get it right. It was explained afterwards. Last month, it seems like his granddaughter was born. Oh, congratulations. The venue was wrapped with applause, and everyone's wrong, that's too bad. Therefore, all remaining participants will be revived. The quiz tournament was exciting. The winner is Yuki. It seems like she was blessed after all of them were revived. I put the quiz king's crown on her head. Her tail is wagging more than usual. The quiz tournament was more enjoyable than we anticipated. I agree. There's no restriction needed. Every race and even children can participate. By the way, the quiz has become a hot topic, especially for the new residents. I think it might be a good opening act for every festival. When one of the civil servant girls suggested that, everyone agrees. It is good that everyone agrees. Now, the true festival will begin. I look at the sky. It is almost night. Never thought that the quiz tournament will be this exciting. We rechecked and re-estimate the schedule. The mountain of logs is already arranged. Everyone is only waiting for the signal to begin. I don't think we should do it at night. How about continuing tomorrow? Let's do it tomorrow. The festival will begin on its second day. However, won't this ruin the guests' schedule? Also, we have to consider the Kuros and Spiderlings guarding each village. I'm sorry. Chapter 176. Night of the quiz tournament. Evening, we held a banquet as planned. However, this might overshadow tomorrow's event. None of our guests returned home. I am sorry for the sudden schedule change. I met the guest from the Demon King's kingdom, who once again. She looks like a taciturn woman. As for her age, I don't know. She looks like in her 20s. Compared to the bright red wings, her clothes are not eye-catching. She was the last member of the 4 heavenly kings that is in charge of finance that Beazle said before. If you think about it, all the 4 heavenly kings are currently here. Is that all right? Who is presently sitting on the main table for the dwarves and is drinking silently? She's not talking to anyone. No, it seems like they are having a conversation. But instead of words, they are using their eyes. She's also drinking alcohol at a quite good pace. Will she be all right? It's not good if you only drink alcohol, you should eat too. Glatz is sitting on the main table for Village 2 with Renana. Their relationship is quite good. Beazle is sitting on the main table for Village 3. The centaurs of Village 3 were introduced here by Beazle. Though they are already here for some time, I still haven't talked with the residents how much they progress here. Is this a good opportunity to ask them? Speaking of which, I still don't know what happened to the acquaintance of Village 3's residents after they left. Let's ask after the festival. While I was thinking of that, Beazle came to me and tell what happened himself. He said that there are still 20 people who wanted to migrate here, and they will come in 2 batches. There are those who can migrate immediately, but there are still those who live too far. There are only 20, so I don't mind. There is no problem at all. With that, they receive the final permission to migrate in Village 3. Yuri and Frau are with the civil servant girls. They are 2 parts eating and 8 parts talking. The content, a lot of complaints. I decided to listen a little. They want to increase the ratio of sweets. You shouldn't eat too much sweets at night. They are certainly the type who don't care. But girls, you better not stay up late because we still have work tomorrow. As for Randon, don't drink while playing chess and talking with Michael-san. Their conversation is diverse. Conversation of 2 drunk men. I don't even know how they connect one story to another. Their chess match is also bad. Why are the 2 of you no longer have kings? I gave them iced water. The real thing will be tomorrow. Fushu is sitting on the main table of Village 1. Though Fushu was not able to easily enter their circle of conversation, Jack, the leader of Village 1's villagers, leads the topic that made everyone talk to her. Examples of the topics are how to survive and teaching them the art of battle. Are you sure you should be asking her those? Isn't she a priestess? Ma, she must have an abundant amount of knowledge. Fushu happily answers their questions. Dorame, Dors, Raymarin, and Rasudi are sitting around a table. Because I put a ban on Hakuren's night owl tendency, she's not here. Their main topic is the gender of Hakuren's child, and the name too. After that, Dors talks about the dragon Jurar sending her daughter on his nest. It is unusual for the dragons to be quiet, so I'm not sure if that girl is only looking for a partner, or if there is something else. I better stay away from that table. As for Ancestor-san, He's chilling out with some unusual members, namely the Ghost Knight, the Cat, and the Wine Slime. Yep, they are indeed chilling out. I will not disturb you. Gulf joins the Beastkin circle and drinks and eats normally. He saw the sword Gut made and say some commentary. It is dangerous to handle sharp objects while drinking, so stop that. The Lamias and Titans are interacting with each other as residents of dungeons, but of different locations. They seem to go along well. Speaking of which, what do the Lamias think about bloody vipers? Ah, they don't care at all. It seems like the reason is similar to how a wolf has 4 legs, and so do cow and pig. I see. Now, looking back at what happened during the day, it was clearly the management's fault. Especially those food-related issues. The Oni Maid's food place is as flourishing as always, but this time, I requested Village 2 and Village 3 to have a food stall of their own. Of course, the food ingredients came from Big Tree Village. I don't know the Minotaurs and Centaurs' hometown dishes, so I wanted each of them to open a stall. The only thing that the Village 2's Minotaurs put in display is stir-fry vegetables. Because of the oil used for frying, it was lightly seasoned, so it is not bad. That oil is specially ordered from Michael-san, and it might have played an important part. The problem is volume. Glatz monopolized the stir-fried vegetable cooked by Renana. As for the Centaurs, whole roasted beef. There's no available cow in the village, so it was also ordered from Michael-san. It seems like they also want to secure a place for it. They want to roast it in an open fire while rotating it and flavoring it. Since the original seasoning seems to be salty, soy sauce and miso were used to make it taste better. And it was really delicious. They have prepared 6 heads of beef, but it was all gone after one night. Perhaps it was eaten by the Kuros. While the Centaurs are roasting them, they made a line while watching them, and they are even wagging their tails. That disturbed the Centaurs a little. I have not asked Village 1 to open a stall. They are not that familiar with the life in the village yet, and this will also be their first time to participate in the festival. I want them to feel the atmosphere now before asking them to open a stall next year. Village 1's villagers agreed, but it seems like they feel pain for only enjoying the show and not contributing to it. The show is a play. It seems to be a famous story, but I don't know anything about it. However, it is easy to understand because it has a plain introduction, development, build-up, climax, and ending. Those who feel the story rose. Mito Black Circle Gate of Struggle, why does it sound like it is related to military? It seems like they have practice a lot. The costume they are wearing is suitable, but it is difficult to imagine what kind of situation they are in because there is no BGM. The mountain elves and the lizard men are in charge of changing the set and the background. Though the costumes were made by the spiders in a rush, the high elves and the beastkins wearing them increased the favorability of their performance, and it is certainly a proper play. Ancestor-san isn't using illusion, magic, and overkill. Finally, a rainbow appeared on the stage, and it was beautiful. It was a good play. It is a story about a human brave challenging a dragon, so the Faces of Doors group is a little complicated. Isn't this the story of my father? Doors asked. What? Don't tell me your mood is ruined because of this opening performance. Of course not, I have never lost to a human. However, we spent too much time on the pay and the quiz tournament that came after, and we were not able to start the real festival, which is mountain toppling. Our time estimate for the quiz tournament was completely wrong. We thought it will be over in an hour, but the difficulty level is the problem. It is now late at night. There is still a festival tomorrow. I hope the children are all sleeping. The adult must refrain from staying up all night too. Arm wrestling and chess tournament are good, but we still have to do something tomorrow. You shouldn't get exhausted. Also, stop the mock battle. It will be unfair for the Kuros, but work hard as security. Me? I'll sleep too. I'm somehow busy and need to bring Ursa back to her bed. Ursa is moving around all day, and after eating dinner, she seems to run out of battery and sleep. You are still a child, but you can't just jump on someone's back and sleep. Ma, let's just say that it is a sign of trust. Therefore, Lou and Tyr, there's no need to look at her with jealous eyes. After bringing Ursa to her bed, it seems like I still need to do something, and I can't refuse. Chapter 177. Mountain Toppling. Morning. The festival extended to 2 days, but there's a little confusion. While preparing for the festival, those who drank too much and are sleeping were moved away from the venue. When the venue was finally prepared, the festival begins. Apologies for making you wait. This year's festival, mountain toppling, begins. The mountain is prepared in the middle of the venue. The diameter of each log is about 10 centimeters and is 2 meters long, each arranged to a height of 20 meters. There is also a flat board placed on top of it. The flat board is only supported by logs. There are symbols on top of the flat board. They are 3 1-meter round cushions that Zabuton made for the competition. The competition is a team match. A team will lose if at least one cushion falls from the top when they pull a log. Each team will pull a log alternately. The rule is simple, but there is one additional rule that will break it all. The opponent's team will throw a dice, and the result will be the number of logs you need to pull out. The die is special since it only has 1 to 3. As for your turn, it will not end unless you pull out the same number of logs as the result of the die. The result of the die will be announced by the MC, but we made the die large enough for the result to be visible to the audience. Now, let's introduce the participating teams. Team Kuro, Team Yuki, Team Zabuton, Team Vampire, Team Angel, Team High Elf, Team Lizardman, Team Oni, Team Beastkin, Team Dwarf, Team Mountain Elf, Team Harpy, Team Civil Servant Girls, Team Devil, Team Village 1, Team Village 2, Team Village 3, Team Dragon, Team 4 Heavenly Kings, Team Lamia, Team Titan, Team Irregular, Team Village Boys and Girls, Team Village Chief. There are 24 participating teams. There is a team for each race and each village. The Nunu Daphnes are part of Team Village 1. I thought that Ancestor-san will be part of Team Vampire, but he joined the Team Irregular. The members of Team Irregular are Ancestor-san, Fushu, Wine Slime, Cat, and Ghost Knight. Team Village Boys and Girls consist of Ursa, the Beast Boys, and a girl. Alfred and Tysel are still small, so it is impossible for them to participate. As for Team Village Chief, it is yours truly and 2 of Ursa's clay doll. I will definitely win. I made a hard handshake with the clay dolls. There are 24 teams. After a round, it will be 12. After another round, it will be 6 and then 3. Now, let's see what will happen. First match. Team Zabuton versus Team Harpy. Team Zabuton takes the first turn. Her spiderlings, including Makura, are only directing things at the back. The first turn of both sides is smooth. However, due to bad luck with the die, Team Zabuton eventually win against Team Harpy. It made a really loud noise when it falls over. The audience seems to be enjoying the show. Be careful, everyone. I don't want anyone to get injured. Second match. Team Lizardman versus Team Village 1. Compared to how aggressive Team Lizardman in pulling logs is, Team Village 1 is really cautious. Blessed with luck and dice throwing, the Team Lizardman wins. Third match. Team Vampire versus Team Lamia. Team Vampire think carefully before making a move, while Team Lamia solely relied on their instinct. The winner is Team Lamia. Rather than bad luck, Team Vampire seems to have lost because of thinking too much. Fourth match. Team Mountain Elf versus Team Yuki. As no one from Team Yuki can throw the dice, the referee acts on behalf of them. The referee's result is always 3 that led Team Yuki to victory. Let's also say that Team Yuki had considerately calculated which log to pull. Fifth match. Team Dwarf versus Team 4 Heavenly Kings. Team Dwarf managed to pull out a performance by knocking down a log with an axe. I was wondering what will Team 4 Heavenly Kings do about that, but it seems like they are seriously discussing how to pull out a log. I'm sorry, Beazle, there is a little voice resonating in my head. That is called a hangover. You are drinking too much. Okay, I get it now, let's just pull anywhere. I don't have power. Glatz, what do you think? That's okay. Okay, Randon, just pull out something. Hey, why am I the one who should do that? The winner is Team 4 Heavenly Kings. By the way, Yuri is not a part of Team 4 Heavenly Kings, but a member of Team Civil Servant Girls. Sixth match. Team Devil versus Team Titan. The Devils are obviously the 3 devils we know of, Bulga, Stefano, and Gucci. For us to participate because we were involved in the process also, you know it too, right? That I hate losing. Go for the gold, Gucci. Go for it. He self-destructed because of too much spirit. I feel like destroying the world. Gucci just muttered something dangerous. Team Titan wins. Seventh match. Team Irregular versus Team Civil Servant Girls. When did Ancestor-san, Wine Slime, Cat, and Ghost Knight get along? Fushu seems to be a little lonely. Isn't that a ghost knight? Team Civil Servant Girls are surrounding Yuri and Frau in an organized manner. Let's win. Yeah, it was a close battle. At a critical moment, Team Civil Servant Girls managed to pull out one. This made Team Irregular troubled, but thanks to the wine slime, they were able to successfully take out one during their turn. That assured their victory. Team Irregular wins. 8th match, Team Beastkin versus Team Village 3. Gulf, Mr. and Mrs. Gut, along with his apprentices, joined Team Beastkin. Gulf, you should know that you shouldn't talk too much. Of course, Senna is the leader. I'm only here to silently pull out a log. Team Village 3 leader is Glue World. I'm not good at things like this. Any one of you has a suggestion? How about pulling the one on the right? Come here. Team Beastkin wins. They are too careless. Is farming done properly at Village 3? 9th match. Team Village 2 versus Team Kuro. Team Village 2 examine things, first repeatedly, before making their move. On the contrary, Team Kuro just pull out anything by force. Is this the one? No, I think it's this one. Team Village 2 takes too much time to check things, and they lost because of their die luck. Team Kuro wins. 10th match. Team Angel versus Team Oni. Team Angel consists of Tyr, Gran Maria, Kudel, and Karon. Maybe because of their former boss-subordinate relationship, the three are only following Tyr's order. On the other hand, Team Oni are consulting each other on which log to pull. Like Team Angel, Anne was the one with the final say in Team Oni, though the others don't really need to obey her. This is a festival, so we naturally must leave it to someone who best us in this aspect. I see Team Angel wins. Your judgment was bad. No, even if you say that. Are they going to have a fight? Don't worry, whatever happens next, it will not affect tomorrow's work. 11th match, Team High Elves versus Team Village Boys and Girls. Team High Elves leader is Rhea. They are carefully checking the center of gravity of the upper plate before pulling out a log. Team Village Boys and Girls leader is Ursa. Intuition. In short, they are only depending on their luck in order to win. Team High Elf wins. Don't you know what leeway is? 12th match, Team Village Chief versus Team Dragon. Now it's my turn. My opponent is Team Dragon. Doors, Raymarin, Hakurin, Doraim, and Rasudi. Hakurin is participating through conversation. She's in a safe place. Dragons has a rough image, but they are surprisingly careful. The more careful you are, the closer you are to victory. I did my best with my clay doll teammates. I have mostly seen how other teams played. If you pull the outermost logs, the inner logs will need to be left out, and if you pull the innermost log, you have to leave the outermost logs. It is easier to pull out the outermost logs first, but as time goes by, the difficulty increases. Also, if you can't predict the center of gravity, you will definitely lose. In short, I should pull the inner logs in order to maintain stability. After all the inner logs disappear, the real battle will start. It seems like we differ in tactics. The other party is only taking out the outermost logs while I'm taking out the innermost logs. I don't think this will be a battle of luck in dice throw. How about trying to pull out the log on the other side that the dragons pulled out? I think it will maintain the balance too. The match goes on like that. The eyes of the other team shine. I will not lose. I lost easily. Team Dragon wins. WI. Isn't it because you misread the position of the center of gravity? First round is over. It will continue to the second and third round. Second round, Team Zabuton versus Team Lizardman. Team Zabuton wins. Team Lamia versus Team Yuki. Team Yuki wins. Team 4 Heavenly Kings versus Team Titan. Team 4 Heavenly Kings wins. Team Irregular versus Team Beastkin. Team Irregular wins. Team Kuro versus Team Angel. Team Kuro wins. Team High Elf versus Team Dragon. Team Dragon wins. Third round, Team Zabuton versus Team Yuki. Team Zabuton wins. Team 4 Heavenly Kings versus Team Irregular. Team 4 Heavenly Kings wins. Team Kuro versus Team Dragon. Team Kuro wins. Semifinal match of the 3 remaining teams. Team Zabuton versus Team 4 Heavenly Kings versus Team Kuro. In this semifinal match, a larger board has been loaded and the number of logs supporting it increased too. Furthermore, there are now 10 cushions placed on the board. They are piled up. Only 2 teams will remain and have a match in the final round. Though intense tactics were performed in the semi-final match, it still resulted in the defeat of Team 4 Heavenly Kings. Team 4 Heavenly Kings pulled a doubtful log arrangement trap during the match. However, Team Kuro and Team Zabuton only got one as a die result during that critical moment. Team Kuro and Team Zabuton managed to get through them, and the game ended during Team 4 Heavenly Kings' turn. Final round. Team Zabuton versus Team Kuro. It became a battle of the oldest villagers. It was surprising that the symbols on the board did not fall even, though the logs have already been considerably reduced, until it has come to a final moment. Everything is now either 2 outer or 2 inner logs, and the result of the die is 2. It is Team Kuro's turn. Team Kuro had to think for a long time, and finally decided something. They pulled out 2 logs at the same time. It shook slowly, but it didn't fall. The symbols above did not fall either. The match has already been decided. Team Zabuton got one in die, which makes their turn impossible to do. Team Zabuton, who already partly gave up, pulled one. Isn't it going to fall? The moment I thought of that, the board on top falls along with the cushions on it. Winner, Team Kuro. Runner-up, Team Zabuton. Third place, Team 4 Heavenly Kings. After the awarding ceremony, we had a banquet. The festival is a success. At least for me, since the relationship between me and the clay dolls has deepened. We'll win next time. Moo, you hate losing that much. I only pulled the wrong log that time. We enjoyed the night, while conversing about our impression of the festival. And those who are currently pregnant, don't overdo it. Sleep early too. Chapter 178. Evaluation Meeting and Villages. The festival is over. Cleaning up was done from morning to noon, and after that, each one returns home. Doors, Raymarin, and Doraim also left at noon. Please take care of Hakurin. Raymarin said that as their representative and left. Michael-san rides on Doraim as he'll go to Doraim's nest too. Michael-san's subordinates are waiting for him there. They'll also be guarding him as he rides a carriage on his way home. The Beastkin Gulf will also accompany him as a guard. He's going to Shashato in order to experience more in life. I've been taken care by Gulf, so I passed him a little pocket money. The visitors from the Demon King's kingdom, the 4 Heavenly Kings and Yuri, also return home past noon. Hu and the dwarves get along well. The dwarves even secretly gave her a barrel of alcohol as souvenir. Glatz said goodbye to Renana full of regrets, while Beazle and Yuri are saying goodbye to Frau and the civil servant girls. As for Randon, why don't you say something to the lizard men? It is good that they were able to enjoy this year's festival. I gave them some souvenirs, and of course, I didn't forget Demon King Sama's share. Ancestor-san sent Fushu back using teleportation magic and then went to the hot spring with the ghost knight. It seems like he plans to relax there. Ursa waved her hands to the ghost knight. The Lamias and the Titans will stay for another night before returning home. Moreover, I asked the Lamias to work for us again this autumn. The Titans also wanted our village's crops, so they asked if I need their help. I'll have to think of something first. The residents of Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 also started moving. They move in groups. It will be all right since they will be escorted by Gran Maria's group and the Kuros. After the number of people in Big Tree Village decrease, the evaluation meeting of the Festival Executive Committee will now be held. The quiz tournament took more time than planned. That is our biggest blunder this year. Although it was great, it took a long time because there are too many participants. Moving takes time considering their gender and age differences, but the largest time consumer is the participants' race difference. Some races are naturally fast, but some are not. In addition, when a race with large build is moving, it will cause trouble to all other race. Some of them even move around the venue a few times before being able to settle in an answer. Yeah, maybe I should restrict the quiz tournament and have each race their own, just like what we've done during the race. However, that would mean that there will be a definite set of questions, and we can no longer draw questions by draw lots. The second half is focused on small issues that might cause trouble if we did not change anything. There was a request from the guests to expand the quiz questions to guest-related ones. Though I don't know if there will ever be a second quiz tournament, let's prepare for that just in case. The next big point we need to review is about mountain toppling. Was it not good enough to have team battles? Should we make it more strategic? I think we should no longer use a die, and let each team decide how many logs they'll pull per turn before the start of the match. I think we should do something about the board on top. It made me feel disappointed, especially during the first few matches. You mean we should make the symbol more unstable? There's almost no problem with regards to the progress of mountain toppling. It was done considerably smooth. It is probably because of the things we learned from the previous festival. Because of that, the only thing we need to revise or improve is the content of the match. Though I don't know if there will ever be a second mountain toppling festival, let's prepare for that just in case. Next, we discussed about the evening banquet and the cleaning up the next morning. After that, the evaluation meeting ends. For this year's festival, thank you for your hard work. We did not disperse when the meeting ended. Then, let's not discuss the situation of each village. It is bad to talk about work right after a festival, but I need to hear the state of each village from their representative. There is no considerable problem with farming in Village 2 and Village 3. It seems like even though they are not expecting to have a good harvest, they will at least have a moderate harvest. As for Village 1, they haven't started yet. Let's expect next year. It looks like everything is okay. When the residents of Village 3 returned, they reported that new centaur migrants will come. When they saw the names of their acquaintances in the list, they were really happy. However, I wished that Beazle should have given me that list too. My apologies, but there are still people on the list that we are still looking for. I thought that the list possessed by Beazle was the list of migrants, but it turns out that it was a name list made by Glueworld and a few others. Thinking about it, we don't have a name list for villagers. Reflect. If I ask the villagers to write a name list like that, there is a possibility of increasing the number migrants. Another thing. It seems like there are several centaur emigration applicants who are not listed in that list. I would like them to live in the same place as their race. However, I'll trust Glueworld's judgment, so I'll let her decide. I gave Glueworld my authority on that matter. That made Glueworld uneasy, but I believe in her. To put it simply, no matter who'll come, Glueworld will be my representative. I told her not to forget that. At a later time, Beazle took Glueworld to that place to conduct an interview. Fushu requested something from the migrants of Village 1. There are some people who are worried about those who moved in Village 1, so they want them to be informed on what they are doing. A letter is enough, so Jack, as the representative of Village 1's migrants, will write one. Village Chief, is there something I can't write about the village? It might be good if you write honestly, so you don't need to conceal anything. What a strange question. I was going to send the letter later, but Jack finished it the night before the second day of the festival. The letter is addressed to Jack's acquaintance. He wrote about how well they are doing in the village. Hey, why are you reading it to me? Checking, that should be fine. There's no typo, no there is. Here too, I have no complaint about the content. I don't have complaint about the letter, but Jack. He asked me if he should write more about his wife or about the other migrants. Why are you asking me that? It will be fine as long as you say that you are all doing well. Why am I telling him what to write? By the way, the paper used for the letter was made in Village 1. Anyway, let's continue the story. How are you going to send the letter? By sending a messenger. A letter is a way for the rich to communicate. Is that so? Paper is expensive, so there are only a few people that can read. Come to think of it, before the paper production in Village 1 starts, all our paper came from doors. Even Beazle and Michael-san communicate with us by writing in parchment, and letter from Howling Village is written on a board. Even if we don't print, we can still have a paper business. It will be hard to communicate with Fushu-san unless Ancestor-san will relay that. As for other methods, I can pass it to Michael-san, but it will take a number of days before it arrives. The fastest would be for 2 months. Worst case scenario, it will be lost along the way. If you send a letter in a distant place, it is natural for it to have a number of routes. As a digression, we talk about migrant-related stories that led to making a roster starting at the centaurs. As the population increase, it will be necessary in various ways. I want to make a system that migrants should be registered first, and registration will not be complete until the moment they greet me. As for the one who will be responsible for making a roster, it should be me. No, isn't this a job for the civil servant girls? They'll do the details and I'll only partake in the final part. Okay, I will do my best. Thinking about the population of the village, I feel a little dejected. Then, today's main about the third martial art tournament. What should we talk about it? For instance, we continued our discussion until night. Since the festival is now officially over, I want to relax the next day. I persevered while stroking the cat sleeping on my knees. Chapter 179. Death Ball. 1-meter balls are rolling in the forest, and there are roughly about 100 of them. They can evade trees dexterously and dash to monsters and demon beasts without hesitation. It looks like they are attacking monsters and demon beasts. With that, their identity was confirmed. A ball suddenly breaks and limbs appear out of it and beat monsters and demon beasts on its way. As for my impression when I first saw it, vicious armadillo, they are monsters called Death Ball, and they are heading towards Big Tree Village. With their speed, they will reach Big Tree Village in about 3 days. Gran Maria is carrying me while we are observing them from the sky. As for the ones who received the most damage, it is the fanged rabbits. The wild boar can endure a hit, then run away. It's good that we found them. They are in the southeast direction of the village. This place is not within Gran Maria's group scouting scope. After the festival, the Lamias have warned us about a large group of death balls. As a precaution, Gran Maria and the Harpies went out to scout on places further than usual. It is easy to see them because they caused a monster stampede. I see. What happened to the Lamia? Did they manage to exterminate the death balls in their place? It seems like they blocked the entrance of their dungeon. Good move. It might be better for them to wait until this event dies down. Only a few parts of them are edible, so they won't take the risk. So the risk is not worth the reward. However, Big Tree Village can't do something similar. If these go to the village, the fields will certainly be destroyed. I won't let that happen. I asked Gran Maria to bring me down in the front line. I brought out the aft. I have to exterminate these destructive vermin. Even if the death balls has the shape of a sphere, before the aft, they can only turn into fertilizer. As expected, after exterminating a few of them, the others ran away. There are not a lot of them, so I think it is okay to overlook them. As long as they don't approach the village, I don't care what happens to them. As expected of the village chief. It's a shame that my lance can't penetrate them. Their shell is that hard. So that's why the fanged rabbits can't do anything against them. However, it is good that the problem is now solved. They are a troublesome enemy. While I was thinking of that, Koodle hastily comes to me. We discovered around 2,000 death balls. They are about 5 minutes away from here. They are heading towards here. 2,000, not 200, 2,000. Divide the place they are in squares and count the number of enemies in a square. Then multiply it with the number of square. Village Chief, we know how to estimate the number of enemies in battle. Are you doubting us? Is that so? No, I'm not doubting you. So 2,000, huh? I already know their capabilities when I fought the 100. I can say that they are not stupid. They know that if they can't beat, they have to retreat. After I defeated 10, they did not even come close to me, so I had to chase them. It was quite difficult. I had Gran Maria bring me to the front line of the death balls a number of times. And after half a day, I only took down 100. Even if I fight against them day and night, I don't think I can kill half of them. Though it would be nice if they change course after I exterminated half of them. Or did I make a mistake? Should I have not tried beating them down but strengthen the village's defense instead? No, I probably need to evacuate the villagers. Damn, the sun will set soon. A large crowd of death balls appeared that made me more irritated. They are already here. Gran Maria, Koodle, have the villagers evacuate. I'll buy some Tim. Black shadows suddenly jumped out of the forest, as if trying to stop my order. Did they come from the village? Ah, they are the spiderlings. Dozens, no, hundreds of them, but they are moving in an orderly manner. A group of 4 bungee jumped from a tree. They greeted me by raising a leg and then went straight to the horde of death balls, and I only need to watch after that. The spiderlings make instant nets using their webs to catch and lift up the death balls. Since death balls have high defense, it will take time to kill them, so this is a good solution. The sun set and rise again. Before me are Countess, no, about 2,000 death balls hanging on trees. Those who are in their ball form are not moving, while those in their monster form can barely move. What a strange scene. While thinking of what should I do with them, the fanged rabbits and wild boars are eating them. In addition, monsters and demon beasts that are not often seen are eating them too. As long as they don't roll, they are vulnerable. As expected of the spiderlings, they managed to beat them all without even getting close. Can you eat them? When I asked the spiderling near me, it gestured that potato is better. All right, let's have a potato party when we return. Gran Maria, Kudel, how's the situation? Because the spiderlings came, the village evacuation order was cancelled. But they still need to check the surroundings the whole night. We have to make sure if there ever be a death ball reinforcement. It looks like everything is okay. I've seen some of them fleeing, but they are moving to the opposite side of the village. At one point, she tried to pierce one with her lance, but sadly, it didn't pierce through. Let's consider this as settled. I asked the spiderlings to take back several death balls home. I had a feeling that we can't use their hard shell, but I think that armadillo is edible. I remember a program I'm watching before. It was a farming idol program that introduces strange foods around the world, and there is one episode that he ate an armadillo. Ma, I don't know how it tastes, and I don't even know if this is similar to a true armadillo. Seeing monsters and demon beasts swarming at the hanging death balls, they might not taste bad. However, even if they swarm at them, the net made by the spiderlings can't be torn easily. As we arrived at the village, I explained the situation to the other villagers. The villagers don't seem to be particularly concerned, but I want them to have a little more sense of crisis. When I was thinking of that, a pup came and took a bite at one of the death balls we brought home. It pierced through the shell. It showed off proudly. I see. After that, Rasudi came and pulled the death ball's shell with her hand. I seem to have worried too much. I thought that we can use them as material for something, but they are complete trash. For the time being, I had a potato party with the spiderlings. Raw, steamed, roast, fried, I prepared a variety of them. Potato salad is popular. Having only potatoes seem awful, so I added some sweet potatoes too. I made some candied sweet potatoes, though I didn't put some black sesame seeds. I made it mainly for the spiderlings, but that didn't stop others from eating it too. People gradually increased and it became a banquet. Yes, I cooked meat too. I gave them to the Kuros. Should I cook death ball meat too? Ah, Ursa. For once, don't chop everything to pieces since they are hard to clean up. She swings the sword again and Hakurin yells at her. That sword, it's pretty sharp. Keep it to a safe place before you hurt anyone. Though she replied energetically, can you at least try to sleep early from now on? Ha! What should I do with the death ball's shell? I thought of making durable bags first, but it doesn't seem to be too hard. Maybe I should do something about the lances of Gran Maria's group since they can't pierce through it. Let's do it next time. The death ball's shell, after I remove it, it has the right size for a ball. I'll make them as toys for the Kuros. As for the death ball meat, it's simple and it's similar to chicken. It is not bad, however the quantity is too little. Even if I have the aft and can hunt them, the death ball's meat is too little. It is better to hunt the big wild boar. So that's the reason they were not worth hunting. The lamias are correct, as expected of the race who have lived here for a long time. I should take some time to hear stories from them next time, and the titans of the northern dungeon too. Knight, was I overeager this time? No, I was wrong to think that I should do it alone. I should cooperate with the other residents more. I went asleep while reflecting. I am different from Ursa. I know when it is time to sleep. Chapter 180. Angel's Lance. Gran Maria's group is using spear in the form of a lance. They use it with their straight charge. It is an attack that using their own weight and speed to power up. Though it looks powerful, it can only lightly penetrate an iron shield. It was useless during our death ball encounter. It might be able to do something with the death ball's hard shell if they attack with all they have, but it will be hard since they are rolling. Though the death ball is not a treat because of the spiderlings, will it be okay for Gran Maria's group to stay as they are? No, we want to be strong. That's what their group says. Ma, you will eventually be if you put some effort. But I will be able to help them with their weapons. Can you use something other than lance? We can use most, however. Considering how we attack while flying, lance is the best choice. Sword is for melee battle, and there are very few advantages in air attack if they were to use them instead. Now that it has come to this, should I make them new lances? Let's consult gut. The raw material of the tip is the most important thing to consider. That's what he said. Gran Maria's group's lances are made from common iron, so they can be considered as relatively poor. As of now, the materials available in the village. The scales that Hakuren and Rasudi donated. If we powder this and mix to iron, we might be able to do it. Gut gathered all the free high elves and started working. I silently made the pole of the lance. Finished. Lance tip mixed with powdered dragon scales and wooden pole. A normal lance. I gave it to Gran Maria. Something is wrong. The others might have noticed it too. I took the lance back. Gran Maria, I'm sorry. I'll give it back later. It would be nice if Gran Maria's group will be all equipped with lance. Lance is it, but we don't have that much material in this village. Is that so? We can't afford to use more iron, but if we lessen the amount, it will become brittle. I see. Now, let's think of another plan. How about using their previous equipments and just change the lance's tip? That will surely lessen the amount of iron, but will it be all right if we can't get the tip after stabbing? Ah, right. The piercing power of the weapon is dependent on that part. If their opponent is big, there is a possibility of the tip being left behind its body after a stab. That's something we can't afford to happen. When I was thinking about it, one of the Kuros came with a sorrowful face. I immediately felt uneasy after seeing it. It is already an adult, but it has no horn. I asked it about what happened, and it gestured me what happened. It found a prey, but slipped when it was chasing it, making its horn pierce a tree. It couldn't move, so it struggles, but the horn broke from its root. I left Gut and the high elves and had the Kuro guide me to the place. Its horn was stuck at the base of a tree. I can't pull it with my hand. Get off, looking at the struggling me, the Kuro looks sadder. I took out my aft with its knife form and used it to remove the horn from the tree. Even though I managed to pull it, there is no way to put it back. Just think that you're the first one who molted his horn this year. I pat the hornless head of the Kuro. You don't have horns, so you're easier to pat. It was a slip of tongue. You guys don't horn that rock. You don't have to break your horn. I went back to Gut and the others. Eureka, the Kuro's horn. Can't they be used as lance's tip? Let's try using this recently acquired horn as a lance's tip. There's no need to process it since it already looks like one. Now, we only have to test how good it is. I, along with the blacksmiths, experimented in a wide area. The target is an iron shield. I'm the one who will test it first. I held the lance in charge. Piercing it is unexpectedly difficult. Running while keeping the lance parallel to the ground is already hard for me. Gut and the high elves weren't able to do it too. Well, they are living in either in a mountain and in this forest, so they are not used on using lance. Right, though it's frustrating, I had to call someone from Gran Maria's group to test it for us. Koodle came. Isn't this the Kuro's horn? Yeah, we want to check its hardness, so can you attack that iron shield using that lance? Understood, however, since this is a common lance, may I throw it? HNN. I'm good at throwing things. Like a javelin, huh? I think that's all right. Since there is no problem, I let her do it. Incidentally, let's test the power of the spear with powdered dragon scale too. I already intended to give it to Gran Maria earlier, but I still would like to test if it is good to use. What is this made of? Iron mixed with dragon scale. It was tested first because everyone looks at it favorably. The iron shield, which was facing sideward, is now facing up. Koodle flies high in the sky. She descended from a high altitude towards the iron shield and throw the lance when she's about 30 meters above the ground. Koodle did not slow down, but she was able to change direction to fly up again. What a beautiful flight. The lance she threw beautifully hit the middle of the iron shield. The lance pierced through the iron shield as it made a dull sound and continued to deeply pierce the ground. After pulling it out from the ground, the tip was not missing. The result seems good. The only problem is what will happen after it was thrown. Koodle is good at throwing, so she'll definitely throw her lance. It will be bad for her to change her fighting style just because of weapon. Let's attach something to the spear that will make her retrieve it easily. Now, it's time to test the lance with Kuro's horn tip. Koodle made the same move earlier and threw the lance. The lance hit the iron shield. There's a big explosion. Explosive flame and thunder rise 20 meters above the sky. Gut, and the high elves were blown away because of the sudden explosion. The damage. The lance tip was gone, but the pole was safe with only some minor burns. The iron shield was blown away completely without any trace. There is even a shallow crater at the place where it was. Cudel is fine. Great. We were blown away, so we suffer some minor scratches. There is no problem in the nearby field. Several spiderlings fell because of the impact, but they are safe. Alfred, Tysel, and Torin, who were taking a nap at my house, which is quite far, woke up in surprise and started crying. Anne arrived a little after to complain. Maybe I should go to Ririus and the others' place to apologize. What happened? Cudel said that she did not use any magic. That means that the main reason is the Kuro's horn. If that is the case, does it mean that the horn is a hazardous explosive material? But why didn't it explode when it hit the tree? Now it became a mystery why it didn't explode. I don't get anything at all. I'll just ask someone who probably knows. After complaining, I asked Anne to call Lou. That is a magic item. When it grows in their head, it plays the role of a magic wand. After it molted, it will become a permanent magic item that has a fixed effect and attributes. I thought you already knew about it because you are keeping all of them. I'm only collecting them for decoration and commemoration of their growth. Ado, isn't it dangerous? They won't explode unless you treat them violently. You should use it with the intent of activating it like magic, or else it won't explode. Therefore, even if you throw it in fire, it won't explode. I see, we just made an outrageous weapon. No, it seems like we found an outrageous weapon. I have kept quite an amount of horns in the basement of the dog area. Given the power of one, if all of them somehow. It looks like an advanced tier magic, but let's confirm its power. I asked the Kuro's permission to take out a horn from their storage. I bound it to a new pole. Next target is Hakuren's scale. Let's lay this like the shield. Now, Cudel, please. Cudel descends and attacks. She splendidly hit it. A big explosion occurred. Ooh, this time I prepared in advance so I was not blown away. Before I was aware, there are a lot of people around us. Dwarves, mountain elves, lizardmen, beastkins, civil servant girls. As for why they are here, they want to know what will happen to Hakuren's scale. After the detonation has subsided, we carefully check Hakuren's scale. Hakuren's scale is shining. However, it suddenly gave off a cracking sound as it cracks. Shout of joy covered the area. It broke a dragon's scale. It is not an upper tier magic, it is like a special tier magic. The attributes are fire and thunder. It is the same as the Inferno Wolf's attribute, so if it is the Cossidus Wolf's horn, will it be ice and thunder? Lou looks delighted. Ado, village chief. It has great power, but are we going to make weapons from it? Gud asked. We won't. It's dangerous. Imagine the damage if Ursa happens to smuggle them. Let's power up Gran Maria's group by making lances with tip mixed with powdered dragon scales. However, since the explosion rises, we can use it as a signal of the start of a festival or the martial arts tournament. The supply will replenish every time the Kuros molt, so it is all right to use them like that. I entrusted the rest to Gut. By the way, Anne has been looking at me with her angry eyes since earlier. Though I apologized the first time, it happened again the second time. My bad. However, it was Lou who requested, yes, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chapter 181. Dye and firework. Dye. It is something that adds color to yarn and cloth. Currently, most of the clothes in the village is dyed with grass and fruits that the spiderlings gathered from the forest. Because of that, I didn't have much admiration for dyes. It is not even edible. Dyes were bought from Michael-san. Red, blue, yellow, green, black, brown, white, peach, and orange. They look good, but that's all. Though I'm the one paying for them, all of them will be given to Zabutin. As for why, it is probably because of this one little spiderling. All spiderlings have its own shape and patterns. However, there is one thing common for all of them: they are all black. So there's this one unnatural spiderling because half of its body is red. No, it is not the blood of a victim. It accidentally fell into a jar of dye that we bought from Michael-san. It's good that it was not physically burdened in any way. Its eyelids were even dyed. It now looks like it has contact lens when its eyes are closed. It seems like the dye can be peeled off after 10 days, so it only needs to wait. Since I haven't passed this dye yet to Zabutin, let's do something first. I treated the dye as paint and painted the other half of the spiderling red. The result is good. There's no uneven surface. The spiderling in question likes it too, so I guess this is all right. Oh, it's moving. It's fast. The problem is the other spiderlings are looking at me. Red, blue, yellow, green, black, brown, white, peach, orange, polka dots, stripe, check, tricolor, camouflage. After a while, the village is full of colorful spiderlings. By the way, Zabuton was inspired by the jungle camouflage that I painted, so she created camouflage-patterned clothes. The high elves like it enough to wear them from time to time. Hakuren's stomach has become noticeable. Raymarin had said something like dragons going crazy while they are pregnant, but there's no sign of it yet. It has been calm so far. She's more careful now compared before, so she's healthier. Though she still takes some afternoon nap, she sleeps well at night. She's also doing some moderate exercise. Well done. That line summarizes what she's been doing. Hakuren, is there anything you want? Sweet cake. Sweet. I thought pregnant women prefer something sour. Is that what others normally experienced? As for me, I don't feel like eating meat. Okay, cake is it? Sweet cake. Yes, yes. I'll make some sweet in the kitchen. Am I pampering her too much? Nah, I also did this with Lou and Tyr. There is an ongoing test at the south of the village regarding the usage of the horn of the Kuros as fireworks. Though I said there is only one angel dropping something from the sky, and that is Kudel. She has the highest hit rate. The hit rate should be more than 90% if the target is a 1 meter square. According to Tyr, Kudel is 100% accurate. Therefore, she excludes Gran Maria and Koron. Though they were excluded, their accuracy difference with Kudel is not that high. Up to now, I can clearly see how accurate she is when throwing lance. Therefore, Ano village chief, I can't get good enough sense when I'm only throwing lance. In short, Kudel wanted to test the real thing. Give her the real thing. Be careful. Yes. Thinking about what happened last time, this is really dangerous. My apologies. Since we're going to use the real thing, we contacted the village first. I don't want to see the angry Anne again. We have to make sure that the children are no longer sleeping. Naturally, I instructed everyone to not approach the test site, which is on the south side of the village. I instructed them, but why are they here? There are even some of them who are drinking alcohol. This is the real thing, so I want to avoid anyone getting injured at all cost. Even the Kuros and the spiderlings came. I'll just tell them to keep a safe distance. I waved the flag as signals to the angels in the sky. Each of them, they formed a beautiful formation. No way. After their beautiful formation, the 4 of them, nose dive. There are 4 targets on the ground. They were blown almost at the same time. Cheers broke out from the spectators. It should have been a beautiful explosion, but the flames interfered with each other. It would be good to widen their distances by 10 meters. Kudel reinstalled the targets cheerfully. Reinstalling them is good, but shouldn't that be enough? I would like to test it one more time to make sure that every measure was properly done. They are already holding another one, and they're flying again. Their smiles are scary. The dropping test of the 4 angels, the fireworks display continued for some time. How long will they continue? I can already see Anne's anger. Yes, I'm sorry. It is my responsibility as the supervisor. I know that she has a reason to be angry, but everything is troublesome. Let's just enjoy the show with everyone. I'm really sorry. 20 lances that we had prepared were all consumed. Let's just consider it as their stress reducer. The 4 angels and all the spectators are smiling. Ursa is also smiling. Her eyes are also sparkling. I thought for some time and decided that I will not give Ursa one no matter what. Regardless of that, I should make sure that the horns will be strictly controlled. At a later date, Kudel has been looking at the Kuros with scary eyes for a while. She's definitely looking at their horns. Truffle. I'm raising them because everyone likes them, but I don't really like them that much. I think that Matsutake is better. Since that's what I think, I raised Matsutake. I raised them to a Japanese red pine, so it took time for them to grow. Even so, I'm glad that Matsutake grew as planned, and it is already big enough to harvest. Thank you, Aft. However, I shouldn't harvest them all in one go. Given everyone's reaction, Matsutake's popularity might not be good enough. I enjoy how it tastes, but I don't want to force it on others. That's why I made sure that there will be enough truffles. For every one Matsutake, I planted 50 truffles, but there's some trouble. The Kuros who are accompanying me while harvesting them are wagging their tails really hard. It is because I did not allow them to eat them. Do you think you can? Okay, I'll let you eat one piece. I returned to my residence and helped with cooking. Truffles are popular as expected. However, matsutake was more popular than expected. This is delicious. Why didn't you raise more of them? The branding is not good. While thinking so, I'm a little troubled whether I put out the matsutake I brought into my room. Chapter 182. Gulf's Adventure. Ended too soon. My name is Gulf, Howling Village's best warrior. I was really proud of that title of mine, but I recently learned that it is something not worthy of being proud of. The world is big. I accompanied Guts apprentices from Howling Village to Big Tree Village. It is a really good village. The food is delicious. Alcohol is delicious. And people stronger than me can be found anywhere there. I already accepted that I can't win against either of the Inferno wolves or demon spiders. However, if it is a humanoid opponent, I can't win against them too. I have never been this helpless in a long time. My current goal is the lizardman Daga. He's seriously strong. Even if he doesn't use his tail, I can't win against him. However, that's fine. After having fun at the festival, I accompanied the merchant Michael to Shashato City. Aside from seeing the world, I have two other purposes. The first one is registering as an adventurer. I had been registered before, but because of my inactivity, my membership was revoked. It is possible to be revoked of your membership as long as you can let them know your whereabouts regularly, but it was difficult to leave Howling Village, so I'm not able to do that. And I've also forgotten about it. Therefore, I'm going to register again. I'll start over again. I can register as an adventurer anywhere, but thinking about the future, Shashato City will be my best choice. I have been thinking about it twice already, but compared to the last time I was here, this place is now livelier. New buildings have increased too. How about staying at my house? The merchant Michael offered me, but I declined. I am not refined. For me, living there will only disturb his business. Is that so? Then how about staying at that inn? Mikkel pointed at a splendid inn. It's a brand new building. I own that inn so you don't have to pay. Michael seems to be doing quite well. I'll accept your grace gratefully. When I enter the inn, everyone looks at me suspiciously, but when I give Michael's letter to the receptionist, I was politely treated. And it looks like they let me stay in the best room. I asked them if the Adventurers Guild is still located to its original location. They told me that they'll just call the Adventurers Guild executive. No, please don't. Calling an executive for re-registration, that's embarrassing. The place where the Adventurers Guild is located has not changed. The interior has become a little luxurious. It looks like business is doing great. I went to the receptionist in order to complete my task here immediately. I stand in line, and there will be 3 more before my turn. It is unusual for someone to re-register, but it's not like it never happened before. The receptionist processed my request as if used to it. Rank 1. The lowest. By completing tasks, one's rank will be raised and he will be able to accept bigger requests. In short, you have to prove that you're reliable first. By the way, this is not the only Adventurers Guild in the world. There are many types of guild in the world. Though what they are doing is the same, there are guilds that use symbol as rank indicator, and there are those who use mineral too. In addition, because the condition of raising ranks differ in each guild, it is hard to say which rank is equivalent to which. The Adventurers Guild here in Shashato City is one of the major guilds that extends over a large number of countries since it is managed by Koran religion. After my re-registration ended, I was disturbed when I was about to go out. Oi oi, you have not greeted us. It is a famous member of the Adventurers Guild. Annoying, they are those who think of themselves as testers. If they consider you as someone who is not suitable as an adventurer, they'll trouble you. This is like the very first trial of beginners, but I am not a beginner. Get off my way, I've re-registered. Oi oi, did you really believe that you can get through me because of such a reason? Thinking about it, the line I used became popular when I work as an adventurer. That time, I also laughed at the beginners who claimed to re-register. Do I really look like a beginner? Or is this thug before me so strong that he can crush me anytime? I can't feel it. I can't feel his power at all, so let's give it a try. All right, prepare to have some broken bones. I'll do it, eh? I did not break any of his bones, but I disjointed 4 of his joints. I only disjointed 4 because the guild staff intervened. If you're going to intervene, do that at the beginning. You know that I've re-registered. And the thug. It looks like he's calling for his comrades. They'll waste more of my time. On my way from the Adventurers Guild to the inn, my time was continuously wasted. I was attacked by a group of 3 a number of times, and there are 12 of them in total. This sucks. Really. The question is, do I really look weak? This is shocking. I eat at the inn. Yeah, I don't like it. No, this is probably something delicious. It's just that my tongue is already used to Big Tree Village's food. Even in Howling Village, we use crops and seasonings from Big Tree Village. It's hard when you're used to it. But I have a secret weapon. When I left Big Tree Village, the village chief gave me some pocket money. Soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise. Though this might look offensive to the inn's chef, I'll use them. Fufufu, delicious. Oh, the customer next to me is watching. Too bad, I won't give you any. I will not yield. It is pointless even if you look at me with those eyes. Okay, just a little. Hey, don't abuse my kindness. That miso is enough. The next day, I think about my second purpose. It is participating in the martial arts tournament in Shashato City. Though the martial arts tournament already existed before, it more looks like street fights. But now, it seems like Michael invested gold to turn it into a proper tournament. They held small tournaments every month and big tournaments every 3 months. They also have a once-a-year comprehensive special tournament. During that time, there are participants not only from the Demon King's kingdom, but from other countries as well. When I heard that from Michael, I became interested in the tournament. The said tournament will take place in 5 days. The tournament is over. I won, but I don't feel anything at all. The opponents are too weak. I was speechless. Isn't the commons section of Big Tree Village better? By the way, my opponents met me even before our match. I never thought that threatening someone is really popular. It is good that the prize money is not that bad. I was asked by some nobles to be their subordinates, but I declined. I met someone I know. Aren't you Gulf, the one from Big Tree Village? It is Randon, one of the executives of the Demon King's kingdom. We're not close, but we have spoken with each other during the festival. He probably went to this city after the festival. An executive's job is really hard. After thinking about several things, I lowered my head carefully. Randon. He seems stronger than the guys there. If you joined, the tournament would have been more exciting. Ha ha ha, please stop. I'm just a domestic affairs official. By the way, isn't it a foul for you to participate in the tournament? Do you like bullying the weak? HNN, do I look like that? Yes, Ma, just look at you. Looking at your weapon is already enough. If I didn't know you, I'll say that you're someone who doesn't like peace. Do you really want to be targeted? I look at my weapon. It is the wooden practice sword of Big Tree Village, one of the works of the village chief. I did not notice it because I'm already too familiar with it. Ah, can it be that this is the reason why the others thought that I'm weak? Now that you mention it, I'm also wearing an ordinary plain clothes. I don't have any armor on. It is because that is something meaningless if you are against the villagers of Big Tree Village. They'll simply outrun you. Because of that, I never wore an armor and put more on speed. Given my appearance, I indeed look weak. That's what I want to believe. The others probably saw me as someone who needs practice because of my wooden sword. Let's just ask Michael. I'll have him arrange stronger opponents for me, and the special once-a-year tournament will be held. I also convinced Randon to join. However, you have a meeting so you can't. Now my goal was achieved. The rest is learning something new or seeing more to life. I want to attend the martial arts tournament in Big Tree Village. Maybe I should return there as Michael's escort. Let's ask for the next schedule. I still have a lot of time. What should I do with it? Should I go to the Demon King's kingdom's capital? No, how about riding a ship and going to the southern continent? 20 days later. I'm currently in Big Tree Village. You're back already. Ah, here's some souvenir. I hand over a large number of local products I bought in Shashato City to the village chief. Dolls, toy boxes, stuffed animals, and decorations. I used all the money I won from the tournament to buy things for the village chief. As for the review, Ursa and Nut plead to the village chief for the dolls. Alfred and Tysel seem to be interested on the stuffed animals. And mountain elves, please don't disassemble the toy boxes to check its structure this soon, though I'm also interested in how they work. My apologies. Don't worry. I'm receiving more than what I give. When I'm in Big Tree Village, I only need to help my daughter and Gut, and I get everything for free. I'm also allowed to have a practice match with the lizard men, high elves, and mountain elves. And just the other day, I also practiced riding a horse. On top of that, the food is free. How can I ever return the favor? Is that so? Ma, Dorim came so we'll have a banquet. Eat without reserve. Sure. I know he's here. He's the dragon who brought me here, Dorim. Actually, I'm already expected this to happen. After all, the food here is delicious. The alcohol too, I recalled it. My suffering in Shashato City. Soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise. Those seasonings accompanied me on that trip. They make bad food edible. It is not an overstatement to say that I can't eat without them. Especially the soy sauce, it is the best partner for the seafood of Shashato City. I have run out of it. Even though I brought enough. I did not distribute it to others, but it is wanted in every place. Especially to Randon. It can be said that he got together with me because of seasonings. He took out a quarter of what I have. To think that an executive of the Demon King's kingdom will act like that. There is also that guy who pleads every time I eat at the inn. He's even making sure that we eat at the same time. He also always sits next to me. Before I noticed it, my time away from here equaled to the amount of seasoning I have in hand. How careless of me, but it is important. I should really seriously consider migrating here. My daughter is here, Gud is here, and there are a lot of strong people too. I'll have to talk with my wife as soon as I return to Howling Village. Side quest. A request was sent to the Adventurers Guild. I want a secured supply of the following seasonings: soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise. They even appear in my dream, so please. If that is not possible, I would like to get in touch with a warrior named Gulf, the one who won the recent martial arts tournament in Shashato City. The client is a noble boy. The reward was huge. Chapter 183. Summer pool. If you want to describe summer in one word, pool would be the most appropriate. This is a chance for Ursa, Nut, and the Beast Boys to swim in the reservoir. They are wearing the fit swimsuit that Zabuton made. However, the reservoir is a reverse pyramid, so it will be dangerous for them since the center is deep. In addition, though we don't drink water from the reservoir, we are still using it for various things, so we can't just let them swim there. Therefore, I made a proper swimming pool on the west side of the village. It is built at the waterway from the reservoir to the river. It is all right since it is already purified by the slimes. The pool is 1 meter deep, 15 meters long, and 3 meters wide. I cut several bamboos into 30-centimeter pieces and tie them with Zabuton's thread. It will serve as lane separator. With this, it is now complete. Narrow. Let's make it bigger. The depth is not a problem, so let's expand it to a 4-lane, 25 meters pool. Now Ursa will surely be satisfied. It took me 2 days to complete it. Thinking about how I made the waterway and the reservoir back in the old days, I feel my own growth. When the pool has become large, not only Ursa's group but the others also came. However, the current pool is too deep for small children such as Alfred and Tysel, which are way smaller than Ursa, and this is also too shallow for adults. No, this is actually too deep for Ursa and Nut, but they are playing without reserve. And they drown. Let's build a new pool. First of all, build a round pool for small children. The depth is 30 centimeters and the diameter is 3 meters. This will be completed immediately. None will use it alone. An adult must be there first to supervise. That's my order to Alfred and Tysel. Next, deep pool. The depth will be 2 meters on both ends and 3 meters in the middle. It is 50 meters long and has 5 lanes. I made it in about 5 days. The lizard men are swimming on it pleasantly. Ah, so they swim with their tail. I heard about it, but I was surprised by seeing it. I realized that something's missing. I built some starting blocks. Now this is a swimming pool. Everyone knows where the starting place is. However, there's no place where the winners of a match can stand on. Okay, let's make a podium. Let's get it on. I also thought of building a diving platform, but that will be dangerous if the pool is not deep enough. Let's forget about it. A considerable number of people have started to gather. Everyone also changed into the swimsuits that the spiders have made before diving into the pool. The high elves have built a changing room before I noticed it. The Kuros are also swimming. They are good at it. The horse too. Are. Has it escaped? It broke out. There's a rider, a high elf is riding it. She just took it here to take a bath. Village chief, can you make the pool bigger? The pool is getting too crowded. There is not enough space to swim. However, the problem is not the size of the pool. The problem is, there are those who wanted to swim and there are those who just wanted to chill. It can't be helped. I must help those who need help. I build another swimming pool. 10 days later. A race course-like swimming pool is now surrounding the pools I made. It is 2 meters deep and 5 meters wide. As for the length, I don't really know because it is curved. However, it is long enough to surround a 50-meter pool and a 25-meter pool. Pouring water. Ah, can you do something using magic? Please. After water has accumulated, the adults entered the pool and walked in a certain direction. They are making it flow. Now that the water is moderately flowing, time to use a float. There's nothing else we can use as a float other than a tub. The villagers who came to the pool did not seem to understand what I'm trying to do, but Ursa seems to get it. She stepped into the tub and went to sightsee the course. After seeing her, the others also, as expected, it sank. Just enjoy and relax. Should the people who want to swim and the people who only wanted to chill be segregated? The flowing pool is very popular. No, that should have me happy. And spiderlings, you don't have to worry about me. You can swim there too. Ah, here I go. I'm swimming leisurely in the 50-meter pool. Alone. I'll go to the flowing pool too. Aside from the changing rooms, there are restrooms around the pool. In addition, there are several stalls that are crowded with people. The stalls are manned by the Oni maids and civil servant girls. They are cooking while wearing swimsuit with apron. You look great, but be careful with the fire. The stalls are making curry, ramen-like something, yakisoba-like something, iced persimmon, and juice. Alcohol is also available, but it is dangerous to drink and swim, so those who drank decided to not enter the pool. After all the dwarves enjoy the pool, they started to enjoy drinking and eating at the tables near the stalls. Ma, as expected, the most popular food is curry. I know that it's delicious, but it is sticking on your face. Wash your face first before going to the pool again. The ramen-like something and yakisoba-like something are something that I tried to reproduce based on my memory, but eventually failed. I think it will be better to call them soup pasta and yakipasta, but not because they are unlikable. They are even popular enough to become stable dishes during festivals and martial art tournaments. However, I can't help but think about the real ramen and yakisoba I know. Village Chief, your ramen with additional soy sauce and meat is here. Sorry to have kept you waiting. For the villagers, this is what real ramen and yakisoba look like. I don't really mind. Yup, delicious. At the poolside, in a place where they won't get wet, there are Hakurin, Wine Slime, and Cat. What a strange group. Hakurin is pregnant. Because of that, we won't let her cool her body too much. As for the Wine Slime, drink as much as you want. The cat is stretching next to the Wine Slime. Let consult gut about making an iron hair brush later. The angels are enjoying the pool in a slightly different manner. They are hovering above the pool first. After that, they rush into the water diagonally, dive, and float up at the surface of the water again. They are like waterfowls. They are making me worry when their dive takes too long. And please be careful not to hit the bottom of the pool. You want something like a target? Okay, let's make a cloth ball. Lou is chilling out at the shallow pool while taking care of Alfred and Tysel. How motherly. I want to be fatherly too. Ah, yes, I'll get you some juice. After some time, it has been a habit for everyone to go to the pool in between work hours. It can be considered similar to taking a bath or eating food at home. Cold beer has also become popular. The dwarves demanded to increase the barley planted next year. Summer passed just like that. It is almost autumn, so I'm a bit sad about closing the pool. After consulting the civil servant girls, we decided to hold a pool closing event. Even though it is an event, it is just the usual barbecue that the whole village does. An event like this also serves as an effective emotional switch. Thank you for cooling us, pool. See you next year. The barbecue was delicious. Well, even though it is closed, water is still flowing there since it is connected to the waterway to the river and the drain. You can look at it as the second reservoir. The lizard men are enjoying it in the pretext of managing reservoir number 2. I'll just pretend that I did not see them. Ursa, don't. Boo. Chapter 184. Volgraf. My name is Volgraf, young master of Viscounty of Gofrir of the Demon King's Kingdom. I'm not boasting, but I'm the next head of the household. And though I'm not really boasting, it is not an exaggeration to say that I am the Goffreer house's hope. My father is not incompetent, but he is too kind. I'll be the one who'll make up for his fault. I am the person in charge of strictness in Goffreer house. I'm the heir. There are parties and meetings that we can't help but attend. I have to make sure that my father won't promise anything strange during meetings and parties, so accompanying him on those times has become my duty. Though father already said that he's going to hand me the position as the head of the family, he is still full of vitality. That is disappointing as expected. It's not like I have ill intentions, I only want him to retire and live comfortably. As I am the person in charge of the strictness in Goffreer house. One day, father returned in high spirit. His schedule for today, dinner meeting with Count Chrome, something really good was probably served. It is a well-known story that Count Chrome's dishes are all delicious. Now I understand why he's in high spirit, but I begin worrying if he had a proper talk with Lord Beazle. Ah, let's look at the memo. Done. It doesn't look too disadvantageous to Goffreer house. I'm relieved. However, there is something in the memo that I can't overlook. Father, this is. That, you still have to face each other first. We want to avoid making it in public for now, but we are likely to go with it. Moo. I'm troubled. The content is about marriage. They talked about me and the girl who will be my marriage partner. This kind of talk is not rare. There have been discussions like this before, but those did not go on. However, something about this talk is troubling. The other party is the little sister of one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, Randon Sama's little sister. Randon Sama is a commoner, but he is a brave that got a seat of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom with his ability alone. It can even be said that everything related to domestic affairs in the Demon King's kingdom is managed by him. As for his younger sister, once I meet with her, it will already be too late to refuse the engagement. In order to refuse, sufficient reason is needed. How about using her being a commoner as the reason? Nonsense. I wouldn't be troubled if I can use that reason in the first place. Besides, even if Randon Sama is a commoner, the 4 heavenly kings are treated like dukes. Even if they retire, the former 4 heavenly kings are treated like marquis. The excuse of her sister being a commoner is not valid. How about age? The other party is 3 years older than me. That is also pointless. Even if she's older, it will be almost negligible after a long time. Damn it. HNN. How about the maid? How about marrying one? Why am I saying nonsense? I already have someone in my heart. Right, I'm yearning for a woman. It is Count Chrome's daughter, Frorum Sama. The woman who's the embodiment of beauty and brains. The woman who excel in both literary and military arts. The one who is admired by men of my generation. She suddenly quit school and was transferred to a place I have never heard of. There's also a rumor about marriage, but I don't believe it. Frorum Sama is mine. I ran away for the time being. This is something I never thought I'll do. Let's relax for a while in Sheshato City. There is a martial arts tournament in Sheshato City. If I let several of my subordinates participate, I'll have a reason to stay in the city. As for my maid, what are you looking at, you rotten thing? You think we only came here as a delaying tactic? I should stop it. Ha ha ha. Listen to my words. It's all right, everything's all right. Sheshato City has developed a lot in these past few years. The reason is because of the amount of money being invested by Goron Company. How envying. Could you invest in a city in my territory too? I wouldn't mind even if you invest 1/10 of what you invest here. Cough. There's no point in envying. I don't have any connection with the Goron Company. However, I am interested in the products handled by the Goron Company. There is also a rumor that Frorum Sama is involved in it. Ma, there is no need to panic. The inn. Are all cheap inns full? Why? Result of the martial arts tournament. I see. It can't be helped. My Goffreer family is not poor, but it is not rich either. My stay here will cost me my pocket money. I can't waste it, but accommodation is essential. Let's just find a place that costs a little more. I have to look for a place that I can afford to have me, my maid, and my subordinates to stay. As expected, we might need to stay at a stable. You have a relative here. The others too, I never thought that our party has such members. I see. What about my subordinates who will join the tournament? There's a cheap place for the contestants. What a generous tournament. We're saved. However, I can't stay there. though that's already expected. As for their relatives' houses, then does this mean that I alone have to stay at an inn? All right, I will manage if I'm alone. It didn't happen. My clothes were not even prepared. My subordinates and maids are present during the day but not at night. This is inconvenient, but I can endure trials like this. I'm all right. As long as there is lamplight, I can sleep alone. I asked where I can eat and they said in the dining room. If they bring it to my room, the price will be a little more expensive. Let's be stingy on things like that. I can expect prize money by sending my subordinates in the martial arts tournament, but that will still be unsure. Hey, don't think of me as a sloppy man who takes his subordinates' prize money. Their food, clothing, and shelter while participating in the tournament are being taken care of, and they even have armors. I'm not taking all their prize money, just half of it. I talked to them about this, and there is a mutual consent. Thus, there is no problem. The food was delicious, and I can't say anything against it. This is the first time for me to taste such good food. If I was a little while ago, I'll probably only ask for anything that can be eaten and will expect to receive burnt bread. I have grown. Cooking is important. Table manners should be followed so I can eat well. Who's that? Someone is extorting someone next to his table. Disgusting. I feel like I know that person. Right, he's a son of a baron. Though they are lower compared to my father's title, we lose by a landslide if we compare wealth. As for the person being extorted, it's someone I don't know, but it feels like I've seen him before. It's a rough-looking beastkin. Is he a martial art tournament spectator? No, there's no way a person like that will stay at this inn. Then, a participant, looking at the food served, it looks like he's a noble. But that can't be. Let's say hello then. If he is competent, let's employ him. I stopped. The beastkin was eating an extremely good food. It looks like the specialty of this inn. Damn, the martial arts tournament of Shashato City has begun. I miscalculated. This is the once-a-year special tournament. Even Demon King Sama pays attention to it. Therefore, he sent Randon Sama. This is bad. If we met each other, he'll definitely talk about my view regarding the engagement. Then, it will go straight to a marriage meeting. Should I escape? I shouldn't think something that stupid. I won't be able to do anything unless I can get lodging expenses. My 3 subordinates are participating. As long as one of them reach the semifinals, it will be all right. However, it will be troublesome if they win. If they win, Randon Sama will give them the championship prize and, "Aren't you a talented person? How about serving me?" If he says that, my subordinate will have no choice but to reply. I'm already serving the Goffrier family. The young master is even watching the tournament. He will know that I'm here. Since I'm here, why didn't I meet him to say hello? What should I do? This is bad since my subordinates are unlikely to be defeated, but my worry was unnecessary. All my men were defeated immediately. Incredible. My subordinates are absolutely strong. They are Goffrier House's best. I never doubted them being champion. It made me realize my mindset about how many strong people are out there. The world is wide, really wide. One of my subordinates was defeated by an expert just by lightly swinging his wooden sword. Moreover, he's not wearing any armor. Rather than fighting in a competition, it seems like he's just taking a stroll. It looks like he's just twisting a hand of a baby. He dodges, then strikes at the opponent's armor. And it will end like that. He purposely attacks the opponent's armor in order to minimize the injury. Even expensive-looking armor is crushed. That hurts, economically. That person won all the way to the championship match like that. It is a male beastkin. It was the guy who eats the best food at the inn. If I'm as powerful as him, will Forum Sama. I was caught off guard. Randon Sama found me. I can't escape. It was when I was going to see the winner. Randon Sama is approaching. The champion, it looks like they are acquainted. As expected, he brought up the engagement talk. There's nothing I can do. I decided to go to the marriage meeting. As of now, I can only hope that the other party hates me. Let's prepare the best food in the marriage meeting. Gulf, how about giving me soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise you have? Donate half of them. Why no? I am an executive of the Demon King's kingdom. Are you going to decline my request? Can't you get those by asking Michael? Everything's already reserved. How about giving me 1/3? Please, consider this as helping this older brother send his wishes to his younger sister. Only 1/4. Thank you, shall I pay you in gold coins? No need, it was originally given to me as a present. They negotiated right before me. So the winner will get the good cooking ingredients? Interesting. Cooking is important. I'm depressed with the marriage meeting, but I'm glad I learned something good. At a later date, my marriage has been decided. The moment I tasted the dishes in that marriage meeting, I was completely taken. I never thought that something this delicious exists. I was absorbed with eating, and the meeting ended before I noticed it. After the marriage meeting, I, who had just returned home, fell from my knees. Ma, I thought I was in love with Forum-sama. I wanted to dream a little more. Ugh, but I have no choice, it has already been decided. There's no other way. The food cooked by Randon-sama's little sister is delicious. Should I be honored to taste it? Isn't it a shame to let me taste it? No, it's all right. I will be someone great, and I will become a suitable husband for her. I'll work hard. We will be married after I graduated from school. That will be in 5 years. My name is Valgraf Goffrier, 12 years old. Person in charge of strictness in Goffrier House. A man who will carry the future of the Demon King's kingdom. Bonus. I didn't win anything, all my money's gone. Are, did you not bet? HNN, what are you saying? Of course I bet. That's the reason why I don't have money now. You didn't bet on Gulf-san, didn't I told you to bet on him? I never heard you say that. Is that so? I'm sorry. Please forget what I said. Wait, what were you going to tell me? Ahaha, the champion, Gulf-san, is someone who participated with the recommendation from the Goron Company. Even the president of the Goron Company bet on him. Where did you get that information? My older brother works for the Goron Company. Is that so? Yes. He's working hard at the head office. Therefore, you can call me when you want to buy something from the company. It will be a little cheaper. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, did you bet? That smile, I'm jealous. Ahate. I'll treat you to a snack later. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 185. Autumn and New Residents. Autumn, the harvest season. Everyone who's free will have to harvest. This will be another good harvest. One of the civil servant girls said so as she joyfully records the harvest. I'm glad, too. Having a good harvest makes you feel good. The problem is, we might need to increase the number of warehouses again, but I think that is a good problem. There are also a lot of it that need to be threshed. The mountain elves' water wheel plays an active part in that job. The only problem is the noise. To make wine, we need to mash grapes, a lot of it. It can be said that it is a major industry. Should we make supersized barrels? No, we can't lift something like that. This year, we employed the lamias again to make wine. They are in charge of peeling grapes and removing their seeds. Their number increased to 20. The payment is the same as last year, food, clothing, and accommodation while they are working and crops. HNN, you want the white wine you made last year. Everyone wants to taste the fruit of their labor. Of course, you can. There are also new faces this year, the Titans from the Northern Dungeon. We hired 5 of them, and they will be in charge of squeezing work in short squeezing oil. The payment is the same as the lamias, food, clothing, and accommodation while they are working and crops. I was worried about where will they stay first, but I managed to build them a place to stay by digging a cave. It is like a basement, so will it be all right for them to light fire there? Ah, magic? Spirit magic. It looks like there will be no problem since it will always be ventilated with the help of wind spirits. I see. Also, they brought me something unusual when they came. Bloody viper's egg. It is about the size of a basketball. About 100 of them. They brought them here because they feel like they are indebted to us. You don't have to mind it. Ah, will the lamia be okay with it? Let's just make sure not to give them any. How do you eat them? Swallowing. Titans can do that, but it is impossible for us. Yoshi, let's boil them like normal eggs and eat them. This is it. After boiling, I peeled it and a transparent something came out. So even if you boil it, the transparent part will not turn white. But why is it that there's no yolk? Now, it's time to taste it. When I tried getting some using a spoon, the texture feels like a hard jelly. I put the spoonful in my mouth, thick. Delicious. Amazingly delicious. I haven't tasted anything this delicious without seasoning. Seeing my expression, the surrounding people immediately participated in a war for my spoon. Everyone is surprised and pleased. Even the Titans. Why are they surprised? Ah, you never tried boiling it before? Swallowing it raw smells fishy, so it is better eating it this way. I see. Since you're here, let's have you learn how to cook before going back. I'll give you some seasonings too. Ah, yes, you have to share with the lamias. With that, our dinner will be Bloody Viper's eggs. Let's continue harvesting. I asked some high elves to harvest the mushrooms. Though I already harvested matsutake earlier, I also raised several kinds of mushrooms. Shiitake, hurritake, enoki, shimji, maydake. Though I can raise more of them again using the aft, let's leave some of them for the time being. I marked the places where I raised truffles so I know where to dig. I took one of the pups so I will surely not miss any. At the same time, I'll also cut some bamboo. They are not for eating but for winter work. The bamboo grove, I don't know where it is. The spiderlings are working hard in harvesting fruits. They are quite lovely to look at since they look like they are having a bucket relay when they are harvesting. It took us 20 days to harvest everything. Wine making, thrashing, and squeezing work are still ongoing. In addition, fermented foods are also being made, and along with the wine, alcohols are also being brewed. Let's work hard. After those works are complete, we'll prepare for winter. We will still be busy. This is Rasuti's busiest year. Hakuren's pregnant, so she can't transform into her dragon form. All of the long-distance delivery were shouldered by her, whether it was for Doors or Raymarin. I had the Lamia deliver things to Dorame since it's not that far. The problem is the trade with Howling Village. When I was thinking of a solution, Dorame came to help. I was asked by Anu, please use without restraint. Thank you, I asked him to carry goods to Howling Village. Our trade representative is Tyr. My best regards. While we are still doing various things, we also have to check the state of Village 2 and Village 3. I had them farm on their own. How did it go? I discussed it with the person in charge of the Minotaurs, the Lizardman Nuff, and the person in charge of the Centaurs, the civil servant girl Rashashi. The harvest of Village 2 is slightly less than expected. As for the reason, I receive a report saying that they are not yet that accustomed. The harvest of Village 3 is not bad. However, there are some crops that are still not harvestable. We are currently working with Village 2 in taking measures regarding it. I see, then can each village harvest on their own? It won't be hard for Village 2. With their current manpower, they are even hoping to expand the field more. The same can be said for Village 3. Please expand their field next year too. All right. Next year, let's expand the field. Presently, all the crops of Village 2 and Village 3 belong to Big Tree Village, or rather, mine. To put it simply, the residents of Village 2 and Village 3 are like farmers I have hired. For now, I have accepted that because their lives have yet to stabilize, but in the future, I want them to be independent. Therefore, I want them to harvest to the point that making a profit is possible. Once Village 2 and Village 3 are done harvesting, should we carry the crops here? Yes, but let's have them bring only half. The rest will be their food. By the way, is there anything they want from Big Tree Village? Do you have a wish list? Yes. Each of the villages is planting certain kind of crops. Is that so? Aside from the wish list, we'll also give them additional food. Inform them that every harvest festival. Are you sure? Unless they don't want to. Even if we already have a martial arts festival, we are still doing a mini harvest festival in Big Tree Village. Of course, I am not expecting much from Village 1. Village 1 is not farming yet, so that's what I said to the caretaker of Village 1, the beast girl Mamu. Really. It's not like they are not doing anything. I know that they are trying hard. Of course. Mamu talks about the efforts and perseverance of the migrants of Village 1. Although the result is small, I appreciate that they have been working hard non-stop. When Rasuti went to Doors and Raymarin, Tyr and Dorame, who went to trade with Howling Village, came back, so the mini-harvest festival meeting is held. It is more like a luxurious home party rather than a mini-festival. Since this is celebrating harvest, a portion of the harvest will be offered to the shrine of Big Tree Village. Ancestor-san even put his every effort to divide the portion for some reason. Should that really be done? Isn't that troublesome? There's no point in worrying since he has done his best. After that, it will be time for an extravagant drinking party. Cooked foods are lined up at an outdoor venue. Alcohols are lined up too, and there's a program too. First, the opening greeting is fireworks. In short, blasting off of the Kuro's horn. This also serves as a practice for the performance at the martial arts tournament. 7 angels line up in the sky. Starting from the right, they are Karon, Gran Maria, Kudal, Tyr, Kirbit, Suaruryu, and Suaruku. Kirbit came during the festival. Suaruryu and Suaruku are twin angels. They have accompanied Kirbit. The purpose of the 3, migration. They'll live in Big Tree Village. Though it's a one-sided notice, I accepted them. When I pretended to want to refuse them, they almost cry. Suaruryu and Suaruku are angels who Gran Maria invited to migrate before. After eating the fruit from Big Tree Village that Kirbit brought, it seems like they quickly started their preparation for migration. The 7, who are beautifully lined up, nosedived from sub-stratospheric altitude. Their targets are 7 holes on the ground. They release them on the holes simultaneously. All of it went into their respective holes. Explosion. 7 long explosion flames blew up vertically. I think they even reached 100 meters. The girls had been practicing hard when they found out that the explosion height will rise if they detonated it inside a hole. I proposed to enlarge the hole, but that proposal seemed to have stimulated their pride. Every one of them boasted that they can surely hit an 80 centimeters hole. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that if the hole is too small, the explosion flame will not rise that high. After several experiments, the depths of 5 meters is the best. In any case, the explosion flames have risen beautifully. The next program starts. Harpies group dance, Beastkins short skit, Dwarves gymnastics, Pups ball balancing, High Elves whole body spontaneous presentation, Lizard men's sword dance, Spiderlings shadowgraph, Wine slime and cats healing time, Mountain Elves choir, Civil servant girls interpretive dance, and my favorite, Ursa, Nut, and the Beast Boys play. Ursa's stage presence as she delivers her line is wonderful. Nut is working hard. The Beast Boys lost to Ursa in terms of presence. Lou and Flora are part of it too. Lou is the enemy. Flora is the hidden boss that is manipulating Lou. The scene that talks about the plot is strangely familiar. Zabuton and the clay doll are participating too. Wonderful. Zabuton is a mysterious god that saved Ursa when she's in a pinch. The clay doll is on Ursa's shoulder, and its role is a fairy. You worked hard. Quite successful. During this harvest festival came 3 angels, Kirbit, Suaruryu, and Suaruku, and 4 beastkin, namely Gulf, his wife, his son, and his daughter. They accompanied Tyr when she came back from Howling Village. There is a total of 7 new villagers. I was surprised when Gulf told me that he'll move here. I'll accept it if there's no problem with Howling Village. The happiest one is Gulf's daughter, who had migrated here earlier. Daga is happy too. His tail is beating the ground. However, her wife is also here, so he'll probably be forced to stop his useless special training. And I'm pleased too. Gulf's son, he's about 15 years old. A healthy beastman, as a man who gave up, I want to thank you. Thank you so much for coming. He already has a woman in his mind and she's in Howling Village. You even promised each other to get married. You only weren't able to convince her to come here because you were not able to persuade her parents. Do you best for your long-distance relationship. Why yeah, I'll support you. By the way, have you thought of getting a second wife? Unnecessary. Okay, my apologies, cough. To the new residents, please get used to life here. The 7 migrants, aside from Kirbit and Gulf, have already fainted and changed their clothes. The Kuros and the demon spiders are not that scary. It's okay. You'll get used to them soon. It's okay. It's really okay. Chapter 186. Pig, New Livelihood and Peerage. I also wanted to participate. Michael-san's fork shook in regret for not being able to attend the Harvest Festival. You have a new dish too. Ha ha ha. Perhaps he's regretting more about the bloody viper's egg. It was so popular that the 100 pieces that the Titans brought have disappeared. When new stock comes, I'll send you some. Please do. This is an unrivaled item. Michael-san is eating it like a pork cutlet. This is Michael-san's latest favorite. Though I personally want him to use chopsticks when eating something similar to a pork cutlet, I don't want to be unreasonable. After eating, Michael-san discussed this year's purchase with the civil servant girls. Because seasoning is popular, it seems like he wants to purchase more. That's in addition to his already large amount of purchase. I'm grateful. He even brought truffles with enormous price. Are you fine with it? I'm watching the piglets that Michael-san brought. There are 20 of them. They will be the newest addition to our village. It finally arrived after asking Michael-san for some time. However, unlike cows, horses, and chickens, they are considered as food. I know how pig tastes, but if I'm the one who's breeding them, I don't think I can eat them. As the result of discussions, it was decided that Village 1 will be responsible for breeding them. I didn't do it to escape the ordeal. I did not escape. Big Tree Village can secure enough meat by hunting, courtesy of the Kuros and the High Elves. The same can be said for the other villages that are guarded by the Kuros. Thinking about it, is it all right to continue hunting like this? They are resources of the forest like timbers. Hunting a lot like this will probably cause future problems, so we should take proper measures. Because of that, I ordered pigs. Once the meat supply from hunting diminished, we'll secure meat from Village 1. As for Village 1, they like it because they always wanted to increase their responsibilities. I introduced our latest companions to the Kuros and Spiderlings. They are looking at the piglets with sparkling eyes. I realized something looking at their eyes. Because of that, I asked the High Elves to fence up the breeding area and make a coop for the pigs. Let's focus on increasing their number first. After they increase, let's have Village 2 and Village 3 breed them too. The new migrants, Gulf's family, built a house in the residential area of Big Tree Village. I thought that Gulf's wife has some issue at Howling Village, that's why she agreed to migrate here, but it seems like there's no problem since she's getting along with the people here. That's good. Gulf's son has left the person in his heart at Howling Village, but he wants to call her here soon. That's nice. However, there is also a chance that he'll leave this place and return to Howling Village. It seems like persuading the parents of the other party is going rough. Are they against their marriage? Are they really against letting her live in Big Tree Village? But why? It seems like the parents of the girl also wanted to migrate in Big Tree Village, but their village chief has not permitted them to do so. Her father is one of the bosses in the mines, the person in charge, so that's why they were stopped. I understand. She's also the only daughter, so she can't go. She's in charge of the household chores, so her parents will find it hard if she leaves. How about the mother? When Gut left, she became the supervisor of the forge. I don't think I can help you, but if you need my help, just let me know. By the way, Gulf's family is under Senna's supervision because they are beastkins. I thought that there would be power trouble, but Gulf said that it's impossible for him to be the leader. Senna will still be the one. Gulf's daughter is slightly older than Senna. They are acquainted with each other, and she accepted that arrangement without problem. She's also positive about adapting to life here. If you have any problem, please let us know as soon as possible. The other new migrants, Kirbit, Suwaruryu, and Suwaruku, lived in the vacant rooms of my residence. It is impossible for them to live alone without any subordinates. I thought it is because they can't do any housework, but Kirbit can cook and can do any housework skillfully. In fact, she's even helping with washing the laundry when she started living in my house. Why did she refrain herself in having her own house? What is it that makes her want to stay at my house? Is the food served at my house that good? Yeah, it seems like it. She's really punctual during mealtime. Suwaruryu and Suwaruku too. It looks like their sparkling eyes are saying, delicious, delicious. Even though they are twins, their favorite food is different. Their personalities are different too, is the only thing they have in common is their appearance. Maybe. I have a strange fantasy to twins. In any case, it seems like they are quick in getting used to life here. Presently, Suwaruryu and Suwaruku joined Gran Maria, Kudal, and Koron in patrolling the sky with the harpies. I'm glad that Gran Maria and the others will have it a little easier. Suwaruryu and Suwaruku were beaten up, Lu and Flora, heal them. It seems like they were jumped at by demon beasts when they were flying low. It seems like they managed to survive with the help of the Kuros. Several Kuros, the ones who helped them, look proud. I patted them for doing a job well done. Only after our transaction with Michael-san will Beazle come. This time, he's a little late. Did anything happen? Socializing with other nobles. Though I'm in the position where I can refuse, it is impossible to decline everyone. That would be awful. Yeah, aside from socializing, there are also some requests. How about a little? Will it be all right if we increase the amount with this much? Hahata. I avoided committing to his request and passed it into the civil servant girls. Seasoning is popular. Alcohol too, checking the requester, it seems like it was Hu, one of the 4 heavenly kings. There are also from the Demon King, Yuri, Randon, and Glatz. Ah, Glatz's letter for Renana. I'll give it to her. Though his planned purchase is lesser than what he got, Beazle was still satisfied when we talked about the new centaurs. As of now, there are 41 of them who wanted to migrate here. That is considerably more than what I heard before. For the time being, let's listen to what Village 3's Glue World and its caretaker Rashashi's opinion. When I asked Beazle, it seems like aside from having their acquaintances here, it was to reduce the mouths to feed this coming winter. Centaurs are moving in other towns and villages to evacuate from the battlefield. And because of their body sizes, they cannot stay in an ordinary house aside from the children. It was still manageable during this summer and autumn, but the consumption will surely increase during winter, especially that they are still looking for a place to stay. I'm sorry to say, but they are nothing but baggage. This might be selfish of me, but we could have used them as manpower until now. Even accepting 1 centaur now can be considered us being generous. That's how it is. For the time being, the migrant applicants also understand their position, so they are taking the attitude of, we'll follow any condition. The condition in question is to follow the rules of the village and recognize Glue World as their representative. But there's one problem. One of them has a peerage. It seems to be a baron and one who has served the Demon King's kingdom well. Glue World is only a relative of a retainer of a viscount. In short, a commoner. If a titled noble follow her, what will happen in the future? It has become a talk of removing that noble's peerage, then gave it back later, but it was rejected. Though there are various things that should be said, Rashashi summarized it easily. It is impossible to remove that title then give it back, because it was a title that was gained in war. What a bother. By the way, the peerage holder is a 10-year-old girl. It is impossible for a child to accept a war merit title. What should we do? The next day, are you fine with being a viscount? Even being a baron is already too much. Okay. Well then, cough. Glueworld Rabbi Cole, you are now a viscount of the Demon King's kingdom. Work hard. The Demon King showed dignity that he does not usually show and bestowed Glueworld peerage. Looking at it, can peerage this easily obtained? Normally, it's impossible. Rashashi answers my question. Once you become a noble, your family will have duty and obligations. No one is exempted of them. To think that one will actually lose most of their rights once he becomes a noble. On the other hand, though I'm not sure, it seems like nobles receive salary from the kingdom. I don't like that kind of arrangement. But given our current situation, peerage of at least a baron is necessary. My apologies for troubling you to come here for only this. After the ceremony, I served the Demon King and Beazle tea. The ennoblement earlier was performed at the hall of my mansion. Ha ha ha, it's the village chief's request. We don't mind. As for me, I don't have any peerage, so won't there be any problem. I'll say it again, you don't need to do something about Viscount Cole. Her title is only in name. I understand. I also want to refrain from being confused. Can you also explain it properly to those troublesome guys? Troublesome guys? I looked at where the Demon King is pointing at. I saw doors and ancestor son. I explain everything to them. By the way, is Glueworld, who stopped moving, still okay in the hall? After muttering that, if I guess it right, when she became a viscount, she was not able to handle it and her innermost self collapsed. Let's leave her to Rashashi. Even I have things that can't handle. The new centaurs will migrate soon. Currently, the High Elves are building new houses in Village 3. Doors had come here to check Hakuren's condition. When I was thinking if Raymarin will get angry, I heard that Raymarin is already on her way here. To put it simply, she is about to give birth. Soon, Dorame will come with some devils to prepare for her birth. Thanking you in advance. Ancestor San came here simply to enjoy the hot spring. There's no accommodation in the hot spring, so he's staying at my mansion. Teleportation magic is really convenient, but I think it would be better for him to go home. I can't tell him something that cruel. Ah, he also took Doors, who can't hide his aura because of his excitement for his grandchild. There's already this strange pressure even before Hakuren gives birth. The Demon King will come too, even Beazle. Then I'll go with you two. I was surprised when we arrived at the hot spring. The ghost night increases to 3. What happened? Did those two got her normally, or were they invited by the first one to help with managing this place? Ma, they are not hostile, so there's no problem. This is a hot spring, won't their armor corrode more here? Let's make wooden armors for them too. Their swords are still shiny. Were they processed in a special way? Ma, those won't be useful in managing this hot spring, no. They'll definitely useful in defeating the monsters here. There's a mountain of monster corpse nearby. That reminds me, I found a panic caribou here before. It seems like I'm not that lucky this time. Doors, Ancestor-san, the Demon King, and Beezle enter the hot spring and relaxed. I was asked about the bloody viper's eggs. Like what I told Michael-san, I can only ask the Titans in the northern dungeons for more. Chapter 187. Catapult. There are a lot of things to do in autumn. After harvesting, it is time to prepare for winter. And in Big Tree Village, there is the need to prepare for the martial arts tournament. There is also the matter with the new centaur migrants. We're really that busy. However, even though I know that we're busy, why did I make something unnecessary? I don't really remember why. Presently, there is this huge catapult before me. Of course, this is something I made together with the mountain elves. It all began when we are thinking about how to harness the power of the water wheel. Presently, water wheel is mainly used for drawing water and thrashing, so the villagers requested to have more ways of using it. As the result, we thought of a device that can harness the water wheel's power to send something in the air. We were truly reckless at that time. I really don't remember why we've decided to make a catapult. Maybe it was when we are thinking of how to send something to a distance. Catapult already exists in this world, and the mountain elves know how it looks. As for me, I have never seen one. Did they take that chance to run wild? I don't know where I should measure its size, but it is probably about 5 meters. Since we're thinking about transporting things, it has wheels. It looks like the common type of catapult which has a counterbalance. That thing is in front of me, and this probably has no use. That might be the case, but since we have already made it, we have to use it. I know that everyone's busy. I and the mountain elves move the catapult to the south part of the village. We set it up in the racetrack and the target at the forest in the south. The target is about 200 meters. Can we hit it? Let's us show you how. I can see the overflowing confidence of the mountain elves. They're reliable. For the time being, let's notify the Kuros and the Spiderlings first. I don't want any accident to happen. Ursa and the spectators should leave too. And in case something unusual happened, there shouldn't be anyone on the back line too. Who knows if it'll fly back if something failed? Though we should have prepared rocks for this catapult, we changed it to wood. A 1-meter cube. I shaved down the edges to make it rounder. There are 3 cubic ammo, including the spares. It took us a long time to set it up. If you want a simple explanation with this catapult, I should describe it with a seesaw whose fulcrum is not positioned on the center. The counterweight is attached on the short side of the seesaw, while the projectile will be loaded on the long side. Fire. First shot, it draws a parabola. It hits the ground 10 meters away from the target. That's too far. However, the spectators are very excited. They shouldn't be. They look like they want to ride it and use it to fly. Let's just go with the second shot. Second shot. It looks like the adjustment was successful. There are shouts of joy. However, the mountain elves are not satisfied. They silently prepared for the third shot. Third shot. It hits the middle of the target. The mountain elves raise their arms and rejoice. The board that's supposed to be the target was crushed. It is quite powerful. Good. However, this is something unnecessary for farmers. This is a siege weapon. I'm hesitant to sell it. While I'm thinking of what to do with it, the wine slime came. Do you want to use it to fly? HNN? What is it? Gather the cubes we used as projectile earlier, and put a parachute on it. I think that's what the wine slime is trying to say. We did just that and tried using it. After going up for about 100 meters, it falls. The parachute opened. Ooh, that looks exciting. Though it looks exciting, it flew with great force. I don't think it should be used to living beings. Wine slime, give it up. It won't matter even if you sulk. You can just ask Rasudi next time, or even the angels. We had Kirbit, who came to check us out, carry the wine slime on a parachute to the sky. It looks happy. It was blown away by the wind to the forest. The spiderlings have attached a web to it. Pull. It looks like playing with a kite. It landed safely. Get it. Ursa, stop. It won't matter even if you sulk. No matter what, you won't be the ammo of the catapult. In addition to Ursa, the spectators are surrounding the catapult. They requested to set up more targets. They requested to mass-produce the ammo too. The parachuted cube is surprisingly accurate. Is this thing really useless? For instance, we can probably use it to deliver a lunchbox for someone at a distance. No. The mountain elves look like they are thinking about how to improve the catapult. Aren't you supposed to be thinking of harnessing the power of water wheel? Why did you suddenly become serious? Ha ha ha. The civil servant girls are staring at us. Okay, let's get back to work. You want to try the catapult? You can certainly do that. The people who are enjoying it are probably satisfied now. Still, I think it's dangerous to play with it. Someone needs to supervise. I understand. I'll go back to work alone, but let me remind you, don't try shooting a living thing using it. Also, improve it moderately. Kirbit, if you don't fold the parachute neatly, it will be dangerous. I know that you find it interesting, but don't go overboard. Wine slime? It looks satisfied already. During dinner, the mountain elves are thinking of how many catapults are needed to capsize a rampart. Don't just plan to attack a castle. Let's just eat this mushroom nabe. Twin angels and Kirbit's POV. Kirbit-sama, is it always like this? Yes, it's always like this. They suddenly took out a catapult, so I thought something is happening. They did not use it for training, but for playing. There is no planned invasion. In addition, that catapult is unnecessary since we have that spear. Certainly, Koodle really loves it. It's because that girl is absurdly accurate. Ma, I absolutely don't want to fight against this village. Do you feel hostile against this place? If that happens, I can only do my best. I'm already part of this village after all. Oh, of course not. I'm only saying it as a hypothetical story. I'm part of this village too. Adahata. By the way, this mushroom nabe is delicious dessous. Yes, delicious. I have to ask them to teach me how to cook this. Beastkin father and son POV. Dad, is it always like this? Yes, it's always like this. I never thought that there would be a time that I'll be able to touch a catapult. How was it? It's difficult to hit the target. I tried using my water as ammo, but it was useless. You're the one who scattered those water. The ammo needs to be really durable to withstand that kind of catapult. Right, I will study a lot. I want to make a catapult too. Ha, thought I never heard anything about sieging a castle. You can try making one. Is it all right? Yeah, but you have to make it properly. Making the real thing will surely be hard. Make a miniature and show it to the village chief or the mountain elves for their opinion. All right, I will do it. Ha, come on, let's eat. Today is mushroom nabe. Yeah. Chapter 188. Hakuren's delivery. Hakuren began to labor. I panic. I'm panicking, and that's the only thing I can do. Dorime brought 20 veteran devil midwives, and they are now surrounding Hakuren. As expected, 20 of them are too much, so there are only 1 or 2 of them at Hakuren's side. The remaining ones taught the women of the village about midwifery. The midwives that are taking care of Hakuren are doing their job wonderfully. Yeah, I'm obstructive, so they kicked me out. I did not resist. After leaving the laboring Hakuren while wishing her to hang in there, I left the mansion. There, I found Ursa and a girl similar to Ursa glaring at each other. In a place, a little away from the two of them are doors and a cold-looking middle-aged man drinking tea. They are sitting on chairs. Did they took them out from the mansion? Is it born yet? No, not yet. I was driven out because she's still in labor. After answering Door's question, I look at the cold-looking middle-aged man next to him. Apologies for the late introduction. This is the Dark Dragon Jurar. I'm Jurar. I came here with my daughter. Take care of me from now on. His voice is cold too. He's here with his daughter. Does this mean that the one glaring at Ursa is his daughter? That's my daughter Gyuraru. He answered before I was able to ask. She looks great. Looking at her closely, she has 2 horns on her head just like Rasudi. There's also a dragon tail on her butt. Then, why is it that Gyuraru seems to be in conflict with Ursa? He diverted his face and refused to answer my question. Doors diverted his face too. I don't think that Ursa has done something rude, but while I was troubled, I saw Dorime from a certain distance and have him come here. That it is something instinctive to female dragons. HNN, when they feel like their partner will be born in this world, they will do what it takes to get him. In other words, that child, who seems to be as old as Ursa, is trying to get Hakuren's newborn child. Might be, but we're not sure if it is a male. Her being here means it is a male. I'm doubtful, but I don't think he'll lie to me. Then, does this mean that the girl name that I thought of is useless? No, that might not be. I get it now, but why is she glaring Ursa? It is normal for women to fight. But they both look like 5 years old. No matter what age, a woman is a woman. The correct thing to do is not to get involved. I know what you mean. After that, I heard that Dorame was fine because Graffaroon, his wife, is younger, but he told me that in a serious tone. I see. However, does the mother say nothing? Giving birth in dragon form will have the mother lay an egg. That egg will be left unchecked, so she won't be able to say anything in particular. On the contrary, because the woman will protect the egg, it seems like the mother will be pleased because it will save her time and effort. As for giving birth on human form, I hear that they don't know well because it is extremely rare. It seems like when Dorame was hatched, everyone was expecting that he's a female because no one's protecting him. However, if that is the case, what will happen to Hakuren and Rasudi's partner? Does this mean that they are not fated to find one in the future? I'm fine with marrying both of them. It seems like dragon females will never have an affair. I'm relieved, I now know. Looking at them now, there's definitely no problem. Especially when it comes to my older sister, she's like a different person now. Dorame bowed at me and said that I should continue to give them my favor. Of course, I will. I joined Doors and Jurar with Doram. While I was thinking about the future, Gyuraru and Ursa moved. The two of them approached each other silently and had a handshake. They went straight to the forest side by side. Forest, wait, don't go to the forest alone. You're not alone because Gyuraru's with you? Several Kuros who notice them follow them. I also chase after them along with Dorame, Doors, and Jurar. What are those two planning to do in the forest? I don't think they'll have a duel because they shook hands. Then, I can't catch up. Gyuraru and Ursa's feet are faster than what I thought, and Dorame, Doors, and Jurar's feet are slower than I thought. It has been several hundred years ago when I run in this form. This is my first time. Me too, Doors' son. For what reason did you run before? Hahote. It's just for a little with my wife. Please don't make me remember. With Graffaroon, I apologize on my niece's behalf. Jurar and Graffaroon seem to be sharing an uncle-niece relationship. The world of dragons is small. We have caught up with Gyuraru and Ursa. The two of them are fighting against a huge wild boar. Gyuraru is on her dragon form, but she's small. Her total length is about 5 meters. Though she's bigger than the wild boar, she's repelled. I don't know where Ursa got her sword, but she used it to stab the huge wild boar. She wasn't able to kill it. I killed the huge wild boar with the use of the aft, and scolded the two girls. Why did you do that? You want to present it to the newborn child? Though your intention is not bad, don't go into the forest. Aren't you alone? Okay, I won't tell this to Hakuren. It is good that you apologize. You know what Hakuren has been going through, so you must not trouble her. Gyuraru returns to her human form. Jurar must not spoil her. You've done well, Gyuraru. Just a little more and you would have beat it. That cold, coaxing voice, I don't want to hear it. I look at Doors. He returns my gaze with eyes that seem to be saying, I'll tell her wife about this later. Thank you in advance. Ma, let's just take this huge wild boar back and eat it. I transform the aft into a hook. Jurar transforms into his dragon form and carries it. That saves me from carrying it. When we return to the village is already in the middle of a grand celebration. Yes, it was born safely. My son. The dragons are surrounding him. Hakuren's mother, Raymarin, Hakuren's little sisters, Sugurn and Sekyurn. Sugurn's husband, Maxbergak. Maxbergak and Sugurn's daughter, Herzanark, Hakuren's little brother, Demame, Demame's wife, Kwon. Sekyurn's husband, Quarren, Dorame's wife, Graffaroon, Dorame and Graffaroon's daughter, Rasudi. Now there are also Dorame, Doors, Jurar, and Gyuraru. Of course, there's also me. Good and energetic child, really good. Hakuren's lying in bed beside him, she's energetic too. Good, Ursa, don't hold back. Come here too. Ursa was a little hesitant, but when Hakuren calls for her, she approached. You're his Onichin. Hearing the conversation, Gyuraru asked if she'll be the wife. Let's not think about it now. As of now, I can only be thankful for him being born safely. I want to hold my son, but I was blocked by the devil midwives. Not only that, they chase away me, Dorame, Dors, Jurar, Gyuraru, and Ursa. Please take a bath first. That is totally understandable. We, who had been in the forest for a while, rushed to the bath. As for his name, the dragons seem to have some naming rules. Dor's sons both have du as starting syllable of their names, and Raymarin's daughters all have ren as end syllables of their names. Maxbergak's daughter ends with k like him. Graffaroon's daughter ends with n like her. As for Jurar's son, name seems to start with gi, but for her daughter, name starts with gyura. The son's name should start with the first syllable, and as for the daughter, there's not really a rule that they should use the last syllable. Their naming rules for son and daughter is that simple. However, that rule is not absolute. The parents who bore the child are free to name theirs whatever they want. I see. However, they are allowed to use that rule as a reference. According to the rule, my son's name should start with either Hai or Hira based on my name Hiraku. Almost all the boys' name that I thought of was eliminated just like that. What was left is Hyakaru, a name that obviously came from my previous world. Hyakaru. I suggested that name to Hakurin. I had Hakurin have the final say. Though I leave it to her, won't that mean that I won't be able to complain later? And why are you consulting Ursa? You want to name our son with the name Ursa likes? No, perhaps. If you don't decide now, won't the Dors and the others participate in naming him? Even Raymarin looks like she wants to intervene. Could she have thought of a name already and suggest it in the pretext of him being the grandchild? Gyuraru, why are you even participating? If you want to be my daughter-in-law, do that after you beat me. How many years will pass before that happens? Well, he's a dragon. No, he's my son. As long as I can, I will protect him. And Jurar. Cry after your daughter actually becomes a bride. Stop crying. We're still not certain about the future. By the way, I heard that she was taken as a hostage in Dor's place. Ah, Jurar stays in Dor's place too? I see. He was named Hyakaru, a boy celebrated by the dragons. Alfred and Tysel visit him too. Look, he's your younger brother. You should get along. Ririus, Riguru, Rat, and Torin. I'm not sure if you already understand this, but he is your younger brother. You should get along. It is not good for brothers and sisters to quarrel. Okay, let's eat the huge wild boar that Ursa and Gyuraru hunted. HNN? Ah, of course not me. The two of them hunted it for the celebration. Ha ha ha. Alfred, I'm happy that with your spirit, but it is still early for you to imitate them. Sooner or later, Ria and the others will teach you how to hunt. But don't go to the forest without permission. I understand that you want to please me, but that will make me worry. It was lively that day till late hours. Chapter 189. New Migrants and Others. Gulf's son, when he was still in Howling Village, he's working in the mine. He can still continue what he has been doing in the mines in Big Tree Village, but the workload is lesser. The mine is in the forest, so only the high elves can mine there. Because of that, Gulf's son is now troubled with work. As a result, Gulf's son started working as a mason. It is a stone-focused job, and he is currently breaking rocks to make stone pavement. According to the plan, he's going to make a stone pavement from my mansion all the way down to the southern direction. As of now, the stone pavement from my mansion is about 50 meters. Even if it is only that short, I feel like having stone pavement increases the degree of civilization. However, why is it that it hasn't been lengthened this past few days? Did something happen? If you need help, let me know. A, you're making cobblestone floors for the arena. Won't the stones there break later? Making stone floors is cool. Okay, do your best. Make lots of spares. The dragons, or rather their dragon clan, have not returned home. Yeah, none of them left. Their official reason for not going home is the upcoming martial arts tournament. As for the unofficial reason, they are showering Hyakaru with their love in addition to the food and drinks here. Though we are also supplying them with ingredients, cooked food in this village is better. Presently, the supposed to be devil midwives are being taught by the Oni maids in cooking. The ones responsible for serving the dragons are the devils. It is already expected because there are too many of them. Just eating together, or tasting newly experimented dishes, makes it look like we're having a banquet. However, considering that they have given us a mountain of gifts for childbirth, it feels like we still haven't treated them enough. Let's ask Michael-san for seafood. Hakurin, who just gave birth. is now flying around in her dragon form. Perhaps it is due to built-up stress after not being able to fly for some time. I don't mind her flying around, but I would like her to stop flying low near the village. Because doing that will surprise and provoke monsters and demon beasts. As a result, the Kuros and the Spiderlings are busy, though I'm thankful for the stockpile of food. The twin angels, Suaruryu and Suraruku, seem to have been used to the life in this village. Their coordination with the harpies has improved, and they are unlikely to be hurt by monsters and demon beasts now. The Kuros and the Spiderlings are also relieved. Ma, I don't think that it is already time to let their guards down. Kirbit, like Gran Maria's group, are either patrolling or assisting Tyr. You can say that she's a jack of all trades. She's really good. During busy times, she's someone that can be relied on. Presently, she's even helping the civil servant girls. Tyr is also doing something like this. Yes, Tyr-san is doing this job too. When you're done with that, please take care of this too. That seems to be a fair amount of work. I don't think we're being unreasonable, since this is Tyr-san's order. I'm not complaining, piece of cake. Leave everything to me. Seems like she's really working hard. However, don't overdo it. The centaur's migration has begun. They will be teleported in Big Tree Village first with the help of Beezle. I am the Demon King's Kingdom, Baron Fuka Polo. On behalf of everyone, I would like to express our gratitude for accepting us. A 10-year-old girl greets us on behalf of 40 adults. I am Village Chief Hiraku. Nice to meet you. This is Viscount Cole. She's the representative of the village where the Baron will live. I am the Demon King's Kingdom, Viscount Glueworld Rabbi Cole. Please call me Glueworld. It is pointless to address me with title. I understand Glueworld-sama. Please take care of us from now on. You don't need to add Sama too. Why yes, Glueworld-san, please call me Fuka. Okay, Fuka-san. Please take care of me from now on too. Next is a meeting with Glueworld and Rashashi, the centaur's caretaker. My name is Rashashi Drawar. Nice meeting you. Drawar, are you by chance related to Drawar House? I'm the second daughter of the current head. Ah, I'm sorry for my rudeness. This lowly one was unable to recognize Drawar-sama. You're young, but it is quite good that you are courteous. Viscount Glueworld-san's standing is better than this mere daughter of a count. My apologies. We are Glueworld-san and Rashashi-san. Title is useless here. Please keep that in mind. Yes, my best regards. You're still stiff, but, Ma, I guess that's fine. By the way, Count Chrome should have told you various things before coming here, right? VI Village Chief Sama, I'm very sorry. I will take responsibility for all our rudeness. I hope she's not that intimidated. Things are overly serious. She's a little girl, so we should talk to her gently. Before coming to this village, they have prepared some gifts. They originally wanted to bring food since they have to go over winter in their migration destination, but it was cut down since it was unnecessary. However, they are embarrassed to come empty-handed. I remember Lou saying that back in the old days, the way someone will be treated is dependent on the present they'll bring. So, as a gift, they brought a wagon loaded with 2 sheep. Although there are only 2 of them, it is possible for their population to increase because they are young ram and ewe. I gladly receive them and have them go to the ranch area. Will they be okay even though there are already goats, cows, and horses there? The goats might bully them. One of the pups looks like it's saying that it will not let it happen, so leave it to him. Let's give some to Village 3 once their population increases. It will be a good job for the new migrants. After giving the new migrants a tour at the facilities of Big Tree Village, they were escorted to Village 3. The reason why they were not sent there via Beezle's teleportation magic is for them to meet and greet the residents of Village 1 and Village 2 along the way. With the centaur's feet, that distance is not that far away. I planned it that way. The formal theatrical introduction of them to the Kuros and Spiders has already ended. I had them lined up before Glueworld meets with the migrants. Rashashi proposed that on the pretense of making them immediately obedient. I think that meeting with the Kuros and the Spiderling should not be daunting, but even so, I still followed her suggestion. Yeah, it seems like she's right. It seems to be better to have them panic altogether than have them panic individually. And I thought that we could continue what we're doing as planned, but Hakurin, Rasudi, and Gyuraru suddenly showed up flying in their dragon forms. The migrants lost their minds and have faces as if it is already the end of the world. Yeah, that was unscheduled. I was surprised to hear Glue World and Rashashi murmured the same thing while watching them. I used to be like that. After the centaurs recovered, Glue World explained to them. The first in command here is the village chief, and the second in command are her wives. The third in command is the dragon who gave birth to the village chief's son recently, and will also soon to be one of his wives. It took them a while before they get what she said. After all, only becoming a wife after giving birth to a son might hinder fully understanding things. That's true even for me. Even though she's not my wife yet, it is already planned that she'll be. I don't really get what's happening. Ma, I'm sure that I'll feel easier if we'll become a married couple. As for my sons, including Hiyakaro, I want them to be able to freely choose their partners. Ah, but I don't want them to marry any woman just because they are free to do so. I'd like them to consider their morals in terms of their partners. As for how many, I have no comment, though I don't want them to learn from their father. After saying goodbye to Beazle, the newly revived centaurs go to Village 1, then Village 2, and finally to Village 3. There are several new houses that were just constructed. As for their winter clothing, I think it's all right since there's a sufficient amount of fur, but if it is not enough, contact me. Only half of them heard what I said. The other half already ran to find their acquaintances who were waiting for them in Village 3. Though you can just ask Rashashi, let's not stop them. It will be tactless of us. Let's just explain what needs to be to those who are listening. For those who didn't hear it, I'll just have Glue World tell them later. The Big Tree Village is using a lot of places in preparation for the martial arts tournament, so there's no place to hold the welcoming party. Let's just introduce them to everyone at the martial arts tournament. My apologies, but let's just have a small party here at Village 3. This is for everyone. You can eat all you can. These are superb tablewares. The bread is also freshly baked. Meat, there's meat. Fruits too. Even if this is a small-scale party, we need to keep our face, so I had Lou and Rashashi join. Beazle, who brought them here, is also participating. If not for the dragons, this should have been more luxurious. Oh, my bad. No, don't say that. Doing this here is much better. Please don't think that way. I don't really get it, but I heard it hard. Father, we can sleep with roof on top of our heads today. Yeah, that's right. Though this is a simple programless welcome party, it is full of smiles. Chapter 190. Sumo Wrestling Before the Martial Arts Tournament. The guests have begun to gather for the martial arts tournament. The first ones are Ancestor-san and Fushu. I'll enjoy this year's festival too. He comes here so often that it doesn't feel like I haven't seen him for a while. Aren't you Jurarkun? It is unusual for you to come out of your mountain. Ancestor-san smoothly participates in the dragon's banquet and started enjoying it. He looks more energetic than before. Did he have a break from work? When I asked Fushu, she said that a country that has been giving them trouble has been crushed, so the cause of worry disappeared. Isn't a country being destroyed something serious? And won't that cause them to be busier? That seems to be tough. Aren't you going to join, Fushu? When I tried to guide her next to Ancestor-san, she slipped out with a smile. Ah, she's probably worried about Village 1's residents. But they're not here yet. Next is Michael-san. He came over with the additional marine products I ordered. It looks like he's also here to watch the martial arts tournament. As for the logistics, Rasudi went out to pick him up at Dorame's nest. It seems like he's talking about something to Gulf, and the 3 lamias from the southern dungeon arrived too. 12 titans from the northern dungeon came too. They were the ones who worked in Big Tree Village before. The martial arts tournament is scheduled to be held 3 days later. Suddenly, a sumo wrestling tournament began next to the martial arts tournament venue. At the beginning, it was due to some people who won't be joining the martial arts tournament asking me on what they could presently do. It is not difficult to make a sumo ring. The rules are simple too. I also thought that they would not be injured, so I suggested it. I guess I'm wrong. Most have abrasions and bruises. Even before the tournament, Flora is busy. I recommended them to have a match with the same race as much as possible. If they fought against titans, who were more than 3 meters tall, they are already at a disadvantage. The spectators gather, and it has become something like the martial arts tournament. The dragons and Ancestor-san are there watching too while drinking alcohol. but there are still 3 days to go. The sumo match between lamias is difficult to judge. I think that the harpies should not overdo it. Also, don't fly. 2 days to go. The internal battle of the Kuros took place at the martial arts tournament venue. It seems like they are doing this to decide their representative. Even without the civil servant girls' management, they were able to hold their own tournament. This is the next most popular thing now after the sumo wrestling. However, I can't tell who is who. The moment they entangled, I already don't know which one is which. Ah, the spiderlings put some clothes to those who are having a match. Good, they are distinguishable now. Both of you do your best, and Flora. It must be hard for you, so thank you very much. 1 day to go. The Demon King's group have arrived. They are the Demon King, Yuri, Beazle, Glatz, and Randon. Who was not able to come? HNN memo? It's an alcohol list. Are these the souvenirs she wants? I'll give it to the dwarves. For the time being, I'll lead them to where the dragons and ancestor San are. Other than the Demon King, the others scattered quickly. Yuri and Beazle went to where Frau is. Glatz goes to Renana. Randon goes to Gulf and Michael-san. I understand why Glatz went to where Renana is, but why is Randon strangely close to both Gulf and Michael-san? Is it related to Randon's little sister's engagement? Heh. Let's guide the Demon King to where the dragons and ancestor-san are for the time being. By chance, Dark Dragon. You know of Jurar. If that is the case, then it's good. The others are Dor's relatives. Ah, that little girl is Jurar's daughter, Gyuraru. After that, I decided to leave everything to the dragons, but the Demon King grabbed my clothes, so I was forced to stay there for a while. The dragons are mainly talking about sumo wrestling and the power struggle of the dragons on the northern continent. Even though it is said to be a power struggle, the dragons on top is Dor's clan. Jurar's clan is the only power that can resist Dor's clan, so all others are under Dor's clan's control. However, because Jurar showed that he'll obey Dor's, the dragons can be now said to be monolithic. It would have been nice if it will be peaceful now that the top has secured its position, but it seems like there will be a dispute at a lower level. Our place is what Dor's trusted the most. What are you talking about? Sleep talk only when you're sleeping. That's right. It seems like the lower-level dispute has broken out. Aside from Jurar's clan, it seems like Quarren's clan, the clan where Kwon and Quarren belong to, is strong, although Quarren himself is not that strong. It has been said that he was driven away by the wyvern that previously attacked this village. I see. There are different kinds of dragons, too. I disagree. The other party is that wyvern after all. Aside from esteemed mother and father, I think Jurardona will be the only one who will win against it. Dorim defends Kwon and Quarren. Is that true? That wyvern has gone wild, and even the whole wyvern clan was not able to handle it. I find it really mysterious that it was really versatile even though it is not a dragon. The only thing I remember about it is me being irritated after it attacked the village, and it was delicious. Were you acquainted with it? My apologies. When I apologized, everyone laughed. I wanted to have a taste of it too. I agree. Me too, I guess it was delicious. It seems like the law of the jungle is thoroughly practiced. Is it the law of the dragons? For the meantime, I took that chance to escape from the Demon King with the pretense of getting food and alcohol. He should be all right. Even I was able to talk normally. Hang in there. The Oni maids are in full blast. They are already preparing the food for the martial arts tournament tomorrow. The dragons are always having a banquet, so them doing it now is just right. Kirbit is also helping them. No, she's not. It seems like she's forced to do so. I see. She's really dexterous, so it is expected. There's also this rule for her. If you get in the way, you'll be kicked out. Hang in there, Kirbit. People from Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3 have gathered. I don't mind you doing some sumo wrestling, but don't be injured. Lou and Tyr, please help Flora. The real thing will start tomorrow, the night before the martial arts tournament. The final matches of each race in sumo wrestling were held, and they were really exciting. Glatz managed to go to the Minotaur's final and win. It seems like Renana's support is effective. And don't flirt on the sumo ring. The other final matches were held too. The most exciting one is the Titans. Yeah, amazing power. The sound of them colliding is resonating. After comparing their body strength at the center of the ring, they had an arms match. Since they should not use martial arts, One of them put his arm around the side of the other party and threw him down. The 3-meter Titan fell to the ground. The winning Titan raised both his hands in the air, a loud cheers of joy. The dragons are pleased too, though I've already said it, the real thing will be held tomorrow. Free sumo matches began afterwards. Those who will have matches tomorrow, stop. Sumo is for people who will not be able to participate tomorrow. If you really want to, do it after the martial arts tournament. Chapter 191. Third Martial Arts Tournament. Commencement up to the model match. The day of the martial arts tournament. The weather is fine and there are 7 angels. The commencement begins after the grand fireworks display. After that is the synchronized flying of the dragons. More than a dozen dragons fly around in a well-coordinated manner. I think the tension has risen. They spew breath. I did not hear about it. They spew upwards, so they did not burn the forest, so let's leave them be. The residents of Village 1 and the new residents of Village 3 panicked during the opening fireworks and the dragons synchronized flying. The Titans and the Lamias too. It's all right, you'll get used to it soon. With the warm care of their surroundings, they managed to recover. However, compared to the new residents of Village 3, aren't the residents of Village 1 the only ones who have never seen dragons? Even before Hakurin got pregnant, they have already seen her and Rasudi in their dragon forms. Why are the Titans and the Lamias behave like that? The problem is their number. I see. By the way, Fushu and Michael-san were not able to see that because they were looking after the cat. I know that cats are lovely, but aren't you going to watch? Look, Ancestor-san has proclaimed the start of the tournament. This year's martial arts tournament is just like the others. It consists of 3 sections which are common, warrior, and knight. Since the common sections matches are arranged in an elimination-type tournament, victory and defeat are influenced by where the participants are arranged. I think that it is the area that we must improve, but even if we arrange to adjust the contestants' matchups, it might not lead to best matches, so let's just leave everything to luck. As the result, one of Guts' apprentices, who participated for the first time this year, and Gulf's son will fight against each other. It was a fierce battle, but Guts' apprentice won. In terms of ability, Gulf's son is better, but he's not that focused during the match. Yeah, I guess he's thinking too much about breaking the stone pavement of the ring. Anyway, did something really broke? Ring check. Ah, I found a cracked stone. I understand how you feel, but I think you have made a mistake on what you should worry about. I had Gulf's son collect that cracked stone pavement. The best match in common section is the battle between a hatchling, which was born 3 years ago, and a beast boy. The hatchling is young, but it has good physique. The beast boys were taught by Gulf during their breaks. A match of power versus technique. The match was long, and the art of throwing that was being kept hidden was used against the hatchling, which has superior physique. That decided the match. The hatchling was upset, so he stepped hard on a stone once and broke it. Gulf's son didn't forget checked and recovered the broken stone pavement, so let's give him a praise. Also, in the common section, some men of Village 1 participated, but should we make a beginner section? Let's consider that. Warrior section. Unlike the common section, it is a last man standing type of matches. Victory is decided by the number of continuous victories. The key that decides victory in this section is the Lamias. It is like, how do we beat the 2 Lamias who are bulldozing us type of match. Glatz and Randon are participating in this section. Yeah, there's no way they can win. Glatz lacks ability. Randon was energetic but only managed to hit a Lamia once. By the way, the Lamias were defeated by Dwarf Donovan. I think Donovan is not weak. He's just blocked by the Mountain Elf, and the Beastkin Gulf during the previous years. Those 2 will be participating in night section, so Donovan won as expected. I'm happy to win, but I'm scared about next year. Randon is full of regrets. I was played around by a Lamia during our match. I thought of how to win, but it is impossible for me to do it. As for Glatz, I've left him to Renana. Please mind where you're flirting. And the night section will be held later after the model section. There were many participants this year, but we'll only have 2 matches and it will be decided by lottery. Last time, the model matches were so heated up that the night section feels like it's a letdown. The favorite part should be the night section. That must not be forgotten. Model, first match. Dragon King Doors vs Dark Dragon Juror. A great cheer was heard from the audience. That was expected since it is a really good combination. However, the other dragons' complexions are bad. All of you, put all your heart to the barrier. Make sure to defend the audience as well. Under Raymarin's instruction, the dragons, Ancestor San, the Demon King, Beezle, Lu, and Tyr conjure magical barrier. If possible, it is better to stay away for 10 kilometers to be safe. I stopped the match. Loud booing, no, 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 the people in question did not seem to like it either. What to do? This is really something serious. If we proceed with their match, the village will surely be damaged. That's something I can't permit. Then, I decided to have them fight in another way. That's the only thing I can think of. By the way, what kind of battle should be okay with that and should also be safe? Arm wrestling. It's useless, the booing did not stop. In their dragon form, the booing stopped. If I only need to tell the result, it can be said to be quite exciting. Something like a table should be prepared in haste. I thought that it would take a while, but when I was about to postpone the match, they were able to create a dull table. 2 gigantic dragons put their hands together and put power in order to beat each other. I intended to be the referee, but I left it to Ancestor San since it seems to be impossible for me. It was a fiery match, back and forth. Though Juror managed put throw Door's hand on the table, Doors won. Near the end, Juror got too excited and spew his breath. Juror was disqualified. Good Guwad. It can't be helped. Doors is happy, but is he okay? I mean, there's still flame on your face. It seems like it is not something to be concerned of. I see, as expected of a dragon. Second match. Demon King versus Zabuton. Hey, I feel a lot of malice in the lottery. Though the Demon King raises his hand in protest, this is not a fixed matchup. Then, let's decide what kind of match you'll be having too. I told him that to appease him. Zabuton doesn't care and only waited for the match to be decided. Tug of war. It is a simple battle, where both teams will pull a rope that has a marker in the middle, and the team who will have that mark on his side will win. I ask for reinforcements. With the Demon King's suggestion, it became a group battle. The reinforcements that the Demon King called are not the 4 heavenly kings. They are Doraim, Demaim, Maxbergak, and Quarren. Isn't that cheating? He answered in a straight face that seems like he's not doing something dirty at all. As for Zabuton, they are Rasudi, Gyuraru, Ursa, and a bunch of spiderlings. Ada, is it really safe for Gyuraru and Ursa to participate? It's all right. Are you sure they won't be injured? If that is the case, I'll leave it to you, Zabuton. Is tug of war really safe? There's no need to wrap the rope around your body. That's dangerous. The referee is still Ancestor San and the match started. It is a competition of pure power. The rope is seriously being pulled. Do you not know how to cheer? In a tug-of-war match, I think cheering is important. I might look biased, but I tell that to Rasudi. Rasudi was skeptical at first, but she started cheering. Then, little by little, Zabuton's team gains an advantage. Gyuraru and Ursa feel it too and started cheering. The audience responded to them. A sense of unity. Zabuton's team approaches victory. However, a voice breaks it. Demon King Sama fight. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings began cheering for them. After that, the wives of Doraim, Demaim, Maxbergak, and Quarren follow. The mark in the middle of the rope goes back and forth. The match was won by the Demon King's team after a fierce battle. It was very exciting. Too exciting. After that, Juror, who was dissatisfied with the loss of Gyuraru, demands a rewar. He participated in Zabuton's team. Doors, on the other hand, joined the Demon King's team. Seeing that, the visitors participate one after another. The victor of the second match is Zabuton's team. Apart from Juror and Juraru, it has become a match of residents versus non-residents of the village. Michael-san lost on the Demon King's side, but he said that it was all for business. Are you saying that you're doing this for Shashato? After that, the heat of the tug-of-war has not cooled down. The match of the village against invaders continues. Even if I say that it's a match between the village and invaders, it is well balanced since everyone can participate independently. There is no way that the teams are really named like that. And so, with this pace, it is impossible to hold the night section today. Let's hold it tomorrow then. Because of that decision, those who are holding themselves to join the tug-of-war hold back no more. That continued till night. Can the night section still be considered as the real thing? Chapter 192. Third Martial Arts Tournament. Night Section. Morning. The festival continues as we start preparing for the second day of the martial arts tournament. Though I said preparing, there's not really much to do since we only need to put back everything that the model matches have disturbed. It was done immediately. As expected, there's not much racket that the model matches have caused. Gulf's son has repaired a number of stone pavement though. Cough. Martial arts tournament, night section start. Cheers of joy were heard from the audience. There are many participants this year. Vampire Lu, Angel's Tear, Gran Maria, Kudal, Karon, Kirbit, Suwaruryu, and Suwaruku, High Elf Rhea, Oni Ann, Lizardman Daga, Devils Bulga and Stefano, and 5 other devils who are here as Hakuran's midwives. Beastkin Gulf, Mountain Elfia, Lamia's Junia and Sunia, 2 Titans, 3 Inferno Wolves, Uno, Masayuki's son and Fubuki's son, 4 Demon Spiders. Their sizes vary from 1 tatami mat to half tatami mat big. It looks like Makura won't be participating this year. And 1 Ghost Knight. Ancestor-san took it here using teleportation magic. A total of 32 participants. The number is totally convenient for the tournament because we had the devil midwives join in order to have the right number of participants. Door's clan guaranteed their ability, so there's no problem having them fight in night section. This is a fair and square arrangement. There's no seated participant. From morning till night, 31 matches will be held. As for the first 16 matches, the first round, the strength of the devils was highlighted. Aside from Bulfa and Stefano, 4 of the 5 midwives won and went up to the next round. The defeated midwife's opponent is the Ghost Knight. The Ghost Knight's weapon is only a wooden sword, but it still managed to take out the devil midwife using its sword art. I even felt its killing intent for a moment. It was a good match. And there's also an unexpected defeat, Uno. He fought against one of the devil midwives and was defeated because of illusion magic. Similarly, Masayuki's son and Fubuki's son were defeated in the same way. Is Inferno Wolves' compatibility with devils that bad? Or maybe the devils got information from Bulga and Stefano on how the Kuros fight, and the Kuros, on the other hand, don't know how the devils fight. The 2 Lamias and 2 Titans were not able to pass round 1 either. Gran Maria, Kudal, and Karon are also defeated. I'm not sure if I can say that Suwaruryu and Suwaruku are lucky or not since they are each other's opponent. At the end of a mud fight, Suwaruku won. After their mud fight is a match between Lu and Tyr. However, contrary to expectations, their battle is also a mud fight. Tyr managed to win somehow. Alfred, who's watching next to me, looks disappointed. Kirbit fought against Gulf. It is a high-speed match. It looks like a match on who's going to hit first. Kirbit managed to knee Gulf's stomach. That decided the match. Mountain Elf vs High Elf Rhea. Ya persevered, but Rhea won technically. It was a complicated battle. 16 participants remain for the second round. Angel's Tear, Kirbit and Suwaruku, High Elf Rhea, Oni Ann, Lizardman Daga, Devils Bulga, Stefano, and 4 midwives. Spiderling A, B, and C. Ghost Knight. Given the previous round, my money is with the Ghost Knight. But Tyr, Rhea, and Anne have my support. I'll cheer for Daga and the Spiderlings too. I'm a bit disappointed with what happened to Uno. Are you okay? Are you scared of Kurasan? Masayuki and Fubuki are already waiting there. I'll go with you. You did your best but disappointed with the result. It's fine, it's fine. Kurasan, Masayuki, Fubuki, take care of him for me. Masayuki is not that angry. It looks like the angry one was Masayuki's son's partner. Let it be, let it be. Just treat it as a learning experience. You'll probably lose too if you're the one who will fight there. Don't you think you're overreacting? But if you think about it, in the wild, once you lose a battle, you'll die. It is probably the reason why they are like that. Second round. The devils are unfortunate in this round. There are 2 matches where they'll fight against each other. One of the battles is Stefano against a midwife, and Stefano advances to the 3rd round. In the battle between 2 midwives, 1 wins. Bulga fights against Anne. She was hit by Anne repeatedly. Each of you blows is too heavy. Tyr is still affected by her mud fight during the 1st round, so she's a bit lifeless, and was defeated by a spiderling. By the way, Tysel is sleeping soundly during that time. The battle of Daga and Kirbit is like a replay of Kirbit's battle against Gulf. However, it was not Kirbit who won but Daga. That move, I've seen that a while ago. That's a cool line. Rhea fights against a spiderling. She skillfully evaded the webs and approached the spiderling. The spiderling surrenders when she got her hands on it. I think you are trying to imitate Makura-san's moves, but given you characteristic. It is not suitable for you, don't you think? The spiderling seems to be struck by Rhea's words and is now seriously thinking about it. The Ghost Knight one-hit KO Suwaruku. I wasn't able to do anything. The last match is a battle between the remaining devil midwife and a spiderling. At the beginning of the match, I thought that the midwife's illusion magic on the spiderling had decided the match, but who would have thought that the spiderling is only acting? It tied the midwife when it lowers its guard and won. What's this? Thus, the second round has come to an end. There are 8 participants left. High Elf Rhea, Oni Anne, Lizardman Daga, Devil Stefano, and a midwife. Spiderling A and B Ghost Knight. There will be a break at that point. Cheer, dance, and song will be performed by volunteers. The harpies don't seem to be that enthusiastic during their turn. Fushu can sing, huh? Her voice is really beautiful. Michael-san too. I'm unfamiliar with that song, but it is okay. Glatz and Renana intrude and sing something like a love song. Yeah, it has become something like a karaoke tournament. During that break, I eat. I am basically in charge of the martial arts tournament, so I can't afford to eat while watching a match. I'm a bit envious of the audience who can eat and drink anytime they want. Ancestor-san, who's serving as a referee, also came to eat. Thank you for your hard work. Third round. The first match is a battle between Rhea and the devil midwife. The midwife, whose ability has now come to light in her previous match, was played by Rhea and defeated as it is. It seems like illusion magic is only deadly when used in an unaware victim. Next is a match between a spiderling and Stefano. Though I thought that the one with the advantage is the spiderling, Stefano avoids the webs as she approaches it. Victory was decided when she got the spiderling. We're also getting stronger. Anne and Daga. It is a battle between senior villagers. Daga's sword art was evaded and Daga's body floats because of Anne's blow. Yeah, the whole match continued to be like that. Daga did his best, but he wasn't able to do anything. The last match is the battle of the Ghost Knight against a spiderling. The Ghost Knight slowly swings its sword as it approaches the spiderling. The spiderling surrenders when it was close enough. When I was wondering what was happening, I heard Raymarin explains it to Kwon. Apparently, the spiderling is attacking as it threw web against it. However, it seems like it gave up because it felt that the power difference is so great since everything it did was cut, but its sword. Web is it? Looking at the place closely, there are countless of needle-like things on the floor. It's throwing something like that to attack. That's pretty scary. And the Ghost Knight repels all of it. So strong. Semifinals. First match is Rhea versus Stefano. Since they both have seen each other's abilities during the previous matches, I wonder if they still have hidden cards in hand. Rhea attacks using her bow and arrow, and she also uses throwing technique. In addition, she can also grapple, but Stefano overpowers her and wins the match. Try to be this year's champion. Next is Anne versus the Ghost Knight. Anne's blow and the Ghost Knight's sword art clash. Unlike the previous battle with the spiderling, though still visible, its speed is astonishing. Both sides stand their grounds while exchanging non-stop attacks. Dodo, the sounds of clashing continues, then a sudden dull noise settled it all. The Ghost Knight's sword breaks. It is not its usual shiny sword but a wooden sword for this sparring. It became something that pulls it down. I also felt bad because I'm the one who gave it to it. I'm sorry. The fact that the sword breaks means that your technique is still unpolished, so I shouldn't be bothered. Ghost Knight, thank you. I'll make you a shield next time. At any rate, Anne is in the final match. It is a battle between the Devil Stefano and the Oni Anne. Unfortunately, the final is not that exciting. Immediately after the start of the match, Anne charges. She delivered a straight punch. Her charge even breaks the stone pavement she steps in. Stefano evaded Anne's punch and counterattacked at Anne's jaw. Anne is down. That ended the match. Night section, the winner is Stefano. Ahaha, I'm happy to win, excuse me, please have someone heal me. One of Stefano's arm was dangled. It seems like she wasn't able to fully evade Anne's attack. It's not broken. It's only dislocated. Flora is still treating Anne, who had been down. After that, she healed Stefano's arm. Magic is amazing. Anne, who had been down, wakes up. That the attack I'm saving for the final, to think that it will be evaded. You have worked hard, so I should probably, her head. I patted her on her back. I'm glad that you're thinking about me, but I would prefer if you pat me on my head. I got scolded, and the award ceremony. It will be time for the banquet. The tournament ground now will be open for free matches. The referee should be ready. It won't start unless both sides agree. No one will force anyone. There are also rules for free matches. I left it to Doors, as he's going to be the referee, but I want you to stop any matches between dragons. The civil servant girls began giving off in its finally finished atmosphere and began eating. Ah, this alcohol is delicious. This food I'm finally able to eat. Right, we still have to clean up tomorrow, so we should relax. Don't drink too much. I'm also eating while observing them. After eating, we head for my residence and put Alfred and Tysel to sleep. Afterwards, Ma, what do you think? There were some people who are fighting against each other via arm wrestling at a part of the hall. That's good since they'll unlikely be injured that way. Peace is great. Flora say, Anne, my arm is broken. I will soothe Flora later. Yes, I will especially soothe her. This year's martial arts tournament ended. Chapter 193. After festival impression, Gluworld-san. Fuka-san, what's wrong? Is this a mythical country? Is this place a mythical country? Wait, Ado. Calm down. I'm calm. Then what are you suddenly asking? Dragons, this place is full of them. Full of them. The arm wrestling, the tug of war, aren't they there? I saw them join. It was fun. Yes, it was fun. The food is wonderful and delicious too. In other words, this is a mythical country. Ahaha, it is really close to being one, but it is not. Gluworld-san, I would like to join the martial arts tournament when I grow up too. First, I'll join the common section and win. Ahaha, in order to do that, you must do your best to make your body bigger. Yes, I'll do my best. The Beastkin Gulf and the Lizardman Daga, and looking back at yesterday's matches, while doing some physical exercise. I thought that my battle with Kirbit-san will be a little more formal. Fighting against an angel has too many unknown factors. Moo, I would have had a better chance if there's a couple of before my fight with her. But that will also apply on her side. Don't you think that you have certain habits that you usually overlook? Habit, you mean attack pattern. If that is the case, I can fix that by increasing my derivation. Even if you increase your derivations, your root is still the same. You were even smashed before you shown that increase of derivation of yours. Isn't that the reason why you lost to Kirbit Dono? That's because I never thought that she'll use her lance as a decoy and suddenly perform a kicking technique. Kirbit Dono might have thought in advance that unarmed attack is almost non-existent if you talk about Angel's way of fighting. That might be the case, huh? In short, I only lack the ability. Mama, good. Now that our body has warmed up, let's do it. Okay, let's stop talking about Kirbit-san. Umu, let's think about it as a story of the past. I'll beat you up now. Let's go. This year was amazing too. I agree, you almost had it. The Demon King's Kingdom's 4 Heavenly Kings member, Randon and Beazle, are muttering while eating at a table in the inn. The matches are on a level where you can't plan ahead. That can't be. No, all participants are preserving their physical strength because it is a consecutive battle. I tried my best to win, and even if I can win once, it is impossible to win the next match. And you have seen the result. Though you fought individually, you brought the prestige of the Demon King's Kingdom with you. And because of that, my pride and confidence were shattered. Can't you just draw Gulf to the Demon King's Kingdom? That's impossible. He migrated to Big Tree Village a while ago. It is already too late, huh? When I met him in Shashato City, maybe I should have been more forceful. He seems to have a warrior's character. He could have been a general or an instructor for the Demon King's Kingdom. Right, by the way, how about the Lamias and the Titans? There is a possibility. If we can have the Lamias and Titans lead a unit, do you think we might be able to gain their knowledge? I'm not sure, but that's possible. I will try to consult them, but don't expect anything. Ask them as much as possible. It seems like my daughter has some sort of friendship with the Lamias. Speaking of which, has your little sister's matter been settled? Oh, it will take a little longer. Religion leader, calming prayer is now over. Thank you for your hard work. Yesterday was exciting. Indeed. Those matches are simply this world's best battles. Hahaha, since the matches are really at the level of being the best in the world, even Doors and Jurar wanted to participate. What do you think of the Demon King? He was not gutsy at all. That's because even us non-participants are. We can feel how great the participants are. Even my own body tense up. Do you feel your blood boiling? Sort of. However, the me now can only manage the common section. I can't win in Warriors section. Is that so? For now, my subordinates, I want to push my son there in the future. Hahaha, your subordinates aside, I feel sorry for your son for deciding for him without permission. It's okay because he is my son. Once he watches the matches here, he'll surely aim to be part of it. Don't just talk about the matters in your own house. Also, don't cry later once he decided to leave home. I understand. However, if my son says that he wants to be strong, I hope you can cooperate. I will not spare any effort for that. Thank you very much. Well then, religion leader, we should slowly. Yeah, we have to prepare for 7 more places. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. By the way, before we go, can I ask a question? What is it? Is a hot spring break included in our schedule? That's the reason why we brought towels, so you can rest assured. Is that so? Are we going to visit the hot spring every time we finished our job in one place? What are you saying, Fushu? It is a proper act to cleanse one's body before worship. Indeed. My sincerest apology. It is good that you understand. Have you prepared the bento? Yes, it's here. Then let's go. Let's go to the hot spring first. I have to take the ghost knight back to the hot spring. Doors and Jurar have been taking a bath since noon. What do you intend to do with Gyuraru? I'll have her stay here. If the village chief will permit it, it will be great, but if not, clan head will just have to come here frequently. I'm thinking of living here too. You think you will be permitted to do so? And how about your territory? I'll leave it to you. Don't, and why did you even thought of that? Isn't clan head fighting for his territory for a long time because you don't want to part with it? That's right, but even I don't know why I'm so particular with that place. Did you find something there? I really don't know. Suddenly, my mind becomes enlightened. After that, I don't get irritated easily anymore, and I became healthy too. I also hate to see the sun before, but now, basking in the sun has become my hobby. Did your attribute change? No, it's still dark. Is that so? Ma, you don't have to give up your territory, even if you live here. Are you sure you'll let me enjoy that much? What if you retire too? When I said that to Raymarin before, she became incredibly angry. Hahaha. Don't laugh. She said that if I'll retire, there's no reason for me to live anymore. I was seriously prepared to die at that time. Rather than you, I think Raymarin is the Dragon King. I think so too, but only males can inherit the Dragon King title. It was a rule that was selfishly decided, right? That's right, but we can't take it down, since we have been protecting it for a very long time. Certainly. Hey, how about having the village chief inherit the Dragon King title? He is Hakuren's husband, so he's qualified to be the Dragon King. That joke is, surprisingly, a good idea. Oh. This time, let's take to Raymarin. Clan head will propose it. Why stop? I don't want to be targeted. No, if the village chief succeeds, who do you think will be the next one? Raymarin will easily accept that. Hyakairu as the Dragon King. Thinking about it, once Gyuraru marries him, and I'm sure that child can do it. Dragon King. But what will happen to the bloodline and title of Dark Dragon? Don't call him Dark Dragon King. It stinks. Then how about Dragon Dark King? You just changed the arrangement. Does Dragon King Dark Dragon sounds weird? That's weird, think harder. Okay, but are you sure you should be saying that? Just look at Dorame and Demame. I'm always told that it was unpleasant for the ears. When I tried consulting Suyern's husband before, he rejected them while laughing. Let's get out of the bath. Yeah, let's have a drink. Demon King Sama, just now, I heard an incredible conversation. Glatz, we have not heard anything. You didn't hear anything. Hahaha, that's right. It might be some sort of auditory hallucination. Okay, let's wash our body. Let me wash your back. Please. Michael-san and the civil servant girls are holding a ledger and seem to be troubled. If the same deal continues, all of the gold coins of the Demon King's kingdom will be sent here. But we're consuming them as much as. It's not enough. This might sound rude, but you are similar to a noble house that's hoarding money. The economy will break down if you don't spend as much as you consume. Seriously. Yeah, this village is self-sufficient, so the Demon King's kingdom will be the one who will suffer. That's not our intention. Then what should be done? You will be most welcome if you buy something in large quantities. Even so, with the size of the village, there's a limit to what you can buy. As a proposal, I recommend building a facility that you can spend your village's money. A facility to spend money at. Yes. For example, a shop similar to mine in Shashato City, or building a food factory or an entertainment facility. Food factory, that is something that Florasama said before in regards to seasoning. If we build that, won't it be a competitor of your store? It's okay since I'm making enough money elsewhere. Of course, if you need a sales channel, I can provide that. If you yourself is saying that, then I think it is fine. What kind of facility is an amusement facility? A stadium, a stage, show booth, storytelling shed, etc. Though I don't want to say this to women, there is also brothel. You don't have to focus on an amusement facility, you can build a normal restaurant if you want. If we build something like that, it can't be considered as a facility that uses money, isn't it? But if make the price cheap, the nearby shops will be destroyed. You can consider the price to some extent. In any case, in a restaurant, just because you are selling doesn't mean you're making a profit. HNN, there is a possibility of losing if an amateur will take care of it, and it might even be destroyed and waste the capital. And that will be a facility that will use our money. That's right. But the village will suffer one-sidedly. Is there any merit for the village? You can introduce the village's crops and products, but those already have the best reputation. Reputation. Yes, presently, Big Tree Village has zero reputation. It is only known by a few individuals. The village chief doesn't especially need reputation in particular. Then you don't have to think about it. Sooner or later, this place will be known. In any case, if you have reputation, you can easily deal with those who will spread malice. Spread malice? It is a story that has been going on ever since. Just by having a lot of money will make others hate you. And if we are already reputable, we can offset those malicious intent. Please consider creating an organization that will make sure that Big Tree Village will remain hidden and will never be known to public. I see. That method will keep out nuisance from the village. Yes, and it can also be used as an information gathering base. Presently, me, Demon King Sama, Dragon King Sama, Dorame Sama, and Korin Religion's founder Sama are the people who are collecting information for you. Let me tell you this, it is a terrible way of gathering information. How rude of me. Me included, don't you think that the information sent to you have a speed problem? If we do it in Shashato City, will we be receiving your cooperation? We will fully cooperate. I understand. I'll summarize our discussion and send a proposal to the village chief. When the time comes, will you listen to our requests? I don't mind, my best regards. Right. Now about the consumption. The marine products I brought this time is enough to last till winter. I see. The village chief wants a lot of shrimp. Shrimp. Shrimp, not small ones but big ones. He said that it is for good luck. Understood, I will stock up and deliver them before winter. After that. HNN. Please do your best. This time, if you don't use back the gold coins, Shashato City will be in danger. So please, if the worst is to come, we'll lend it to you with no interest and no collateral. I'm happy for your trust, but that is something I can't permit as a president of a company. Please buy something. Buy anything. Okay. The Kuros, they are behaving unusual this time. They are running around the village with all their power. From morning until now, and the sun is already on the verge of setting, are they okay? Village chief, please do it slowly, HNN okay. I shut myself in a cabin with Flora. She has been continuously casting healing magic since the martial arts tournament, so I'm here to soothe her since she had a really hard time. I was thinking of massaging or cooking for her, but I never thought that I'll be continuously using the aft to ferment something. So this is natto that village chief has been saying before fufufu. I'm not good with natto, but a person you hold dearly likes it, right? It is as you said, but how about we make cheese? We already have cheese. And this is a food that I have never seen before, fufufu. Flora, given your characteristic, I'm not sure if you'll like it. Though I said that, I can already see the completion of natto. How about doing something to make it less stinky when you eat it? Chapter 194. Pre-winter meeting. The martial arts tournament has ended, so the guests return home. Apart from Fushu and Ancestor-san who went to the hot spring, the only remaining guest is Raymarin. It seems like she finds it hard to part with Hikaru. Finally, we managed to convince her to go home. She was persuaded by Hakuren and Rasudi, but she's likely to come again soon. If she's looking for a grandchild, isn't Rasudi and Helzenark her grandchildren too? Is a grandson really that important? When I asked Hakuren, I heard that she's like that with Rasudi and Helzenark too. I see. Jurar's daughter, Gyuraru, stayed here in the village. Hakuren and Rasudi permitted her, so there's no problem. For the time being, she'll stay in a guest room in my mansion. As for her job, let's have her study like Ursa. After finishing this year's martial arts tournament evaluation meeting, it is time to prepare for winter. Processing food, hunting, and securing firewood for winter. Speaking of which, I'm the busiest person during times like this. It is hard to cut trees in this forest. In addition, it is also hard to set it in fire. It can be said that it is not a suitable firewood. With the help of the aft, I don't feel all those problems at all. I thought of selling this forest's timber to Michael-san before, and the payment would be firewood, but because of logistic problem, it was buried in a bag. I also prefer marine products than firewood. If we go further south, further than the southern dungeon where the Lamias live, we can find trees that are suitable to use as firewood. Because of that, we ask the Lamias to cut them and dry them down. I want to create an environment where I don't have to do anything in the future. Therefore, I should think about securing fuel that can be used like firewood. A meeting was held. The village's representatives, the race's representatives, and the civil servant girls have gathered. The main agenda of the meeting is winter work assignment. Count Chrome has ordered 20 sets of mahjong tiles. 20, that's a lot. They find chatting and playing it enjoyable. It will also be hard to escape if you're in the middle of a game. Nobles chat, huh? I guess they're talking something important. I heard that the nobles liked that game and wanted to have tile set of their own. I understand what you are trying to say, but I won't get mad if the Demon King's country starts producing them on their own. They already asked a craftsman, but it seems like it is an extremely difficult task to make 136 identical tiles. I find it so simple when I'm using the aft. Folding tables and others will be prepared in the Demon King's kingdom, so they are only requesting for the tiles. Got it, I'll do it. Thank you very much. Next, from the Goron Company, 10 additional carriages with suspensions. Aren't we already processing 20 orders? Yes, it will be 30 altogether. We should ask Howling Village to make an additional 10 sets. The spring used as suspension is made in Howling Village. Howling Village can probably do it. I look at Mountain Elfia. There is no problem, please accept it. How reliable. Let's take it. From Koran religion, 2 statue of the god of creation, they also want to put one in the hot spring resort. Since they want to put it in the hot spring resort, does it mean that it shouldn't be a wooden statue? No, the material doesn't matter. The trees here will also not be that affected by the hot spring, so there will be no problem. Okay, confirm the delivery period. About that, it doesn't matter when you'll finish them. The important thing is, they should be able to poke the soul of those who will see them. That's hard. We are deciding our winter task by prioritizing external requests. Of course, the prerequisite is the lives of the villagers should not be at risk. This job is not a job for this winter, but it came from Hu-sama of the Demon King's kingdom. She's requesting us to brew alcohol. She like us to brew for her. Yes, she wants us to brew it using the grains and the method she directed. In short, she wants to buy grains, but she wants us to send it as alcohol. HNN, if that is the case, why doesn't she make it herself? Why is she even asking us to do it for her? Hu is one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Demon King's kingdom, which means she's a noble, right? From what I heard before, she should have her own territory. I'm sure there should be at least someone related to the brewing industry in her territory. She wants to request to someone who understands alcohol. In short, it is a request for the dwarves. However, if someone from the brewing industry in her territory hears this, he'll probably cry. I look at the dwarf Donovan. There's a chance that the alcohol will turn bad. She wouldn't have requested it if she doesn't trust us. All right. Then, for the purchasing of grains next harvest, what's this letter? This is Husama's petition. By chance, does it say something about crops purchase? Yes, but we already refused it through Count Chrome. I check the letter. The contents are long and politely written, but it can be summarized to please sell me sugar cane this year. What's with sugar cane? Is it for distilled liquor? Something like this has come before. The amount is 3 barrels. I ask the civil servant girls if there are stocks. She's someone who understands the taste of alcohol. Please sell it to her. She's being backed up by Donovan. Let's accept this. I'll leave the other matter to Donovan. By the way, Donovan. HNN. After the martial arts tournament, didn't you already pass alcohol to Count Chrome when he returned? Then that means that this is your thank you letter. Honestly, HNN. Donovan frowned at the letter. Is something strange written? No, this is indeed a thank you letter. However, I did not hand over all the alcohol she requested. Since I did not send her any of that alcohol, why is it written here? I read the thank you letter, but I feel some sort of grudge hidden somewhere. What specific alcohol is it? Honey wine. Honey wine brew with honey from this village? That is certainly delicious. I had her taste some before and told her that she can't easily drink it. Donovan somewhat looks glad while muttering. Although there's grudge in the letter, in an alcohol enthusiast point of view, it might be something they yearned for. After that, we discussed various things, like the shortage of tableware in Village 3 because of the new migrants. There's also the shortage of bamboo in Village 1. Building a house for Gyuraru. If we'll build a house for her, she will have to bring her own servants like Rasudi. That will also be where Jurar will stay when he visits the village. Similarly, Doors wants his own house too. Construction in winter is impossible. It is not a matter of you can do it if you give it your all. That would be unreasonable. Let's concentrate on construction once it is spring. Will there be a race again this year? Can't the pool be used for something? There's also a suggestion about making a road to the northern dungeon of the Titans in the north and southern dungeon of the Lamias in the south to promote social interchange. Although the content vary, most of them can't be immediately done. Let's discuss each during winter. As for me, I should reflect because I always act on a whim. After the meeting, we had a small dinner party. That reminds me of the natto disturbance from a little while ago. When Flora asked me about fermentation of soybean to make natto, the dwarves panicked. Anything related to fermented soybeans is a natural enemy of alcohol brewing. Speaking of which, I remember hearing how natto strengthens some sort of bacteria. When making alcohol and cheese, natto is taboo. I wonder if I had done something dangerous. The dwarves began to do something in the 4 corners of the fermentation shed. What's that? We put a cursed talisman that will make the spirit that is causing fermentation to be docile. That was admirable since when we build this fermentation shed, the dwarves already installed something similar before. And I didn't know about it. It seems like now, when a certain limit was reached, it will issue a warning and the dwarves will come. Okay, this will be fine for the time being. If it affects the other fermented food, it means we fail, so we should build another shed as an exclusive soybean fermentation shed. I don't know what principle it follows, but it seems like it will cause fungus not to spread. Does that mean that in this world, spirits control bacteria? Okay, this will be fine for the time being. It will also affect the other fermented food, which is bad, so we should build another shed as an exclusive soybean fermentation shed. This cursed talisman, who's knowledgeable about it? This was only used during the old days. Flora, it is some sort of ancient spirit magic. There are only a few people who study it, so it is obsolete. Do you know anything about it? It is outside my expertise. However, I don't think that natto will be powerful enough to cause an alert. My apologies. No, I was careless too. It would be good if we could prevent it beforehand. It will really be good. However, I still don't understand how to contain bacteria. How can bacteria stay here when taking out fermented food? I'm sure that if you hold it, it will surely stick to your skin or clothes. What are the people of the ancient times are thinking? No, it is probably related to the characteristic of the food. I sighed as I look at the food and drink arranged before my eyes. Isn't this a small dinner party? It looks like a banquet though. Ma, it's the usual thing. Wait, why are those who did not partake in the meeting gathering here? Chapter 195. Village Chief and Camping Coach. For a long time, I have been addressed with only one. I even made another village in order to resolve the issue of me being called village chief. I am addressed as village chief. Ever since. The village chief in other villages is called either village representative or representative. Aside from me who is leading Big Tree Village, they are officials too. Calling them village chief should be fine. This was decided during the meeting. This has been a long ongoing problem for me, but it was easily decided. Is everyone really going to go with it? And because of that, what will they address me now? I'm confident this time. HNN, do you have a suggestion, Anne? How kind. Then let's hear it. Village chief's chief. What the hell? Why is your reply only a smile? And why are you not looking me in the eyes? If you're not okay with it, why didn't you object in the first place? There are 3 carriages in the mansion's workshop. These are the carriages that Michaelson and Beazle handed over to see if we could remodel them aside from adding suspension. Okay, let's make one like a house. A carriage that's similar to a house. In short, a camping coach. I'll honestly say this. It is something I yearn for. A moving house, how great is that? It is a man's romance. Let's do it. The inside of the carriage is unexpectedly wide. 3 sofas are installed facing each other. However, these sofas will be a little cramped if 3 adults will seat on them side by side. Best sitting comfort will be for 2 people. In other words, this carriage is supposed to be used comfortably by 4 people. However, my concept of a camping coach will not be realized. It is questionable whether I can make one where I can cook, has a faucet, and has a toilet. Let's just target a camping coach good for 1 person. I removed the sofas first. I changed it to a chair with armrest. I made a chair similar to a massage chair made of wood and Zabuton-made cloth and leather. It is an overly made one. I even made it with reclining function, leg extension function. Yeah, it has become a bed. Phew. This is installed near the center of the carriage in order for the reclining function be fully functional. The door of the carriage is in the middle. It's a little hard to get out. Because of that, I had to remove it then install it again. It seems like I can't make it to a fully functional bed. No, keeping its function as a chair is enough. I think there are people who prefer having wide space, and there are also those who prefer if there are various things around them. I'm the type who prefers to have various things around him. However, I don't want it too much that it'll give up some suffocating feeling. Thus, I install a box at the same height as the armrest of the chair on its left and right as storage. They are the type that you can open the lid and not the table type. I tried sitting down on the chair. Yeah, not bad. However, I also want something like a table in front in case I like to eat. And so, I made a table on the side of the chair that can be folded to come out in front. It took me 2 days to realize that gimmick. Several mountain elves around have begun helping me during that time. Do it as it is, please. Next is window. Currently, there are windows on the front and on both sides of the carriage. The front window is a small window used for communicating with the coachman. If you're sitting on the chair, you have to go in the front to use it. That's bad. How about making the window bigger? However, due to the structure of the carriage, even if the front window is enlarged, all you'll see is the back of the coachman. Useless. How about getting rid of the window? But that means that you'll be sitting on a chair staring at the wall. Let's try to imagine it. Stop. Let's consult the mountain elves. I changed the installation direction and the position of the chair. It is now installed sideways. I put the chair on one side where it is directly in front of the window. Because of this, the chair won't be able to fully incline, but it is not bad. It is also easy to go in and out. Now, let's put a shelf on the other side. It has become like a study room. I tried sitting on the chair. In front is the window. The table can still come out from the side of the chair. As for the shelf, yeah, it's probably okay, this carriage. As a matter of course, it has been installed with suspension. Now that it has come to this, I want to try using it. One of the mountain elves volunteered to be the coachman and the horse. It seems to have been intercepted by the centaurs on the way. Now it will be pulled by the centaurs. Let's depart. The chair is installed sideways compared to the direction where the carriage is traveling. The shelf is next to this chair. To say it simply, the shelf is on the coachman's side and the chair is on the back side. The moment the carriage departed, a third of the items on the shelf fell. I wonder if this should be blamed for the centaur's strong departure. No, it's a structural defect. Though we haven't moved that much, most of the things on the shelf are falling. I now understand why there are no shelves on old carriage. I must reflect. The shelf should be improved. Shelves in ships have fall prevention guard. I should have made the shelfer like that too. Also, the angle of the shelf. Perhaps it might be better to change the position of the chair and the shelf. Various problems continuously pop out as we go. This is a good thing. From there, the mountain elves asked me a question. When do you use this carriage? Naturally, when you're traveling. You're going to travel alone. My original idea for making a camping coach is from a camping car. A moving house. One that has a kitchen, shower, and toilet. However, it shifted to a comfortable space of a single-seater carriage. Was this a mistake? Will I ever travel alone using a carriage? Probably not. Besides, even if I'm alone in the carriage, I'm still being accompanied by the coachman and the centaurs. I now know where did I go wrong. I should have not forgotten the early concept of a camping coach, a moving house. It is necessary to have a kitchen, shower, and toilet. What should be omitted is a comfortable space. And the place where I ride. Should I ride on another carriage then? No, I should have thought that I could also sit with the coachman. Redoing. The concept now is a moving carriage that will make the travel comfortable without considering how the person will travel. In other words, our work for today is useless. I nodded to the question of the mountain elf. Call the high elves that are currently free. If or what? I'm going to ask them something about the wheels. We started making the carriage body. 10 days later, one carriage was completed. Looking at it externally, it is a normal carriage, though it is more of a lengthwise type 4-wheeled carriage. There is no boarding space inside of this carriage. You can either sit on the coachman platform or the platform behind the carriage. The special feature of this carriage is its ability to transform once it stops. Transform. First, the front wheels will move forward before the coachman platform, then wheels and the rear wheels will move backward. At the same time, the carriage will move downward. When the carriage will almost reach the ground, feet will come out of the carriage body, making it fixed to the ground. Furthermore, the carriage body will split in half vertically. The left side will open up to 90 degrees. What appears on the left side will be a narrow place where the stored kitchen things are. Once the tables and chairs are taken out of the way, it can be stretched into an excellent kitchen. As expected, it is impossible to install a furnace, but since it will be used outdoor, you can just cook on the field. And on the right side, it contains cooking ingredients and 8 pieces of lengthwise cut wooden board. The cooking ingredients are for food. The 4 pieces of the 8 wooden boards can be put up to a shower room and the other 4 for the toilet. The roof is a removable cloth. The shower room can be used by using the water tank installed at the top of the carriage with the help of a bamboo pipe. The floor is a drain board made of bamboo. In addition, there are various curtains and blinds that are prepared as a change of clothes area. The most difficult thing to consider is the installation location, since you need to consider the water flowing out from the shower. The toilet should be put up away from the carriage. You can use it as it is, but considering hygiene, it will be better if you have a slime. There is also a place in the toilet where you can store leaves that can be used to wipe your buttocks. There is also a proposal of making it in the carriage, but it was rejected because it was close to the kitchen and cooking ingredients. The biggest innovation of this carriage is its jack that can be used to lift up the lowered carriage body and the hand pump that can send water to the tank. The transformation of the carriage, putting up of shower room and toilet, can be completed by 3 accustomed people in 5 minutes. But it takes time to put it back again. But it is still satisfying. This is completely for nobles. This is useless unless you brought a chef with you, right? I want to assign someone to exclusively manage the toilet. Water tank, kitchen, shower, toilet, isn't this too heavy? Its reputation is great even with the civil servant girls, satisfying. There are also a lot of technical parts that can be used as a reference. The transformation function is simply the best. The mountain elves understand it. Thank you. The only relevant references I can see are the jack and the small pump. There's no romance in loose mutter. I know, I see it that way too. This kind of carriage is indeed not meant for mass production. However, let's try using it, load the cooking ingredients. Though I did not use the shower room because it is only a day trip, the toilet played an active part. In the kitchen stood the Oni maids. As expected, isn't our number of being a little less than 100 too much? Though they are only volunteers, there are still unexpectedly a lot who wants to join. The tablewares are on full rotation. There is no need to worry about water because we are near a water source. Dwarves, stop drinking alcohol. Ma, everyone seems to be enjoying it, so I guess the carriage is working well. Small children like Alfred, Tysel, Ursa, Nut, Giraru, and Beast Boys have shining eyes as they saw the carriage transformation. Let's assume that it is good. Ano, village chief. People are gathering in such a place. What are you doing? The one who asked that is one of the centaurs who regularly move from village to village. Picnic. We are currently near the bridge between Big Tree Village and Village 1. It is a place about 5 kilometers away from the village. There are only a few places where carriage can go after all. Chapter 196. Character list, race and name. Big Tree Village. Human. Mashio Haraka Village Chief. Inferno Wolves. Racial representative. Yuki F. Kuro's partner. Kuroichi M., first-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Alice F. Kuroni M., first-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Iris F. Kurosan F., first-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Uno M. Kurian F., first-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Eris M. Kurogo M., second-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Kuraro M., second-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Kuranana F., second-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Kurohachi F., second-generation pup of the Kuro couple. Fubuki F., special existence. Cocytus Wolf. Masayuki M. has a harem. Aniki M. tamed the puppy it picked up. Many others. Fenrir. Puppy F. has a gallant name. Demon Spider. Zabuton illegal demon spider. Makura, one of Zabuton's spiderlings. Many others. Vampire. Ludoleshilu. Flora Lu's little sister like cousin. Half, Alfred Village Chief and Lu's son. Angel. Tier race representative. Angel of Annihilation. Golem user. Gran Maria, one of the angels of Holocaust. Kudal, one of the angels of Holocaust. Koron, one of the angels of Holocaust. Kirbit, daughter of the present leader of the angels. Suaruri, twin angel. Suaruku, twin angel. Half, Tysel Village Chief and Tyr's daughter. High elves. Ria race representative. Risu. Riori. Rifu. Riko. Rise. Rita. Rafe. Rasa. Rirasha. Raru. Ramai. Half, Ririus Village Chief and Ria's son. Half, Riguru Village Chief and Rai's son. Half, Rat Village Chief and Rafa's son. 42 others. Oni. Anne race representative. Maid leader. Ramuria's beastkin caretaker. Half, Taurine Village Chief and Anne's son. 18 others. Lizardman. Daga race representative. Nuff Minotaur's caretaker. 13 others plus hatchlings born every year. Beastkin 25 first batch migrants, plus 3 Guts family, plus 2 apprentices, plus 4 Gulfs family. Senna race representative. Migrant from Howling Village. Mamu Village 1's caretaker. Beast Boys, they were around 4 years old when they first came to this village. 20 others from the first batch migrants. Guts family. Human Nashii Guts wife. Half-Nut Guts daughter. Guts apprentice A. Guts apprentice B. Gulf best warrior of Howling Village. Gulf's wife. Gulf's son already has a partner. Gulf's daughter A. Gulf's daughter B, one of the first migrants from Howling Village. Dragon. Rasudi Rasutisumun. Race representative. Hakurin Dor's eldest daughter. Rasudi's aunt. Gyuraru Dark Dragon Jurar's daughter. Half, Hyakaru Village Chief and Hakur's son. Devil. Bulga Rasudi's servant employee. Stefano Rasudi's servant employee. Demon Civil Servant Girls. Frau Forum. Village Governor, top brass of the Civil Servant Girls. Race representative. Rashashi Centaur's caretaker. 9 others. Elder Dwarf more than 50. Donovan race representative. Wilcox. Cross. Others more than 50 in total. Mountain Elf. Your race representative. 20 others. Harpy. Mock race representative. 41 others. Braves. Ursa former Ghost King, and now a little girl. Clay Doll. Clay Doll Ursa's servant. Gnostic Bee. Queen Bee enjoying her life in Big Tree Village. Slime. Wine Slime in charge of healing the village. Cat. Cat former fallen god. Is it competing with the Wine Slime as the healer of the village? Horse. Horse Belford. Mare, Colt son of Belford. Village 1, there are around 20 Nuniodaphnes plus 20 humans. Nuniodaphnes a race that can be considered as tree spirits. Eeg Village 1's representative. Race representative. Many others 20 were left in Village 1, and there are still others who are working as alarms and night light at other villages. Human, Jack representative of Village 1's humans. Leader, Mort Jack's wife. She can use spirit magic, 18 others. Village 2, 72, individuals plus newly born children. Minotaurs giants with horns. Gordon Village 2's representative. Race representative. Renana stationed in Big Tree Village. Muriwa stationed in Big Tree Village. 69 others, plus newly born children. Village 3, 104 individuals initial migrants, plus 41 individuals, Fuka's group. Center has a lower body of a horse. Glue World representative of Village 3. Race representative, Viscount. Fuka Polo Baron. 143 others. Hot Spring area. Ghost Knight skeleton plus full body armor plus good sword. Ghost Knight sword expert. 2 others. Southern Dungeon. Lamia has a lower body of a snake. Junia Dungeon Master. Sunnia Dungeon Warrior Chief. Around 50 others. Northern Dungeon. Titans Harry Titans. Titan Race. Around 50 of them. Shashao City. Human. Michael Goron President of Goron Company. Demon King's Kingdom. Demon. Demon King Gulgald. Randon 4 Heavenly Kings, Domestic Affairs. Glatz 4 Heavenly Kings, Military Affairs. Hu 4 Heavenly Kings, Finance. Beazle 4 Heavenly Kings, Foreign Affairs. Yuri Demon King's daughter. Princess, Volgraf responsible for strictness in Gofrier's house. A certain young master, son of a baron, somewhere. Dragon. Dorim Gatekeeper Dragon, Dor's son. Grafaroon Dorim's wife. Dor's Dragon King. Raymarin Typhoon Dragon, Dor's wife. Suyern Dor's and Raymarin's daughter. Maxbergak Suyern's husband. Helzenark Maxbergak and Suyern's daughter. Sekern Dor's and Raymarin's daughter. Quarren Sekern's husband. Demaim Dor's and Raymarin's son. Quan Quarren's elder sister. Demaim's wife, Jurar Dark Dragon. Devil. Gucci Dorim's butler. Faraway Country. Vampire. Ancestor San Valgrafe, founder of Quarren religion. Human. Fushu Quarren religion's high priestess. O'Brien Quarren religion's warrior priest. Forest monsters and demon beasts, some of them, are not named until now. Killer Rabbit. Fanged Rabbit, delicious. Great Boar. Huge Wild Boar, delicious. Intellifneck. A long-bodied weasel. Death Rattle. Fat Weasel. Grappler Bear. One of the 4 overlords of the forest. Huge Idiot Bear, doesn't taste good. Bloody Viper. One of the 4 overlords of the forest. Huge Snake. The taste is okay, but it has this aphrodisiac effect. Its eggs are delicious. Panic Caribou. Ferocious Deer, can't be easily found. The horn is really delicious. Earth Rat. It only inhabits part of the forest. A huge mole. Kyatapult. Huge Centipede. Poison Rock Hecaton. Super Big Centipede. Death Ball. Huge Armadillo. Side talk. The last 2 of the 4 overlords of the forest are the Inferno Wolves and Demon Spiders. Demon Spiders, their web is really troublesome. They are clever and strong. Grappler Bear, even alone, it is really strong. Has an amazing power. Bloody Viper, even alone, it is really strong. It is really brutal in a specific environment, like a dungeon. Inferno Wolf, it doesn't move alone. You're done for if you meet its pack. A single Inferno Wolf can destroy an entire city. Setting. Women in that relationship with the village chief. Impregnated. Lu. Tyr. Rhea, Rise Rafa. Anne. Hakurin. Confirmed. All other high elves. All other Oni maids. Flora. Sina. Frau. Rasudi. Gran Maria Kudel. Korun. Doubtful. Some of the Beast Girls' first batch migrants. Ya and other mountain elves. Civil servant girls. Candidate. The rest of the Beast Girls' first batch migrants. Possible. Bulga Stefana. Kirbit Suarurio. Suaruku. Chapter 197. Forest of Death and its surroundings. The forest alone is as big as 4 countries. The height of the mountain range is over 3,000 meters, and there are monsters and demon beasts there, so it is not a place where someone could pass. Howling Village is not a single place, but it is a common name for the 5 settlements that are scattered in various places of that mountain. There is an outpost in the east side of the Demon King's castle, and it was built to monitor the Forest of Death. End of Volume 4.